635.
Yeah, it's and there's no look back because
We're looking ahead, baby.
the power surge is doesn't matter what it was throughout the course of the year. And I think you were out when I did my last one. It was with Stoney, and I went back and looked at I think it was actually week 2 that I looked at, and very different, very different.
A lot of surprise teams this year.
Well, a lot of surprise teams, and there's a lot of surprise teams in the playoffs. So it is going to be one of the most entertaining postseasons, I think, in NFL history because of New England, Jacksonville, like these teams that no one expected, and no Kansas City, no Baltimore, obviously no Detroit. So it's wide open.
I think it's going to be kind of a crazy, unpredictable NFL playoff. So, look, we'll spend some time on that a little later in the hour. Let's start with a couple things from yesterday. The first, John Morton fired. No surprise. They took play calling away. They're going to make a change at offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, okay, big shocker. We all know it was coming. It was just a matter of, was he going to remain as a part of the organization, as a part of the coaching staff? He wasn't going to keep the same title.
No.
And so, yeah, no surprise. They move on from John Morton. Now it's going to be, who is that name that's going to fill that position? And will Dan Campbell be calling plays, or will the offensive coordinator be calling plays? Because that may determine who fills that position.
I was going to say, sounds like he has to make that decision before making the hire, because it would change the caliber of candidate. There are some guys that would not come here to not call plays.
Well, and we'll go through the list when we go through our carousel, but I think it's all going to happen at the same time, because if you can get a guy, let's just throw out a guy that's been a former head coach, Kevin Stefanski.
Okay.
If he comes, I think the only way he does come is if he's calling plays.
Correct.
And so Dan's going to have to decide, do I want to call plays? Do I not? Who's available? And can I get one of the top former head coaches to come here to call plays? Do I want them to call plays, or do I want to call them? Because it's going to determine that's going to have to be part of that equation.
I think some of this, too, is if he decides, hey, I want to call plays, because what I don't want to do is hand someone play calling and then have to yank it back mid-season. The one way I can guarantee we don't yo-yo is I just do it my damn self. But if he makes that determination, then that is going to inform the kind of coach he's looking for to be his offensive coordinator.
Right.
So there's a bunch of names out there. We are going to do, as you mentioned, a carousel, a little yay or nay later in the show. But John Morton, unsurprising, the team part ways with him. Michigan Hoops last night, they got a scare.
Oof. That was one of those games where I haven't been able to watch a lot of the games, from start to finish. And obviously, was it 10 games in a row? They've won by more than 18 points, or whatever that number is. And they've been dominating. So last night, nothing going on, so I get a chance to sit down and watch it. And they're, they start slow. They're down 6. Then they come back, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's me. I did the whole fan thing last night. I'm like, I'm going to not watch and see what happens. And so I'm not watching and then they go up by like 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. Let me just take a peek. And then they're back down. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to go watch a show. I go back and watch the highlights. They could not hit a 3 to save their lives. Nope. And I knew that they were I thought they were going to come out of a funk. It's a long season. You heard Dusty May there in the update. Hey, no one was celebrating that win. They should have won by a lot more, but the entire goal is to score one more point than your opponent. It is a long season, and they actually doubled that up. They scored 2 more points than their opponent. And so they were able to come away with the win when they didn't play well, but it was like, Greg, were you watching?
I did not see it. I do not have, but that was the FS1 game. I did not have that. So
okay. No. In one of the first 5 minutes, mm-hmm. They're coming down to an offensive set, and I forget who it was. Somebody was trailing, and point guard tries to pass the ball, and
off his face.
Yeah.
I saw that, yeah.
And so it's kind of like one of those things where they weren't that sharp. Some odd things were happening, but they still came away with the win and remained undefeated. Yes, in deface. Yes.
Right. Like, as that game was going, it was stuck on about a 6-point deficit for most of the game. I think even the broadcast referenced that Connor Onion on the call. It's kind of a shame Bill Raftery never did a game with Connor Onion.
Yeah.
Be great. But they noted, like, it kind of stayed at 6 for most of the way. That 2 possessions was as close as Penn State could get.
Yeah.
So for a long time, I thought, okay, MSU struggled here. This is just kind of a weird, sleepy place to play. Michigan's going to win. I never really doubted they were going to win until the final possession when Penn State had a chance to win. I don't know what happened on that final possession because they played for the win in a 3, but when the ball's in the air, there's a real chance you lose that game.
Yeah.
Fitting, though, that Michigan won it on the defensive end because that was the side of the ball, the side of the court that was their strongest.
Well, that's one of the things that I think you believe about a Dusty May team is, it's going to be a fast-paced game. You're going to shoot a lot of threes. You're going to, and I think they mentioned it during the broadcast, like, most times you're going to get a shot within the first 10 to 12 seconds of a possession. Like, they want to hit mass produce, right? Get as many shots as possible. But if that's not happening, you can always play defense.
Right.
Like, if you're out of rhythm offensively, you can still always play defense and give effort, and that's why they were able to come away with the win.
Well, they're a long team, right? So the front court of Johnson, Mara, Lindenborg, none of them played a good offensive game.
No.
But all of them were contributors on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, they're all tall, long, athletic players.
Yeah. And they are a deep team as well. So they can get deep into their bench and, be able to play that high energy style of defense. And as soon as somebody gets tired, hey, bring in the next guy.
And it's weird because I don't really pay attention to Penn State hoops all that closely. I watched them play MSU, and I thought they played MSU tight. So on the broadcast, they go, Penn State's still looking for their first Big Ten win. I'm going, oh.
Yeah. Penn State's not a great team.
And they're also missing their leading scorer last night, too.
Right. And they're a team that turns the ball over a lot. Like, they have their faults, clearly. I don't know what the situation was. Maybe they were just off offensively. Mm-hmm. Maybe they underestimated and they got into coast mode thinking that we could just show up, roll out the ball, and win. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, they did, but hopefully that was an eye-opener for the rest of the Big Ten season because even though I do believe Michigan is, with Arizona, the top teams, 2 teams in the country, you're going. It's a gauntlet in the Big Ten, and you better be ready at the end of January. I can't wait for that game. The end of January and the very last game of the year is going to be unbelievably entertaining and fun, and that's the matchup with Michigan State.
Yep. That's what showed last night. The rigors of this schedule in the Big Ten, going on the road on a weeknight against a team it's hard to get up for. Like, that's why they will lose a game this year. That's why Arizona will lose a game this year. It's just to think they're just going to blow through everybody just is being naive. It was a bit of a wake up. I think
it was a bit of a wake up call if you thought they were going to run the table and go undefeated. They won the game, but to Tom's point, the rigors of the conference schedule. John, when you were out, I threw out a hypothetical.
Okay. I love your hypothetical.
And over under
Stoney. I'm sure you guys were having that. Yeah. Which would you rather? Yeah.
We
lose
back,
this game or get a draft pick?
No, we actually went back and chronicled all the worst picks of the last 50 years. No. I asked him a question, and in the audience, the question: Michigan and Michigan State are on fire. Over under 9.5 losses combined.
Ooh. So Michigan State has 2. Michigan obviously hasn't had any yet.
Yes. They play each other twice, so there's 2 more baked in.
Right.
So that's 4.
Wow. They are roughly, just shy of halfway through the season.
Let me just ask you this. Michigan, how many losses for Michigan? 2 or 3?
I'm going to say 3.
Okay. So then for MSU, it's got to be, can they avoid 7 losses?
I think it's going to be less than you said it at 9.5.
9.5. So single digit losses.
Under.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is that's crazy to think about. 2 teams, in your own state. That's fun basketball. Yeah. That's a fun basketball season, along with what the Pistons are doing. Mm-hmm. Let's go, because and it's what is it next week? I think the Michigan has a bit of a West Coast trip.
They both around that time are going to take a trip out west.
Washington and Oregon, but Oregon.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, an update on KenPom and the projected regular season records based on your aggregate winning percentage of the games you have remaining. Michigan's still at 28-3. Michigan State improved to 24-7, so we're getting closer to that 9.5 number that you have.
Wow, it's that 10.
That's not a pretty good line, by the way. Not the
yeah. Go ahead.
Too much on the back.
Don't hurt yourself there.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, a surprise firing yesterday in the NFL. Was it a surprise? And this guy's going to get scooped up right away. Where does he land? It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, obviously I'm going to turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And they've done exactly that. In fact, every time I go in there, they always offer me something new. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that when we talk about the community, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's theirs as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
It's a week of coaching turnover in the NFL. Black Monday earlier this week. Still some decisions being made yesterday, including the Baltimore Ravens releasing John Harbaugh. After 6 division titles and a Super Bowl, they decided it's time to move on.
Mm-hmm.
Were you surprised?
I mean, yeah, anytime a coach has been there that long, 18 years, it'd be the same. And it's kind of funny because if that kick for the Ravens goes through, is John Harbaugh still in Baltimore and is Mike Tomlin out at Pittsburgh?
Sure feels possible, yeah.
So that's kind of where you're at, and who knows what happens with Tomlin? And if they lose again in the first round, it could still be one of those situations. But I was a little bit surprised simply because he is such a good coach and has been for a while, but at different landing spots. Right? You can just get stagnant.
Let me ask it this way: if they had to pick between Lamar and John Harbaugh, did they make the right choice?
How old is John? Like
John is in
how
his
much,
early 60s, 62,
yeah,
I think.
so like how much longer is he going to coach? 5, 7 more years?
He's 63.
Okay, so let's just say he coaches 7 more years.
Okay.
Is Lamar going to play 7 more years?
Well,
So
Lamar,
it's kind
of the same. Lamar is, I think, 29 or 30, and as a mobile QB, I don't know if you get to the back end of your 30s playing this way.
Yeah, I mean, so that again, that's the
that's
question.
Why
Yeah, it's a
call.
great question.
And they made the decision we're going to go with the quarterback. And look, John's going to get a job this offseason.
Yeah.
Right? Now, my question to you is where? Because I've already seen the report that the Giants are going to heavily pursue him. The Raiders would be fascinating. They got the number 1 pick, and he'd play his brother twice a year.
I think another one he's a guy you're going to bring in to try and stabilize a franchise. Mm-hmm. And the Giants would be a great landing spot. It needs to be stabilized. I also think another one that would be very interesting, how John handled this with class, right? Hey, great time here, blah, blah, blah. I thought maybe it would end different, all that stuff, but he wasn't publicly spiteful. The spiteful hire would be to go to Cleveland in division. An organization.
Pittsburgh, if Pittsburgh fired Tomlin.
Right. Is there a chance that they just switch positions? But, I mean, that would be one where he would look at, when I left Washington, I wanted to go to a team that was going to play Washington. Just so happened to be it was Detroit. Is he going to be that guy that says, I want to go, I can really make a difference in Cleveland, but I also get a chance to play the Ravens twice a year?
Yeah, and he has experience handling players who have fetishes with massages if he goes to Cleveland.
This is true.
From Tucker to Watson.
True. Yes.
All right, all kidding aside, I think this is a game-changer availability.
Yes.
And I believe there's a very good chance, and this happens a lot, but now with his availability, that a job comes open that maybe you didn't think was going to come open.
This is interesting. Okay.
Watch out for Cincinnati. Always been accused of a conservative, cheap franchise, but to bring him in division with Joe Burrow, keep an eye on that.
So, yes, but you said one of the key words there, cheap franchise, because it would cost him a lot. And I'm not sure what is left on Zach Taylor's contract, but I think that's one of the reasons he's still there. I want to say he's still due like $45 million.
You're going to change your brand and you're going to change your image ever? Are you? They have got to hear.
I hear
what
you're
they're
saying.
accused of.
Or are you looking at a franchise? And again, I'm not going to necessarily pull out a name, but a team that maybe is still playing. In fact, I will throw out Buffalo.
Yep.
Yeah.
If they underperform, would they be an organization that said, you know what, we were going to stay with our coach, but because John Harbaugh is available, now those negotiations have to go on behind the scenes, and before you fire, you got to know you got your next guy. It could be a situation like that.
I think if we looked at a lot of lists before the season of the best head coaches in the NFL, where would John Harbaugh have been? Top 5 or 6?
Yes.
Yeah, 10 for sure.
Okay, definitely top 10, and he's available. So we may see some unprecedented moves from other teams. What's the best job? Flip the script. You're John Harbaugh. What's the job that's currently available that you want / the job that maybe isn't available that you'd be eyeing? Like, how attractive are the teams that we've mentioned right now?
Well, I mean, obviously, Buffalo or Cincinnati would be very attractive because they've got the quarterback.
Buffalo would be number one.
Another one that wouldn't be attractive, but if they just throw the bank at them, back up the Brinks truck, Tennessee, young quarterback, similar style of play in Cam Ward. He's no Lamar Jackson by any means.
Wide open division. Now, again, there are concerns about ownership and how they botched Vrabel.
Sure.
But if they wanted to learn their lesson and
if there's
grovel at the feet of John Harbaugh and say, come in here and fix everything, you're in control.
If there's a franchise that just needs to hand the keys to somebody who has a ton of experience, that's it.
Right, but that's not necessarily appealing if I'm John. John should want to go somewhere that's got their stuff figured out.
I'll give you one more to watch. He sits out a season.
Hold on a second.
No.
I'm going to write one down, and I'm going to see if we're on the same page.
This could be good.
Go ahead.
He sits out a season and goes to the Chiefs, and he worked under Andy Reid, and Andy Reid retires.
Is that who you wrote down?
No, it's not. But it's not far off.
Dallas.
I mean, hey, Jerry Jones, he's getting close to gotta win now, right? How many seasons does Jerry Jones have left? You've committed some funds to Dak Prescott, and you've got an offense that's a high-powered offense. Got to do something defensively. I mean,
okay, that would be one of those root for radio landing spots because of.
But again, I think it opens up a lot of possibilities. Like I just mentioned in terms of Buffalo. Buffalo is not really looking to change their coach until all of a sudden John Harbaugh is available. And I know that Dallas fired Eberflus yesterday. Would they be looking to move on from a coach that before the firing of Harbaugh, they were good with their coach?
So everything you said makes sense from the Dallas perspective. How in the world is this attractive for John Harbaugh to go out? This is his last job. Yeah, I know money, John.
Money.
But if you want to win and you got Jerry there and all the distractions.
Okay, my favorite landing spot, not for John or for the team, but for the intrigue, is the Raiders.
Yeah.
Jim twice a year, number one pick, Tom Brady affiliated, little Michigan connection too. That's the most intriguing from the outside, just kind of watching for the story. The Raiders. Iconic franchise, needs some stability. Anyway, this is one of these, stop you in your tracks. He's going to alter this offseason. Tom called it a game changer. I agree with him.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll get to John's Power Surge at 6:35. Here's Heather with the news.
Well, a man is in custody after police say he brought a gun to Romulus Middle School on Tuesday morning. So right before 10 a.m., police responded to the school on a report of an active shooter. It turns out it was not actually an active shooter, but school employees said they saw this man armed with a handgun attempting to enter the school's main doors. And that's when they immediately called the police, put the school on a soft lockdown. 3 minutes later, this suspect, a 44-year-old man, was taken into custody. The gun was recovered at the scene. No injuries were reported. Police are now investigating, obviously, this guy's motive. They have added that there's no ongoing threat to the school or the community. And the Romulus superintendent, Benjamin Edmondson, says he's thankful and grateful for the protocols in place that protected the students. Because at that school, you can't just walk into the main doors. You need to be buzzed in. So that secretary noticed something wasn't right, obviously didn't buzz this man through the doors, and she made that phone call. So great to see that
the system worked.
Yeah, everything fell into place. Former Michigan State star Paul Davis has apologized after being ejected from Michigan State's win over Southern Cal on Monday. We talked about it. He was at the game. He was removed from his seat at the Breslin after shouting something. We don't know what exactly he said that crossed the line at a referee. Well, on Tuesday, after giving an apology to the players at the end of practice, he stepped up to a podium to apologize to the coaches, to parents, and the USC team.
conversation, but amazing conversation, amazing guy. Want to apologize to coach, the team, current guys. I told them that, listen, the focus is taken off of you, it's taken off of USC. This is not what we need to be focusing on heading into this new year, but unfortunately my actions yesterday required it.
And he said, he made a mistake that will never happen again. Mm-hmm. Man, I've never heard him talk before. He's got a really deep voice.
He does,
I wasn't expecting. I really wasn't expecting that.
And when Gator came on yesterday, he reminded me that he was our first baseman in the Jamie Samuelson softball event, and I do remember
Jeez.
He's a big dude, and he's got the deep voice.
I wasn't expecting that.
How are you?
It's just crazy to me.
It's kind of one of those guys that walks up, he talks with that deep voice, and you kind of repeat the deep voice. You're like,
yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, exactly.
How are you?
It was just wild to see him at like a podium. Like this whole incident required him to have a press conference.
Yeah.
We still don't know exactly what he said.
No.
Do we?
Well,
Do you know what he said? I mean, we've heard what he may have alluded to.
Yeah.
But we don't
We know what he said.
You do?
We're not going to say it.
You'll
No.
tell me later, though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
off
All
air.
right, great.
Yeah.
Oh, so on Monday, January 12th, the Red Wings will be retiring Sergei Fedorov's number 91 jersey in a pregame ceremony at home before facing the Carolina Hurricanes. And obviously, he is regarded as one of the greatest players in franchise history. He won 3 Stanley Cup championships during his 13 seasons in Detroit. He ranks among the Red Wings' top 7 all-time leaders in goals, assists, and points. And he's going to become the 9th player in franchise history to have his jersey retired. So you might want to get down there. The celebration will feature several NHL legends in attendance, some special concourse activations, in-arena tributes, multiple fan engagement opportunities. The list goes on and on. So they're going to open the doors to Little Caesars Arena earlier than usual, an hour earlier. So they're going to open at 4:20. Fans are supposed to then are encouraged to be in their seats by 5:35 p.m. The ceremonial puck drop will be at 7-Eleven, and you can.
Wait, they want people in their seats at 5:30?
Yes.
Oh wow, it's gonna be a whole thing. That's
yes,
awesome.
Fans are encouraged to be in their seats by 5:35 p.m.
Okay.
So pretty
Hey,
cool.
it's long overdue, and I'm happy he's finally getting his number raised to the rafters.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Power Surge next, 97.1. All right, we got 14 teams that made the playoffs. John's going to rank them. Let's do this.
Yeah, and I think we can go ahead and kind of blow through the bottom of the bracket because I think there are some teams that we clearly believe it would be a Cinderella run if the Carolina Panthers, first of all, win a game because they're playing against a team and obviously the Rams that they've beaten. So they got to go in with a little bit of confidence, and sometimes that's all you need. But I don't know what the weather looks like in Carolina. So yeah, the Panthers are team number 14. The Steelers come in at 13. I don't think anybody believes that Mike Tomlin's going to get his first win in a decade in the postseason, even though he's kind of one of those teams that just, hey, thanks for participating, you're out. Green Bay at 12, Chicago at 11, and that's a coin flip. I'm not going to sit here and argue if you think, hey, Green Bay should be at 11. I think Chicago ends up winning that game. They find a way to get over top of Green Bay, get over that hill, but they're an early exit. The Chargers come in at 10. And they're kind of interesting because I'm still shocked that they're even in the postseason with the amount of injuries. I mean, hats off to that team for overcoming some of those obstacles. So the Chargers are going to take on the Patriots. They may get a win because the Patriots are going to now be playing really good teams. Mm-hmm. They're a team that didn't play a lot of really good teams in the regular season, but they've got a lot of confidence. There's a lot of confidence in some of these teams going into the postseason. But the Chargers come in at 10. The Jaguars come in at 9. And that's a team that I see their record. And yes, Trevor Lawrence came into the NFL. He was supposed to rewrite record books. Maybe now that he's got a competent coach, is now going to have the career that we thought he would have. I just think that this is early in that team's development to be able to make any type of run. So they come in at 9. A team that I just mentioned, this is where I think you're starting to talk about teams that could get to the Super Bowl.
I think the teams you just mentioned, it's all, can they win a playoff game, right? The Panthers are a losing record underdog. The Steelers haven't done it in a decade. Green Bay, Chicago, coin flip. I think Chicago and Jaguars, two teams relying on turnovers. Can you really go on a run? Those are all, can they win a game? I think now we're getting into teams that could win several.
Yeah, and some of these you just simply talk about some of the, like it's a quarterback-driven league, right? And can Justin Herbert just simply go out there and play the game of his life? Sure.
It's crazy.
And beat the Chargers? I mean, beat themselves, yes. Beat the Patriots.
Well, they have beaten themselves quite a bit. He's never won a playoff game, which is, again, why I think he belongs in that lower tier. They haven't won a playoff game as talented as he's been at quarterback.
Right, and so the team that comes in at number 8 is the New England Patriots. And when you look at New England, they've got a lot of things going for them. They're, the number 2 scoring offense in the NFL. But you look at their record, and it's 14-3. But the teams that they lost to the Raiders in the opening game of the year. Okay, but maybe whatever. The Steelers in week 3, then they didn't lose again until the Bills, and they beat the Bills in Buffalo. But you look into the Titans, the Browns, the Falcons, the Buccaneers at the end of the year when they weren't playing well, the Bengals, the Giants, Ravens, and Jets. The wins are stacking up, but the teams that they played aren't even playoff teams.
Yeah, they're some of the worst.
And so how much do you rely on them being, that team that went into Buffalo to get a win versus all those other wins that they have?
Well, and I'll draw this comparison. Last year, Denver was a bit of a darling with a rookie quarterback who was breaking out, and then they got slammed into a brick wall when playoff time came around. So there is that risk with Drake May in his first postseason.
And it's when we start going up the list, we're talking about quarterbacks, we're talking about teams with flaws, but also coaches. And the next one that I'm going to talk about, number 7, I've got the Niners. And the reason they're at 7, and some people may say, well, they're so beat up on defense. They are, but they've been able to compete in a very tough division, and it's not just Kyle Shanahan. I think anytime Kyle Shanahan is coaching a game, you got a chance to win. It's also Robert Saleh. The fact that, he failed as a head coach with a terrible organization in the Jets, but to be able to be what he has been, and that is a great defensive coordinator, being able to coordinate a defense that lost their number one pass defender in Bosa, lost their number one linebacker, but they're still in the playoffs.
John, they won 6 of their last 7 games. 5 of them were double-digit victories. They were discoing down the stretch, and Shanahan's been to a couple Super Bowls. I think this is a show of respect.
Mm-hmm. And 6 is the Eagles. This is another show of respect. I don't even know if they're going to win a playoff game because they're playing against that team
Niners,
that's right there, the Niners. And like, what do we make of the Eagles in their season? It was a rocky road, but they're able to win their division. You know, it's the first time anybody in the NFC East has won a division in back-to-back years in over a decade. But it's the experience that they have in the postseason. It's getting healthy or healthier on the offensive line.
I mean, Lane Johnson, Jordan Davis.
Yeah. And so this is kind of out of respect that they're at 6. The Broncos come in at number 5. And they're interesting because they're a team that absolutely harasses opponents' quarterbacks. They led the league in sacks, and not by a small margin. They're the number 1 overall seed, but yet I have them at 5. This is why this is going to be wildly entertaining.
I know.
NFL playoffs. And so at number 4, I've got the Buffalo Bills. Okay. Now, it's the number 4 scoring offense. They've got the leading rusher in the NFL. They've obviously got Josh Allen at quarterback. So offensively, you think, okay, they could go in any game and win. They could control the tempo of the game. They could control the time of possession. They could control a lot of things. The only thing they haven't been able to find a way to control is the opponent's rushing attack.
Right.
If you can't stop the run, especially when you get into playoffs, that is a major flaw. So they come in at number 4. Houston comes in at 5, and at the start of the season, everybody would have said, oh, no, that's not going to happen. Another team that absolutely harasses opponents' quarterbacks, the number 2 scoring defense. And the question is going to be offensively, will they be able to protect C.J. Stroud? Can they get the ball to Nico Collins as much as possible? And will that defense just own games? And you look at their matchup. I think everybody thinks that they're going to win week 1 because they're playing the Steelers. That almost seems like a de facto bye. And then we'll see who they match up with after that. Number 2, Seattle Seahawks. And this is one of the teams that I took in our snake draft that we had yesterday. The number 1 scoring defense, the number 3 offense. And the question is, how much do you believe that Sam Darnold can get to a Super Bowl, let alone win a Super Bowl?
So I think their last game is a great show of what they are and who they are. They beat the Niners on the road. They won that football game. Sam Darnold didn't throw a touchdown. In fact, he missed a throw on a 4th down in the red zone, and he had a bad fumble that they got bailed out because on 3rd and long, Kenneth Walker ran 19 yards. They've got the run game, they've got the defense, but do I trust Sam Darnold? I don't.
I don't either. And depending on how it all falls, I mean, this could be the NFC Championship game between my number 1 and number 2 teams. That's the LA Rams. And if you're looking for a team defensively that can match up with the Rams, that's the Seattle Seahawks.
Yep.
I think that may actually determine who's going to win the Super Bowl because they're my number 1 and number 2 team. Number 1 is the Rams. I think they have the MVP in Matthew Stafford. If he wins that, we always have that debate, and there's this hangover here in Detroit. Is he a Super Bowl or is he a Hall of Famer? He wins the MVP. If he wins another Super Bowl, I think he's a sure bet for the Hall of Fame and probably is already. But they're a top 10 scoring defense paired with the number 1 offense. I think they're the complete package, the most complete package. There are a team with some flaws. You can hit them in the secondary. They can get after the quarterback. They can stop the run. The secondary is the weak part of the defense. Mm-hmm. But offensively, they got a 1-2 punch in the backfield, obviously with Matthew Stafford at quarterback and the receivers, Puka Nacua. They could be having Super Bowl parades in L.A. again.
Some would say the ultimate package.
Yes.
All right, that's John's Power Surge.
News.
Oh, boy. Heather gave us a sneak peek.
When you say it like that.
Be prepared.
Oh, boy. Power Surge 97.1. I'll tell you about KG Law. The winter means snow and icy roads. It means more serious injuries from car accidents. So listen up. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident because KG has won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable. He'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877 KG Cares. That's KAJY, or visit kgcares.com. John gave us a ranking of the teams left in the NFL playoffs as they begin this weekend.
Anybody that, or in terms of really like the top 6, that you would bump up or bump down?
John, I wrote it down and
I've got Rams at 1, Seahawks at 2.
I'd bump the Seahawks down.
Okay, so where do you have the Texans, the Bills, Broncos?
I think those are some of the top teams. Like I think the Texans and the Bills are the 2 teams I feel most strongly could make a deep run in the AFC playoffs. I think I'd bump the Eagles up.
Oh.
I mean, look, they're a team that's done it. They beat the Rams this year, right? Albeit it was on a blocked field goal at the buzzer.
You play every minute.
And those 2 teams played a very good playoff game the year before that the Eagles also won. I know the offensive struggles have been there, but they are a team, both lines of scrimmage, as good as any in football. And their quarterback, uncanny ability to not turn the ball over, which could be the difference in winning and losing playoff games.
It feels like they're a team on the edge, like they're on the cliff. And if things don't go well first quarter, first half, offensively, they could implode.
Oh, they could spiral. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look.
But it also kind of feels like, hey, if the ball bounces the right way, that oblong ball bounces the right way, and then all of a sudden, hey, they're a team that could catch fire. And like to your point, they could make a run.
So they're a team that wouldn't do well if they were trailing. They've had games where they go a second half without completing a pass.
Right.
And they have not been a high-flying offense, despite the fact they got A.J. Brown and Devontae Adams, and Jalen Hurts has had a 300-yard passing game in the Super Bowl. It feels like this team isn't built to come back from a big deficit. Now, fortunately for them, their defense doesn't put them in big deficits.
Right. And you think the offense, like, okay, well, if you're not throwing the ball, well, just hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley.
That's been
kind of that's been tough to do as well.
It's kind of running through mud a lot of this season. But no, I think your bottom teams are the right teams. The top teams are the top teams. Like Seattle, how far do you move them down because you don't trust Darnold? They still have the 1 seed. They still run the ball and play defense. You can't completely leave them out. John, I think we're talking through what should be a great NFL playoffs. I'm curious. There's been this dynamic in this city the last couple seasons of people being so frustrated at the Lions that they say they won't watch the Super Bowl or they're done watching football. Is that still the case for people? Like when they lost the NFC title game, we got a lot of phone calls from people saying,
can't watch the Super Bowl.
I can't watch the Super Bowl. Now that's so close, that's so raw, that's in the moment. Last year, they blow the 1 seed. You know, guys, I just don't have an appetite to watch football. Lions didn't even make the playoffs, so it's not like you can claim...
Yeah, an upsetting first-round exit.
Right, man, and the writing was on the wall for the better part of 2 months with the Lions. You kind of had to make peace with it. Are people gearing up for the NFL playoffs, or are they turned off by the NFL because the Lions aren't good?
I think you're going to have a share of Lions fans that are only watching the NFL because they're Lions fans. And I'm not going to go good fan, bad fan, new fan, old fan. There are a lot of tried and true. They've watched the Lions for 50 years. That just don't simply watch the playoffs because their team's not in it, and that's okay. Obviously, I'm a bit of a football fan,
A little bit,
and so I'm going to watch every single game and probably multiple times because I just don't ever want football season to end. So there's also those, quote unquote, football junkies that I think, even though the Lions aren't in it, are still going to watch the playoffs. Heck, they're craving for more college football, even though it's a bizarre world in college sports right now.
Yep.
That they're just fiending for more football.
Yeah, look, if I didn't watch the NFL playoffs because the Lions were bad, I would have spent most of my life not watching the NFL playoffs.
Right, yeah. What is this thing that they're doing after the regular season?
They're going to keep playing? Now, the last couple years may have made it feel a little sour to watch playoff football, feeling like you were left out, should have been there, right? As the 1 seed should have been there. With a 17-point lead in the NFC title game, should have been there. You can't make the case this year the Lions should have been there. So I think it reverts back to the way it's been most of your life. Like, you're going to watch playoffs without the Lions. Like, I'm as intrigued as ever to watch this NFL playoffs.
I am as well, and part of it is because it's so wide open. We went through, I ranked the teams, 1 through 14, and I think there's there's a cutoff, and you could make an argument, and I don't know that I would agree with it, but I think there's 8 teams that could get to the Super Bowl. Not as many that can win it, but I think there are as many as 8 teams, and you could make an argument that the Jaguars are ahead at 9. You could make an argument that they could go on a run. Trevor Lawrence gets hot. Their defense is good. They create turnovers. They pressure quarterbacks. That they could be a team that goes on this would be a Cinderella run for me.
Again, not predicting it, but again, the spread for their first-round matchup, they're at home, and it's inside of 2 points. If they beat Buffalo in the first playoff game, we got done talking about it. Denver's unproven. New England's unproven. Who's proven? I mean, the Texans' front would be a real problem.
Normally, we get into the postseason, we think, okay, there's 3, maybe 4 teams that legitimately have a shot at reaching the Super Bowl.
Well,
and this year, it's twice or more.
We call it the Mahomes effect. When the Chiefs are in, you go, well, they're one of the 2 or 3 teams that can win it. They're not in. Now you're going, there could be as many as 8 that make the Super Bowl. I think that's the Mahomes and the Chiefs effect.
Yeah. And so I've got Rams, Seahawks, Houston, Texans, the Bills, the Broncos, the Eagles, the Niners, the Patriots. That's 8 teams that you can make an argument for any of those 8 teams that they are going to be playing in the Super Bowl. And I think it's going to be unbelievably entertaining from this weekend all the way through Super Bowl weekend.
Couple texts that have come in right away. Football season's over. Last 2 years, I didn't want to watch the Super Bowl, but I did anyway. It's a holiday. I didn't have Super Bowl expectations this year, and I'm pumped for the postseason. That's the other side of the coin. Mm-hmm. Guys, any real football fan is more excited for the postseason than any of the last 5 or so years, regardless of the Lions being in Cancun or not. Guys, football season's off. Done. Finito. Go Wings, Pat and Romeo.
Well, and so for Detroit sports fans, that's another wrinkle because we've got the Wings aren't in first place anymore. They didn't play, but they got leaped. So they're now in second in the Atlantic. Mm-hmm. But we got a first place basketball team. So there are other things that Detroit Lions or Detroit sports fans could turn their attention to.
Right. For the long weekend coming up, you're going to get games Saturday, Sunday, and Monday night. Is it the NFL playoffs or the local teams taking your attention? This one says, guys, I will watch the NFL playoffs, but not if the Wings or Pistons are on at the same time. They have my full attention. That's Nick in Westland.
Well, the Super Bowl is going to be right in the middle of the Olympic break for the Wings.
Yeah, leagues typically don't go toe-to-toe with the Super Bowl. There may be a game earlier in the day. Like I know the Pistons have played earlier on Super Bowl Sunday, but you're not going to have to worry about that.
But we are talking more about the entire playoffs, and there could be some conflicts of Pistons-Wings playing versus an NFL playoff game that doesn't involve our local team.
248-539-9797. Guys, I can't watch because it looks rigged. It's about money, and it's very sad. I just can't watch.
Well, if you believe in the script and you believe it's rigged, then why are you even watching in the regular season?
Right. You're not the person we're talking to.
Yeah.
So we'll talk more about this in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll tell you how you can win Red Wings tickets. And John has a great conundrum for 2 college football quarterbacks. It's 97.1.
Michigan basketball escaped with a road win over Penn State last night, 74-72, to remain unbeaten and improve to 14-0 this year. Michigan's leading scorer came off the bench as L.J. Kaysen posted 14 points on 5 of 8 shooting to lead the way for the second-ranked Wolverines. Michigan will now get ready to face Wisconsin on Saturday in Ann Arbor. And former Michigan State Spartan Paul Davis apologized publicly last night after getting ejected from MSU's game against USC. Davis apologized today to the official Jeffrey Anderson, the players on both USC and Michigan State, and the parents that brought their kids to the game. Here's some of what he said.
Yesterday shouldn't have happened, but today needs to happen. And I'm not up here to make any excuses. I'm up here to take accountability, to own it. And, there's a lot of people, obviously, that have known me, some in here for 25 years. They know that's not me, but last night it was.
And the Lions have parted ways with John Morton, firing the offensive coordinator after 1 year last night. With Morton calling plays, Detroit went 5-3 through the first 9 weeks and averaged 30 points per game, 225 yards through the air, and 351 yards in total. Under Campbell, Detroit's record dipped to 4-5, as did their scoring at 27 points per game. However, the Lions threw for over 50 more yards per game after Campbell assumed the play calling duties in Week 10. The Lions will now hire an offensive coordinator for the second year in a row. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We have Red Wing tickets to give away this hour on the show. A pair of tickets to see their next game against the Vancouver Canucks, January 8th. For tickets and event info, go to NHL.com/Red Wings. To win them with us this morning, listen this hour for the Mickey Redmond Bingo Bango drop. When you hear that, call in, win your pair of tickets. Get tickets all season long for the Centennial season, celebrations for 100 years of hockey. John, a couple quick texts on our last convo. There's been this undercurrent the last few years. Whenever the Lions season ends, football fans here say, I'm done. It's a sour ending. I just can't stomach watching more football. But that was when they were the 1 seed, or when they were on the edge of the Super Bowl, right? You're up halftime, 17 points of the NFC title game. A little different when you finish the season the way they did, struggling. We all kind of came to grips with that they just weren't good enough. Are you invested in these NFL playoffs, or Lions letdown, put a sour taste in your mouth? You're going to focus on Pistons, Red Wings, other things. 248-539-9797. Guys, I haven't watched a game since Christmas. Go Pistons, go Wings. That's Roy in Clarkston. Guys, think about it like this. This is from Steve. It might be just the second time in the last 25 years that fans could watch the NFL playoffs without Brady or Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean,
Think
it's
about
wild.
That. That's crazy.
It is wild.
I think the only time in that 25 years would have been when Brady tore his ACL, right? And missed that one season.
Yeah.
Other than that, we've had one of Brady or Mahomes in the playoffs every year.
But then you start thinking about, okay, who could the next guys be? Because you got Drake May in there. He's only in his second year. You've got other young quarterbacks. Is this the year that Josh Allen gets it done? Now, he's not, obviously as young as Drake May.
No, but there are guys who've been waiting in line. Like I think of Herbert, Allen. Hey, man, if you felt like, well, it's like Jordan. He wins all the titles. What are we supposed to do? Well,
just wait till he's out.
Well, or go be
They're out.
Akeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
Jordan's going to go play baseball. Go be Akeem Olajuwon. I think that's a great way of looking at the NFL playoffs. Who's Akeem Olajuwon? Who's going to go steal the Super Bowl that they've been denied under Mahomes and Brady?
So if Allen does win it, does Tirico put an asterisk on it?
God. Did they have the Super Bowl this year?
Man.
I got to look. I'm not quite sure. I think they're due for it.
Well, I thought you were the one that knew all the broadcasters and
I know
the
them when
stations.
after they happen.
After they, okay.
By the way, Tirico did a great job Sunday night setting up that dramatic kick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're great.
Again, I go back to that, and obviously the fallout has been that the kick was missed. John Harbaugh is out of a job. If the kick is made, is John Harbaugh still in Baltimore and Mike Tomlin's out of a job? Like that kickers. Kickers.
And you would have gone to an NFC Championship game. All right. Sorry. It is NBC, by the way.
Okay.
So he can put the asterisk.
Was it Peyton Manning that called Vanderjagt his idiot kicker?
Yes.
Yes.
It's awesome.
Great.
Another one says, playoff football is quality football. I will, of course, be watching. That's Sid in Novi. Sid's on board.
Yeah. But most of it will be quality football. I'm not sure what Carolina's going to look like.
It'll technically be football. Quality.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Steelers are going to look like.
So, John, I agree quickly with the 8 teams that you had said you think have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. I do think the one that's lurking outside of that you don't have potentially is Jacksonville. I'm not quite sure what to make of them.
So I got them at 9.
Yeah, and they won their last 6 games by 121 points. And they went into Denver and won by 14.
Yeah, that's why I think this is going to be unbelievably entertaining in the postseason, because Jacksonville, even though I don't have them in my top 8, I don't think they're going to be there. They do have that chance. And I would classify them as being able to make that Cinderella run. The other one that I've got way down the list is the Chargers. Well, I'd say way down the list. They're at 10.
But think about it. The coach-quarterback combo is strong as any in the playoffs, right?
Right. And is Justin Herbert able to put this team on his back and play with the broken hand? And are they able to overcome some of the deficiencies on defense and being able to protect him?
At the same time, they finished right around a top 10 defense.
Right.
Herbert had a game down the stretch where he wasn't sacked at all. If they win one, get the monkey off their back, beat a Patriots team that's a little
14-win
overinflated,
team,
but
yeah.
maybe a little overinflated, all of a sudden the Chargers monkey's off their back. Jim Harbaugh's been to a Super Bowl. Like, it's as wide open as any NFL playoffs that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. On the Lions front, we're going to have a little fun with the coordinator carousel. 7:35, we've got a baker's dozen names. We'll do yay or nay for the Lions' next offensive coordinator. John Morton was relieved of his duties yesterday. We also have proposal fails. It was in the news in the state of Michigan. End of the hour, we'll get into that. John, I don't want to shortchange your topic here because I think this is a really interesting question you have for two college quarterbacks.
Yeah, and the two college quarterbacks, the two guys that, if they come out, are going to go extremely high in this draft are Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, Heisman Trophy winner. We all know what he's done there. We're still watching him play. And the quarterback that he's going to face in the semifinals, Dante Moore. We love Dante Moore, local kid. Both of them, and I didn't realize this, Fernando Mendoza still has a year of eligibility. Obviously, Dante Moore, only being of sophomore eligibility, has 2 more years of eligibility. The top 2 teams drafting, now this is typical, right? You have some of the worst franchises or the worst teams drafting at the top of the draft in regards to the NFL draft. And does Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore look and say, well, the Raiders are picking 1. They're currently going to be paying what, 4 head coaches? They've been a disaster of a franchise, and they're still paying Josh McDaniels, Antonio Pierce, Pete Carroll, and, oh, by the way, they're still paying the highest paid coordinator that was fired mid-season in Chip Kelly. It's been a disaster, but they have a minority owner in Tom Brady. Does one of them look and say, well, if I can go number 1, do I get a chance to work with Tom Brady? And is that enticing to be able to come out? Obviously, the money. Okay, that goes understood. Like your number 1 or number 2 overall pick, you're going to be making a bunch of money. But college quarterbacks are also making a lot of money.
Getting drafted by the wrong team can ruin your career.
If one of those guys says, you know what, hey, we're going to go 1-2. And if I go to the Raiders, maybe I'm okay with that, depending on who they hire as their coach.
Yeah.
But if I go 2 to the Jets, now this isn't a slight at Aaron Glenn. This is more of a shot at the organization. That has, 15 years since they've been in the postseason?
Yikes.
It is a disaster.
It's the longest drought in the NFL, right?
Of an organization.
Yeah.
So
and the fear I would have if I was drafted by the Jets, New York market, things turn
media.
quickly. Aaron Glenn in year 2, if he doesn't see a year 3, you have to learn a whole new playbook. There'd be a whole new coaching staff 1 year into your career.
So the question is, before I start, going on and on about this topic, is if you are Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore and you're looking at it going, hey, either I'm going to the Raiders or the Jets, do I make the decision to come out and go to one of those teams and start my NFL career and know that an organization could kill a quarterback's career and maybe you're only there for 3 or 4 years? You don't get the support. You don't get anything that gives you an advantage to be a successful NFL quarterback, and you don't get a chance to get to that second contract. Or you get labeled as a backup, or you got to be a retread like a Sam Darnold after 7 or 8 years. Or do I stay in college sports where, and it's been reported that the new Texas Tech quarterback is making around $5 million. Fernando Mendoza is the current Heisman Trophy winner. He could be the quarterback of a national championship team. Is there a path for him to make $4 to $6 million? Same thing with Dante Moore. We know they got some money out in Oregon. $4 to $6 million. Continue to develop another year in college football and roll the dice and say, you know what, maybe next year somebody else is picking 1 or 2, but I have another chance to develop more as a quarterback in college football and make a bunch of money.
So this question has been asked before, but things are different now because college athletes are getting paid. You know, this isn't the first time we've thought, hey, should a quarterback go back to school to avoid being drafted by, I don't know, the Cleveland Browns or something? The difference now is you can still get paid a lot of money if you stay in college. Your question is, for these two quarterbacks, should they consider staying in school given who's picking 1 and specifically who's picking number 2? Here's what's so tough about it. The sooner you get to the NFL, the sooner you get to the second contract. The second contract is the generational wealth. That's where we're talking about stacking hundreds of millions of dollars in your bank account.
But do you even have a chance if you're going to the Jets to get to that second contract?
Well, and it's tough because I think the Raiders are the better destination right now. I guess it'll depend on who they hire as their head coach, but I think you get a little more runway, a couple years with that coaching staff. You go out because you think you could go number 1, right? Like if you're Dante Moore, if you're Fernando Mendoza, you think you got a shot to go number 1, so you go pro. And if you fall to 2, I think that's where it gets a little rockier. Just because I don't know if Aaron Glenn sees a third season in New York.
Right, and then
and now you're Sam Darnold, and it's the long road to your $100 million.
Right,
So
then you're looking at your second year going, hey, the first year was an epic disaster.
Yep.
Second year, it's going to be a new coach, new system, new everything. Plus, it's still an organization that is a dumpster fire.
And the Harbaugh firing could change this. He's a candidate probably for the Raiders.
Right.
And we said earlier, this might open up other jobs, his availability.
Yeah.
Does it open up the Jets' job? The Jets swoop. The Giants are rumored to be hot after him.
Right.
You know?
How many teams have fired their coach for John Harbaugh? It's more than 10.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It is. And so how long does it take for them to hire that coach? And what is the deadline, currently the mythical deadline for declaring for the NFL draft?
Right.
I think Tom's looking it up right now. I don't know what that date is, but you would anticipate that all of these teams would have a head coach by that deadline, and it may determine, all right, if the Raiders get John Harbaugh, either of those guys come out because they think they could be number 1 and go and play for John Harbaugh.
You go out, you work out for them, you spin the football, you do the interviews, you position yourself to go number 1 overall. Here's the other reality, and it's always been the truth here. You could say, I don't want to go to these 2 teams, but it's going to be 2 lousy teams the next year. I mean, that's by definition. You're going to have poorly run franchises with coaches who are brand new or on the hot seat. Like, that's just going to be what it is if you're going to be taken at the top of the NFL draft. I think the answer is you probably go, but I think the question's harder to answer because of the money in college football now.
So the answer I'm finding on this is January 14th for non-playoff teams is the declaration date. For playoff teams, it's January 23.
Okay, so if
they
Dante
may
Moore
not
and Oregon
have
win, they are still going to have to drag that out, that decision.
Right, but by January 23, like I think John Harbaugh is probably hired by then.
Yes.
But if he's not hired by one of these 2 teams, then who is going to be the Raiders coach? If they're waiting for a coordinator that's playing in the Super Bowl.
Also true.
And doesn't the portal close like the 16th?
Well, someone texted this in, and it did pop in my head too. I don't want to kill the topic, but Indiana already has next year's quarterback. They brought in Hoover from TCU.
But that can change.
I know.
So, and then, Fernando Mendoza, he goes on to win a national championship. You can't tell me that somebody wouldn't say, hey, we'll pay you $6 million to come be our quarterback. You're a Heisman Trophy winner.
I just think you got to go at that point. Like, if you win the Heisman Trophy, the national title, you're going to be the number 1 or gasp the number 2 pick. You go, you deal with the fact that you might be a Jet. You deal with the fact that it might not work out. You can't live in fear that it's going to fail. These guys are uber competitive, uber confident. Of course, I'm going to succeed.
Or could one of them pull a John Elway or an Eli Manning?
Well, there's always that possibility, too. Although Fernando Mendoza feels way too wholesome to do something like that.
I don't know. I mean, the Manning family kind of felt that way as well.
True. Who's pulling the strings? We're going to get to the coaching carousel, coordinator carousel for the Lions. That's at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe on the roads. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with the tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, That's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
It went viral from our state. Proposal fails. We'll do it at 7:50. Little Lions football talk at 7:35. John Morton out. Coordinator carousel. A baker's dozen. We'll play yay or nay. Do you want this guy to be the new OC for the Lions? That's at 7:35.
Hey, we were talking about the coaches that the Raiders are still paying. I mentioned Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels, Pete Carroll, and I threw in Chip Kelly because he was the highest paid coordinator. They're also still paying John Gruden.
What a mess.
They're paying $50 million this year to former coaches, and they still have yet to hire their next coach.
So they'll pay 5 coaches next season, right? Unless one drops off.
No, they're going to be paying Antonio Pierce $8 million, Josh McDaniels 10, John Gruden 10, Pete Carroll 16, and Chip Kelly 6. So there'll be 5 head coaches, but
and then so 6 total coaches, 5 head coaches. Wow. And that's team picking number 1. So you brought this question up. Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza. We've always just said, hey, you go pro and you deal with the hand you're dealt. But now with the money that these college athletes are making, is it a bit of a conundrum? Do you risk going to the Raiders or the Jets? Could you have 2 coaches in 2 years in the case of the Jets? And hell, the Raiders just fired Pete Carroll after 1 year. That organization could do that again. So
I think it's more of a question for Dante Moore because he's only in his, 3rd year.
And there's a soft landing staying at Oregon.
Yeah.
If he decides...
And going to make a lot of money. And,
Yeah.
and maybe he wants to come back, win the Heisman. If they don't win a national championship, there's that.
Okay, so the Dante Moore question, let's just phrase it like that. If you're Dante Moore, everybody thinks Fernando's going number 1. It could change. Are you going pro to be drafted into the New York market, the mess that could be that coaching staff a year from now? Or are you going to come back to school, seek a record payout, chase a Heisman, chase a national title? I think the answer is you still go pro because you can't control who's going to be picking at the top. It could still be the Jets the very next year.
Could be. But it also could be a team like Arizona. Again, dumpster fires all over the place.
But you can't control it. Someone could trade up. You can't control who drafts you.
No, you can't.
Unless you're a Manning.
Right, yeah, or Elway.
For the most part, us regular common folk, we just get taken where we're taken.
Mm-hmm.
The most quarterbacks don't have a say in where they're going to go. So it's hard to try to manufacture a destination if you're Dante Moore. I think it's more interesting than it's ever been, but I think the decision is you go pro.
Yeah, because you're going to have the earning power over, let's just say 4 years, if they don't end up picking up your 5th year.
Yeah. Is greater
than the 1 year of college football. But there is also that argument, and I know a lot of NFL execs would love to see more college quarterbacks stay longer and develop at the college level than coming in not as developed as they need to be to play at the NFL level.
Where this is going to be more interesting is actually not Mendoza or Moore. It's going to be guys who have like a 2nd-round grade. Do you go or do you stay?
I think that decision is becoming much easier to stay for another year. And because even if you don't improve your draft stock, you might be making more as a 4th or 5th year senior in college than you would be making as a 2nd-round pick.
A great example is Quinn Ewers a year ago. He would have made way more money being the quarterback in the SEC or the Big Ten this season.
Yes.
Than he was as a 7th-round pick holding the clipboard most of the year for the Miami Dolphins. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Pete. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I think you got to go, gentlemen. And here's a reason that I haven't heard brought up yet. What about trades? Either way. So say you waited out a year and there's a couple more decent teams at the top of the order there. One of those horrible franchises can trade up and get you. Or vice versa. Yep. You can go this year and, a good team who had a rough year, a la, I don't know, name any of the decent teams that missed the playoffs, they can, trade some draft capital and go grab you, and it could work out. It's just so much out of your control. You got to go. Get closer to that 2nd contract.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great thought. And we didn't even talk about the trade that the Jets made in unloading Sauce Gardner. They're going to have 3 first-round picks, and they're going to have a couple more next year.
So if they don't take a QB this year...
Well, no, but my point is if they take whoever they take, whether it's Mendoza or Moore at number 2, you're going to get a lot of young talent in the next 2 drafts, and hopefully they do it right. They start building a franchise, and you can grow with them, and then you can be the quarterback that makes all the difference in the world.
You're the best quarterback since Joe Namath for the New York Jets. You get your own Broadway Joe moment. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So, after being ejected from Michigan State's win over USC at the Breslin on Monday, former MSU star Paul Davis is now apologizing. So, he was removed from his seat after shouting something that crossed the line at a referee. And on Tuesday, Davis spoke at a podium at Michigan State's media availability where he apologized to the players, to coaches, and the USC team.
Yes, they did.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't as shocking the second time around. I was prepared for it. But the first time I heard his voice,
Yeah.
I was kind of like, that's not how I pictured you sounding.
Yeah,
Do you know
but
what I
he's
mean?
a
Like,
big dude.
I know he's-
It would be weird if he came in with a high-pitched voice. Be like, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, but there's a lot of big dudes with not voices that sound like this.
You are correct.
Did you go to school around the same time he did?
We did. I think we graduated around the same time. I didn't know him. Obviously, I went to the rivalry school. He was at Rochester. I went to Adams. But I knew of him because obviously.
Well, you guys were at Michigan State at the same time then, too. But you hadn't. Did you ever go to a basketball game?
No.
So no football games, no basketball games.
No.
Your college experiences.
I have been
Way
to the
different.
Breslin for something. I don't believe it was a basketball game. Yeah, let's not. We had a very different college experience. No, I wasn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't into the sports. Okay, so according to a new investigative report, 2 DDOT employees engaged in romantic interactions while on duty, which led to all sorts of disruptions, but they weren't properly disciplined. So it happened last year. It sounds like last May in particular, the employees were caught on video. Quote, fondling each other on a bus. They then reported
Always
like
an uncomfortable news
I know,
article.
a fake. Wait till the next one. A fake mechanical issue with the bus. They then like put the bus out of commission and went to a restaurant. They went out to eat. So all of that resulted in like 115 minutes of service disruption. So the bus just wasn't running. So there was all these people waiting to get
For
to
the
wherever
bus,
they
yeah.
needed to go, and the bus wasn't there. It sounds like there was other occasions too where the bus was taken out of service. Anyway, the new report also found that both employees failed to actually disclose their relationship, which is required. And then it also found that the 2 only received 5-day suspensions, but according to,
Their bylaws
yeah,
or
they
the rule
should
book.
have basically been fired. Should have been, it says like a 30-day suspension followed by termination is what they should have received for their actions. But it also found like whoever was disciplining them didn't actually research the situation. A whole lot's going on. So basically they want some new things
Punishments,
implemented.
yeah.
They want new punishments, and it sounds like that is taking place. I talked about the next story being a little uncomfortable. Listen to this. Former NFL pro Matt Khalil is suing his ex-wife, Haley, over comments that she made on Twitch back in November about the size of his junk. So she actually said that his size was the biggest factor in their divorce. And she described it as 2 Coke cans, maybe even a third.
And he's suing her.
And he's suing her because he says that her remarks have subjected him to unwanted
what to
attention and invasive commentary from the public. And on top of that, he claims that his family has been negatively affected as well, especially
was-
his new wife.
So explain this, because it sounds like a compliment, but it's made his life worse.
According to him.
So Pete Davidson has said this too, because Ariana
Yes.
Grande hyped him up, and now
Sure.
he says every woman he's with is let down because this idea has been built up in their head. So now Matt Khalil's walking around with
Yes.
3 Coke cans, allegedly.
Yes, and apparently
Is that stacked or is it like,
Talking girth.
oh boy.
Yes, they're stacked, John.
Either way,
It'd be
yeah.
weird if it was. I don't want to picture this.
No.
It's all weird.
So,
I heard she's countersuing for medical expenses.
Oh God.
well, she did say that she was left in tears.
Oh, no.
But she did say
I would imagine that she knew this before they got married.
You would think.
Oh yeah, you would imagine. Oh, for sure.
But
of
then
course
that's
she did.
did you say that's the number one reason for the divorce?
Yeah, that's what the biggest factor in their divorce.
The biggest
Yes.
factor.
Yeah. Anyway, so he's basically saying that while he's left to deal with all this unwanted public attention, she's been financially benefiting from the attention she's getting. So anyway, he's requesting a jury trial and damages with the amount exceeding over $75,000. She says she's shocked and hurt by the filing.
Wonder what type of exhibits they'll have.
Sounds like a couple pop cans. All right, that's Heather with the news. 97.1. It's time for yay or nay coordinator carousel. Do you want this guy to be the Lions' next offensive coordinator?
All right, guys. First name up is Scotty Montgomery, Lions assistant coach and receivers coach.
I would say nay. You got to have a sophisticated passing attack, and I'm sure that he's versed in that. I just don't know that he's at that position yet.
They passed over him last year. They didn't hand him play calling in season. Nay.
All right, another in-house name, Hank Fraley, Lions offensive line coach, offensive run game coordinator.
Again, passed over last year, didn't give him the job midseason, and I want him focusing on this offensive line reshuffle. I go nay.
I would be interested in this one. I'd say yay. And the reason is he's been there. He's there before Dan Campbell. And I think there is a case to be made for, he interviewed last year for the Seattle Seahawks OC job, didn't get it. I know that his name is going to be tossed around again for some of these OC spots. I wouldn't necessarily just throw this one away. I would say yay.
All right, big name here, Brian Daboll, ex-Giants coach.
Interesting, because I know there's a relationship, obviously, between the two of them. They've talked about that in the scrimmages that they've had. I don't know that him as OC, his personality, and being a former head coach, I don't know that that fits for this team or for what Dan Campbell would need.
I'd say yay. If you want someone you trust who's called plays before, that's a huge check in the case of Brian Daboll. And again, I'm not asking him to run the football team. It went poorly in New York. Just run my offense. He's proven he can do it at a high level.
All right, maybe stealing somebody from Ben Johnson. Declan Doyle, he is the offensive coordinator for the Bears.
So the Bears would have to approve this. I don't think they're going to do the Lions any favors. I'm going to go nay.
Well, they would have to approve it unless it was OC/assistant head coach. That's where titles all matter, and it would be a promotion in title. I'm not going to say no. I would say yay on this one. I would need to hear more of the interview process, but we obviously saw what the Bears did offensively.
All right, name from the past, but actually has interviewed reportedly with the Lions already for the job. David Blau, who is the Commanders' quarterbacks coach.
Interesting.
Greg's face said it all.
You're wincing?
He looks like he wanted to puke when I said that.
Oh, no. The one thing that I know about Blau is he is a really good offensive mind. I just don't know if he would be ready to be calling plays at this point.
Look, at some point, Sean McVay was a nobody and Ben Johnson was a nobody, so I don't want to write off young up-and-coming coaches. He played here, he knows the culture, and he's taken on more creative offensive responsibilities since leaving the organization. I go, yay, I'd be interested.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too, is Ben Johnson, when he was named OC, there was still this debate all summer. Was Dan Campbell going to be calling plays or was Ben Johnson? I don't even think they made that determination until they got into the training camp.
Yeah, I think the less known guys make more sense if Dan wants to keep his options open going into next season.
All right, next name, Davis Webb, Denver Broncos pass game coordinator.
Again, the Sean Payton tree. There's your familiarity quotient. Former NFL quarterback, young, considered a rising star in coaching circles. These guys all start somewhere. Yay.
They do. I don't know, though, the whole John Morton thing obviously didn't work out. It was that Sean Payton coaching tree situation. And I'm not going to say no on one guy just because another one didn't work out. I'd be interested, so I'm not going to say nay.
All right, another powerhouse name, former Cleveland head coach Kevin Stefanski.
Yay. I think he's a tremendous coach. Now, this is going to be one, though, where, like Dan Campbell said, if I'm calling plays, then you don't have to worry about somebody stealing your play caller. If Kevin Stefanski, I think he's only here a year, maybe two, and then he gets to be a head coach again.
Yeah, I think it'd be a rehab stint, coaching rehabilitation. He'd come in here, he'd run the offense, and then he'd probably leave. But there's nobody more qualified on this list than Kevin Stefanski. Yay.
All right, Tommy Rees, Cleveland Browns offensive coordinator.
So they gave him play calling duties in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Yes or no? I guess yay.
Yeah, I would say yay as well. I mean, this is a guy, he's got a ton of energy. I think he's going to be a future head coach. Again, it goes to if he comes here and does well, which we all want him to do,
yeah,
eventually he's going to be a head coach.
That's okay. It's part of winning football games.
Yep.
We want to get back to that.
Shane Waldron, Jacksonville Jaguars pass game coordinator.
Nay. He flopped as the OC in both Seattle and Chicago. I don't need to see it.
No.
Nate Scheelhaas, LA Rams pass game coordinator.
I would say yay on this one. And I remember when we were talking about, whether it was Scotty Montgomery, Hank Fraley, the sophistication of the pass game, when you look at what the Rams are doing and McVay, I think I might say yay to anybody that's fallen off that tree.
Yeah, that tree has been mostly successful. There's always the risk you don't get to take Sean McVay with you, but I'm intrigued. Yay.
All right, we got a big name here. Cliff Kingsbury, who was the OC with the Commanders.
I think we could probably say this in unison. Nay.
Really?
And the reason I say nay is because his offense is based more on having a mobile quarterback. It was Jaden Daniels. It was Kyler Murray in college and with Arizona. So I just don't know that his style of offense fits with Jared Goff.
Well, and what do we want the Lions to really improve on? It's running the ball. It's firing out and setting up that play action. Cliff Kingsbury's more that pass heavy offense, and reportedly that was some of the conflict in Washington, is he wanted to throw more and they wanted to run more. Just feels like a square peg round hole situation.
A name you might have to wait on here if the Bills make a playoff run is Ronald Curry, Buffalo Bills quarterbacks coach.
I'm going to say nay as well, simply because he's used to working with Josh Allen, and Josh Allen is one of the best running quarterbacks that you have. His offense is designed around having that style of quarterback.
He can't teach Goff to do what Allen does?
So why is this guy mentioned? You've probably never heard of him. He does have a connection, was an assistant under Sean Payton back in the day in New Orleans, so that's the coaching tree Campbell comes from. Passing game guy, you always wonder how much of it is Josh Allen,
Yeah.
Right.
So nay.
Real quick, is he the old Kentucky quarterback? Ronald Curry, or am I thinking of something? No?
No.
Oh, that's Carolina hoops, Greg. All right,
No, he played receiver at North Carolina.
Okay. He did both. He was a two-sport athlete. Sorry to sidetrack us there. But anywho, finally, a name that just became available last night. Todd Monken, ex-Ravens OC.
I think this is my most yay of any of the names on the list. Run-heavy offense, ran the offense, so there's a degree of, hey, I'm not rolling the dice with an inexperienced guy. Proven commodity, run game emphasis, yay.
Yeah, and it's not just been success with Lamar. He's been good at being a part of offenses that don't just have that mobile quarterback. I would definitely say a yay on this one.
The one concern here is it sounds like John Harbaugh was insistent he wouldn't move on from him in Baltimore. Wherever John Harbaugh gets a job, probably brings him with him to be the OC.
He's not maybe a head coaching candidate?
I suppose he could be. There's your coordinator carousel.
I mean, I don't know that he's ready for that one yet, but we'll see.
Did I read he interviewed for the Michigan job? I think I might have read that. I don't know if he's going to be an NFL head coach this cycle. I think offensive coordinator, and I think the Lions should be reaching out and making a phone call. Here's your coordinator carousel 97.1.
Hey, we're talking about Planet Fitness all week long, and at the start of the new year, we all have goals. If you want to get into better shape, Planet Fitness is a great place to do it. You have free fitness training on any level of membership from knowledgeable trainers, and it doesn't matter if you're new, if you're experienced. There's a lot to be had at Planet Fitness. We all have our different reasons. I talk about mine all the time. I want to be able to play and do things with my kids. I want to be active. To do that, I've got to make sure that I'm still active in the gym. And if you're thinking about Planet Fitness, some of the great things, it's $1 down right now, $15 a month. That gets you in the door. But if you want more, if you want access to over 2,800 clubs nationwide, if you want to have unlimited guest privileges, you're gonna go with the Black Card membership. It's $24.99 a month, and you have access to their Black Card spa as well, and all the amenities that brings. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on your free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Good morning, 97.1. Mixing some phone calls on the coordinator carousel. Lions are going to make a change at offensive coordinator. John Morton is out. We'll field some of those phone calls. There's also this story in the news, Heather, this viral proposal in the state of Michigan that went wrong.
Yeah, it went viral for all the wrong and the right reasons, really, thankfully. So there's a man from Rochester Hills. They went to Boyne, and he proposed to his girlfriend up on that big sky bridge. And as he was down on one knee proposing, he took the ring out of the box and had kind of, shaky fingers. And the ring fell through the grating of the bridge all the way down like 118 feet into the snow below. So, of course, they searched for it for like 2.5 hours. Somebody working at the resort had metal detectors, so they were out there, and they kind of had given up hope after all of that time. But the man who worked there said, you know what? I'm not done. And he stayed out there longer searching. And it was on like his last attempt. He reached down into the snow, grabbed a huge
Chunk
handful,
of snow,
and there in his hand, he could see the ring glistening. And kind of like right as they were like about to walk out and like head home without the ring, that man came through and was like, ha, I've got it. So a happy ending after all of that, and a story to tell too. Oh, John.
I bet so.
My gosh.
Love was in the air. Sorry, you did such a good job setting that up, and then he...
It was the reaction behind the scenes. I wasn't going to react
blame it
at
all
all.
on me.
Yeah,
It's 50-50. When we make eye contact, when Heather does something like that, it's over.
There was a moment when TJ was in this week, and I'm proud of us collectively, because he said something about sitting down something and
Yeah, it was. It could have been
a hard place.
Yeah, something more.
We were able to avoid it. Anyway, back to
Boys.
this story, this proposal. It went viral. It's a proposal fail
Yes,
that ended up working out.
sure did.
We want to hear your proposal fail stories and places you've lost your wedding ring or engagement ring. 248-539-9797.
I've lost one before.
You have?
Yeah, and that was simply because while I was playing, I never wore one because my hands, I would just break my fingers all the time.
I don't think you're supposed to when you're playing
No.
sports at that.
And I would
level.
never wear it when I was playing, but I like after practice or
Okay.
mid-season, like my fingers were broken, so I couldn't put it on.
Couldn't even get
and-
the ring
yeah.
on your finger.
And so I didn't wear it for years, and I couldn't remember where it was.
This was the first marriage.
Yes.
I've never lost my ring. I'm pretty careful. I don't wear it a whole lot, I have to be honest, but I'm pretty careful. Now, though, my daughter always wants to look at it because I have it on like a ring stand. And I'm like, oh, be very careful. You can look at it, but
Yeah.
I'm with her. But I am nervous one day she'll go into my bedroom and find it and like, who knows, carry it off somewhere.
Yeah.
But there's got to be stories about people losing it down a drain.
Oh, sure.
Or like people wear it when they're boating and they do, wakeboarding and tubing and water skiing. It's like,
Especially you go on vacation, these
Yeah.
tropical places. Could be a honeymoon. You're not used to wearing the ring, and you do something active and you lose
Right.
it. Why don't you wear yours? I'm curious.
I'm not a big jewelry wearer. I don't like sleeping in rings because my hands kind of swell, my fingers swell, and I hate the feeling of a ring being stuck on my finger. Like it's the worst feeling to me in the world. And it just kind of gets in the way. Like when I had babies and I was washing my hands and
Yeah.
changing diapers constantly, it was just like getting hit on. And it's just kind of like, no, I just don't wear it. I wear it like if I go to an event, I'll wear it, but daily I don't.
Yeah. I mentioned I didn't wear the first one just simply because I couldn't put it back on my fingers. The wedding ring I have now, I almost never take off. It's just even when I work out, it's I'm not lifting heavy weights like I used to, so it never comes off. So there's really no risk of losing it.
Mine is in originals in Torch Lake.
Oh, you lost it in the lake?
Yes.
What were you doing?
So we were boating and having fun and all that, and we went to the sandbar at the southern point of the lake, get out, and we were playing football, and we have pictures to track when it disappeared.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was like earlier in the day, it was on my finger, and then there was this group photo at the sandbar after we played football, and the ring wasn't on anymore.
When did you realize
So you
that
didn't
you
even
lost
know
it?
it was gone.
No, not right away.
How long ago was this?
Oh, this was 16 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if
It
anyone's
wasn't a
found
real
it.
expensive one. So,
Well, that's what I was going to bring up too. I feel like Guy losing the wedding band a lot different than
Than a diamond.
Oh, yeah.
diamond that you spent how many thousands on. Yeah.
so I don't know where it is, but it's up there somewhere unless somebody found it like this. It's not far from Boyne. Get on it, metal detector
There
guy.
are stories like that
Yeah.
where people find rings that wash ashore, or
Yeah.
you never know. Maybe someone's got it on their finger, Tom.
It'd be weird.
You never know.
Yeah, found this one.
Might as well keep it.
248-539-9797. We don't wear wedding rings. We've talked about this on the show. Kelsey and I don't.
Did you guys even get them?
No.
What?
Yeah.
What'd you do at the wedding?
We had a very small ceremony. We
JLP?
obviously there's a little more than that, but it was just brothers, sisters, mom and dad on both sides. Just a short little ceremony.
Did you
That
say
was it.
vows?
Was it a handshake?
No, there were no vows, no handshake, John.
I do. Yeah.
Did you guys
kiss?
I'm down.
No
Yes.
vows. So was it even like officiated?
Yeah, no, we had an officiant.
So it is official.
It was yes, it was official. But we made the decision, instead of buying a wedding ring and having a wedding, we put a down payment on a house and took a honeymoon, which I don't regret for a second. For what it cost to have a wedding and what it cost to buy a wedding ring. Kelsey was never someone who wanted one. Her mom doesn't really wear one. She doesn't like jewelry, like you
Yeah.
said. She wouldn't really be wearing it all that often anyway. And it was like, for the cost, let's have a great honeymoon. Let's go to Hawaii and let's get a house. I mean, that's a huge expense. So we put the money into more practical things and
Has
more fun things.
She said
No.
now that she is like,
No.
now maybe I would like to have one.
Never come up.
Is this part of the swinger life?
Oh,
because,
yeah.
I mean, it just opens the door already. You're
Right,
not
yeah.
taken with the ring.
I don't know. Some of those would prefer that you show your ring. Yeah, but they want to
Yeah.
mess
That's why
around.
you go to the grocery store at the Upside Down Pineapple. If you got the ring on.
John, are you speaking from experience when you say this?
No. That's but Heather was shaking her head like
Sure.
that's yeah.
So she can confirm that's what it is.
I'm not confirming anything. I'm just
Yeah, nodding your
Agreed.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yes.
yes.
Like pushing
I've
this
heard
off on
that.
you
Yes,
guys.
yes. Good luck.
248-539-9797. I know
From
I'm
the
stuck
one that got
with it.
married with a handshake.
I don't do myself any favors when I say we took an adults only cruise and we don't wear wedding rings. I know how it sounds. I know why I get the comments.
I've just never heard of anybody going through a wedding ceremony and not exchanging rings. I'm not saying
You can't do it.
you can't do it. Obviously, there's nothing. If
Oh, I
that's
know
something
it's-
you guys agree on, that's
No, I know
fine.
it's not
just-
traditional. I know
Because-
it's unique.
could have done inexpensive rings. I mean, you don't have
Oh,
to
yeah, they
spend
could
a
be, like-
fortune on a wedding ring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could just be a wedding band for both of you.
Yeah. Some people do that. 248-539-9797. I'm seeing a lot of judgment over here. We got phone calls to get to. We want to know about your proposal fails and where you've lost your wedding ring. Because this moment that went viral up at Boyne. And by the way, you said his hand was shaking.
Well, it was
I
probably
mean,
cold
Yes.
and nervous.
and nervous. Yeah, and I mean, you're on the bridge to begin with.
Have you ever been on that bridge?
I
It's
have, yeah.
relatively new, isn't it? Newer.
Newer, yeah.
I've never been.
It's cool.
Oh yeah, it sounds cool.
It can be cold, but
And this
Can be,
this
yes,
poor guy,
in
he,
winter,
he thinks he's got this perfect, intimate, like wintry setting,
Right.
and it's going to go so perfectly. And then, no,
it hits the grating on the way down.
248-539-9797. Your story's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan basketball got past Penn State 74-72 on the road last night. It was an off night for the Michigan offense as they shot just 30% from deep and committed 12 turnovers. It was also an off night for Yaxel Lendeborg with 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. However, Dusty May says that's pretty good for an off night, especially for a guy dealing with an injury.
Threw the ring at fiance. Friend staged a ring loss. I thought I threw it away. Blanket on a beach and shook it out.
Like you see it go flying and it's like completely to water.
Michigan plays Wisconsin at home this Saturday. The Lions fired one-year offensive coordinator John Morton last night. According to Detroit Free Press beat reporter Dave Burkett, here are some potential replacements Detroit could be considering. Internally, Detroit receivers coach Scotty Montgomery or O-line coach Hank Fraley could be candidates. Externally, fired New York Giants head coach Brian Dable could be atop Detroit's list. He spent the season as Campbell's OC when Dan was the tight ends coach with the Miami Dolphins. The Lions may also look at Chicago offensive coordinator Declan Doyle or former backup quarterback David Blau. And in a stunning move last night, 18-year head coach John Harbaugh was fired by the Baltimore Ravens after they missed the playoffs for just the second time in the last 8 years. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Congratulations to our Red Wing ticket winner from the 7 o'clock hour this morning. Pair of tickets for the game on Thursday night against the Vancouver Canucks. If you want tickets, event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. It was Serenity in Garden City who heard Mickey Redmond's Bingo Bango.
Serenity now. Now!
Ticket text. You degenerate. Get your woman a ring.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Costa just has to be different. Why am I not surprised? Jim's nickname, Mr. Coke. That's why he has the swinger lifestyle, Nick in Sterling Heights. For those that missed the news story. Let's get to the phones. We want your proposal fails and where you've lost your ring. It went viral, the story in Michigan, through the grates up in Boyne. Let's get to Bob in Southfield. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just happily married for 38 years, but I will admit gotten a little spat with my wife when we were proposing and actually threw the ring at her in anger. But, of course, she kept it, and the rest is history.
Okay, so you're proposing. How does that go awry and you get into a spat?
Well, it's a long enough story. I guess I won't go into all the details, but it's...
Well, give us something.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you find out something while it was going on? You were like, wait a second, I'm not sure I want to do this.
No, I was... I'll say I was a young man, and I knew that she was the right person, but I wasn't sure I was ready. And I think that was part of being a young man. And
that doesn't. What did she do?
So you threw the ring at her?
What did she do or
And
say?
she still said yes. Did it take her a little time to think about it after you threw it at her?
Oh no. She was. She was sure I was the right person. I was sure she was the right person.
Sound like it.
But I was a little worried that I wasn't ready as a man, I think.
Okay.
Oh, well, you confirmed that.
Still feel like we're not getting all the details there.
You throw the ring at her in the proposal,
and she still says
yes. That's a keeper.
Yeah.
I mean, we could interrogate him for an hour. I don't think we're going to get an answer out of him.
No.
Let's get to Jerome. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, Jerome, how you doing?
Hi, how's it going? Actually, it's Gerald, but how's it going, guys?
Oh, we're doing all right.
Okay, real quick, I got two quick stories. I lost my wife's wedding ring twice, and I found it both times. We got married in 2004. So one day she gives me the ring in the dead of winter, just like it is now. She says, "Go get the ring clean." So what do? I stick it in my pocket, and when I'm going to take it out, I drop it. Didn't know it. It fell in the snow. It sat in the snow for 2 months. One day I'm looking down because I look for that ring everywhere. Couldn't find it. I look down and I see this cat playing with something. It's the ring. So I give her the ring back 2 months later, right? That's the first time. Second time, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say it, just like my man. Me and my wife get into an argument one day. I said, "Give me the ring." She gives me the ring. I go outside and throw that puppy as far as I can, right? Come back in the house. No more wedding. No more me and you. So in the spring, me and my son are raking the snow. Raking leaves. We're raking up the leaves. I look down. There's the ring. It had hit the pine tree right in front of our house and fell on the ground.
Oh my
so
gosh.
when it happened that second time, I said, you know what? Never leaving this woman again. This is my wife for life.
It's meant to be.
So let me go back to the first one. All right, she gives you the ring and you put it in your pocket, you drop it. How do you tell her that you lost her wedding ring?
You don't for about a day. You just you get on the ground, you crawl it all around. You look at-
Please, dear Lord.
But after a day or so, I had no choice. I blamed it on my workers. I said it must have been Ellen. She took the ring off the table, but I had dropped it. I mean, I'm just digging a hole like the snow that the ring was in, right? Getting no better.
Yeah, you were in full damage control.
Yeah.
Thanks for the phone call.
Admit nothing and make counter accusations.
Let's go to Rochelle. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning. My story is that when we were in Hawaii and our kids were little and we were at the beach and they needed lotion on, and I hate getting lotion in my rings. So I took my rings off and laid them on the blanket. And, of course, the kids are little, so sand's everywhere after I'm done putting their lotion on. And I just pick up the blanket like a tarp and give it a big old whip to get the sand off of it. And then I was like, oh, no, my rings. And my husband's like, I'll go up to the hotel and see if they have somebody who has a metal detector. And I was on my hands and knees for probably 45 minutes, but I found my ring.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes, it was a good day.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's a huge relief.
Oh, man. You know what? Flipping the blanket, the towel, like it never works for me because you get a face full of sand.
Always. Always.
Yeah, you're like,
100% of the
it's
time.
no longer on the towel, but now it's plastered to my face.
Beaches, lakes, oceans. I'm sure that's going to be where a lot of these end up.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Anthony Rizzo lost his Cubs World Series ring in Lake Michigan while on a boat. Ooh. From an unnamed texter.
Why are you wearing that on a boat?
Party and having a good time. I don't know.
I guess.
Showing it off.
Guys, my girlfriend and I decided to get a tattoo of a ring once we're engaged and married. It will hurt, but not as bad as losing a bunch of money or a ring later.
Yeah.
That's what you could
looking at
do.
me.
I hope it lasts forever.
The tattoo or the marriage?
The marriage.
You can get
You can
tattoos
get
removed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cookies, what'd you do? Give her a high five and a pat on the butt? Way to go, kid.
Exactly.
Dan and Howell. Did Jim say some people do that as if him and his wife aren't the only couple on the planet that didn't exchange rings at their wedding?
Yeah.
From an unnamed texter.
Here's your car flag.
Okay,
You
how did
exchange car flags. That's what they did.
then how did you propose? With what did you use? Nothing?
Again,
A
it
ring
was a
pump?
fist
Like
bump
what?
and a handshake.
There we go.
Like
Go
engaged?
get him, Tiger. Want to do this? All right. Ready, break.
So that is one of the things about the fist bump.
Is it?
Oh, well, yeah. Obviously, you wouldn't know. But like as you're walking by, hey, dudes or whatever, and it's hey, how you doing? Instead of shaking hands, now a lot of people are doing the fist bump. You fist bump, and if somebody does it with their right hand, you do it with your left hand. Now all of a sudden they get the brass knuckle
Effect.
right in there. Yeah. So yeah, I guess you guys could fist bump
Without worrying. One of the many benefits. Can't lose it. Can fist bump without worrying about it.
Yeah, or maybe you did the Bash Brothers, the forearms. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Boom.
248-539-9797.
I can believe it. I can. That's the thing is I
You've worked
can't
with me
believe it.
long enough now. It shouldn't be a surprise. Let's get to Mike in Canton. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good
First
morning.
off, love your show. Listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'll try to keep this real brief. We were a COVID wedding. We were supposed to get married in 2019. Canceled 2 to 3 times. Finally got married in 2022. Big Greek Orthodox wedding, just like you see in the movies. A month later, on our honeymoon in Hawaii, lost my wedding ring. Flew right off my hand in the Pacific Ocean on our honeymoon.
Ooh.
Not getting that back.
No. Ugh.
Yeah, I wife and I were both in the ocean swimming. I go further out. I like to go pretty deep. So I just feel like a wave or something just come in and go whoosh and pull up my hand. I'm like, where's my ring? I'm in this ocean swimming for hours looking for something I can't even find.
You went too deep.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, so let me ask you this. Why'd you cancel in 2019?
COVID.
COVID.
That didn't really
was
happen.
until March of
2020.
Well,
Yeah.
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 Apparently,
Yeah.
he says COVID.
Okay.
Go with COVID.
All right.
Yeah. I guess it's harder to, kiss with the masks on.
Oh, God. Maury, you're next. You're on 97.1. Good morning. Oh, God.
Good morning.
John.
Thanks for your show. It's great.
Thanks, Maury.
So I have a friend who he was of Italian heritage and his fiance was Italian heritage. They went to Italy. She didn't know he was going to propose. And they got on a gondola. He took out the ring and the gondola was shaking. The ring falls in the water. They both react. And as she's panicking, he pulls out the real ring.
Oh, he had a fake.
He set it up with the gondola, the guys doing the gondola. And it's a good story.
Yeah, I'm guessing hopefully they both have a good sense of humor.
Let's hope.
They do.
Yeah. Okay.
They do. They
Your
have fun
heart
with it.
sinks in that
Oh my
moment.
gosh.
Man.
Yes, I'm going to plan to terrorize my future wife.
Hey, before she says yes, let's give her a heart attack first.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a bunch of more stories that we can get to here.
Yes.
Proposal fails. More on the rings being lost, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are better stories than she said no.
Yeah. Or the fail was shouldn't have asked.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people out there thinking that. Yeah. All right, we'll take more of the phone calls. We'll keep the conversation rolling. We do have John's power surge later this hour. He ranked every team that made the NFL playoffs. It's 97.1. We're having a good time with this.
Yeah, there's some great stories about losing the ring.
So just to reset for people, there was a viral proposal happened in Michigan. Happened
At
up
Boyne.
at Boyne.
A man was proposing to his girlfriend right there on the Sky Bridge, dropped the ring through the grating of the bridge to the snow below,
Took
about 118
hours.
feet, hours to find the ring buried in the snow. But they found it.
Yeah, so it all worked out. We want to know about proposal fails and places you've lost the ring. 248-539-9797. Ray in Lake Orion. This is certainly a unique one.
Good morning. This is Ray. Love your show, guys.
Thanks.
About 20 years ago, I was out shoveling the snow, and in the afternoon, I came in, took a nap, and took off my wedding ring. This is in the living room, set it on the table, or so I thought. So I wake up, I didn't think much of it. Then a day passes, it's like, I can't find my wedding ring. You know, I tell my wife, tear apart the couch, tear apart the house. I'm like, she's like, oh, I think you're up to something. I'm like, no. And so more time passes, and it's like, I'm going to have to go buy a new wedding ring. But I didn't. And then so it gets to be March, 2 months later. Kids are out in the backyard scooping up dog poop. And they come running in with a poop on the shovel. Look what we found. Came right in the house with it. But it came back after 2 months living in my dog's digestive tract.
Does your wife still wear that ring?
It was his ring.
No, it was,
Or
it was my ring.
Do you still wear the ring?
Yeah, I still wear that ring.
Okay.
Got a good cleaning, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, it got a whole acid cleaning in the dog's stomach. So.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the path it took after the stomach.
Yeah, I think that's what we were thinking about.
Yeah.
That poor jeweler that cleaned that ring didn't know.
Well, it sounds like he didn't get it cleaned. The acid did the trick in his mind.
He had to clean it
He
off.
might have run it underwater,
Yeah.
but I don't.
Not like you.
Yeah.
Yes, and put it right back on his finger. Come on now.
Yeah, well, you give it the sniff test to see if you got it all.
Oh, no.
Oh, need to wash it some more.
Some text coming in. Was getting ready to propose on a trip to Africa. We were having dinner in the brush. I put the ring on the table, and suddenly out of nowhere, 2 or 3 monkeys came running to the table, took the box and 2 pieces of bread, never saw them or the ring ever again.
Stop. Get out of here. That's the craziest story I've ever heard.
How'd you lose it? The monkeys took it.
Let's hope these rings were insured before all of these awful stories.
I lost my wedding ring 2 years ago in the outfield at Comerica Park. A buddy and I were invited to hit home runs under the lights. I put my mitt in the outfield. I took my mitt off in the outfield to head into the dugout, and the ring must have slid off. I noticed on my way home, Nate in Harrison Township.
Oh, I feel like that could have been found.
Right.
Probably found by a mower.
Yeah.
I lost the ring I used to wear. I kept it on my 2 Coke cans. Signed, Matt Khalil.
If I comment on any of that, it'd be my last day.
Brian in Bloomfield Hills. Good morning. Save us. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So about 2-3 weeks after I get married, I have a buddy's bachelor party down in Austin, and we take a party boat on Lake Austin. And they tie you up with like 4 or 5 other, bachelorette parties and bachelor parties in the middle of the lake, or not really in the middle, on the shores of the lake. And we're all partying in the water, and I notice I lose it. And I literally have 40 like random strangers that we've become like friends with through partying, combing with their feet the bottom of the lake, trying to find this ring. Like everyone's really trying hard. We don't find it. The best part of the story is, I'm so distraught. I feel bad. I'm a newly married man. I'm like, my wife's going to kill me. I lost my ring.
On a bachelor
I call
party.
her. I think, right, at a bachelor party, she's going to be like, sure you did.
What are you taking your ring off for at the bachelor party?
Right. So I FaceTime her from the boat, from this party. There's music, there's girls all over, and I'm so distraught on the FaceTime, and she's waiting for me to tell her like that I just cheated on her. And she's like, "Oh, you just lost your ring? I thought you were about to tell me you cheated on me. You were so distraught." She's like, "It's fine. Who cares?" I was like, "Oh, great." I felt so much better after that. It was like the biggest weight off my shoulder.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
You're
very
lucky
freeing.
it went that way. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, could have went much worse.
It could have been. It
Yes.
sounds like he married the right person.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very logical individual. It's hard to find.
Josh and Clausen, you're on 97.1.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Good.
So I have a story. I'm not married yet. I get married on October 10th this year.
Congrats.
But
Congratulations.
I proposed last December. Thank you. So I proposed in Midland. Proposal went amazing. As a younger guy, I spent a good chunk of my money on this ring. So the next day we get home from up north, and my fiance comes running in. She goes, "Oh my gosh, I cannot find my ring." And like at this point, we've only been engaged like 24 hours. So I'm like freaking out because not only did I spend a lot of money, but it's like I want to make her happy. So we spent 4 hours combing the house. Like I'm going through bookshelves and going in the basement, like places this ring isn't. And, my fiance is so distraught, I'm ready to just try to figure out how to rebuy a ring or something because it's so fresh. And it turns out the whole time it was just sitting under a towel on our sink where she was just at. So it was more scary to me that like, oh my gosh, this ring that, not engagement rings aren't cheap, right?
Right.
So, but looking for it, it showed you like how much that means to them. So we're happy we found it, and thank God she hasn't lost it since. But my advice to you talking about rings is, and this be more for the fellas, but like I coach high school football at Clausen, and do you guys invest in the like
Great legacy there, by the way.
I've actually met you at Clausen before, but yeah, no, I love it. I've had a good time. We're actually really we're really rolling. So, but anyways, do you guys invest in the silicone rings like when I'm at practice, or do you guys just keep on your rings and if it gets lost, it gets lost? I'm kind of wondering about that because I've heard big stories.
I just keep mine on, and obviously Cookies doesn't have to worry about it. But yeah, I just keep mine on, and even when I'm like when we're punching the bags or I'm holding the bags, like I've never felt like I was going to lose my ring or I was going to hit it on a helmet and somehow damage the ring. It's going to happen. It's just part of life. So I just prefer to keep mine on versus take it off or have a replacement, like you mentioned, the silicone rings. I know a lot of people do that.
I've
seen
one.
those, yeah.
Colin has one as well that we use like when either we're working. I mean, I don't wear my ring now, but when we used to go on trips, the hiking trips, working out, things like that. So I think they're handy.
So you wear it when you're hiking, just not every day.
I used to, and then I had kids, and then the ring kind of just came off. Yeah. Just gets in the way. I was constantly washing my hands, like changing diapers, putting diaper cream on. It's getting. I
know, but I feel like I'm getting more judgment, and mine's cleaner. You have a ring and don't wear it. At least mine's consistent.
I just don't wear it daily.
Yeah,
I do
you have
wear
it. Yeah, if you guys go out and
yes, if we go out, I wear it. If I have an event, I wear it. If I'm doing a commercial, I wear it.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that.
Mm-hmm. Places where you want people to know, hey, yes, I'm taken.
Yes.
Versus your lifestyle.
Cookies proposed with an onion ring from an unnamed texter. Jim and his wife did the Prince Fielder Miguel Cabrera handshake to celebrate. Yes. Let's get back to the people. Barry, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
I think I'm within that week. So to quote Wojo, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Anyway, this is going back to the late 80s. My new wife and I were on a honeymoon. We were in Boston. We had a rented car. So we got in late. We checked in at our hotel. Then in the morning, we already had our plans set up. We were showered, washed up. And then I can't find my ring. And so we looked everywhere. We had them go back up and look through the sheets that were pulled. They tore apart the drains in the bathroom, thinking it went down the drain. And then they basically told us that the ring was in the river.
Oh,
so
then, yeah.
So she was not happy. This was our first fight, if you want to call it that. She was talking to me. So I threw the luggage in the back seat. We're going to our next destination. And every time I'd hit a light, the luggage would hit the back seat of the car. And she finally just yelled at me and said, "Get the damn luggage, throw it in the trunk." You know, she was mad.
Oh, wow, yeah. Everything was going to set her off. Yep.
Well, so I open up the trunk to throw the luggage in, and there in the trunk was my ring. So apparently, you know, this was late October, so nights get cool. I'm not used to wearing jewelry, so the ring had slid off my finger because of the cold air.
Mm.
And so I put it on my finger, tapped on her window. She looks at me in disgust until she opened it. I said, "Oh, look." And she was thrilled, and the rest of the honeymoon was great until 17 years later when we got divorced. So that's another story.
Yeah, well, time to lose it.
Okay, that was a bit of a roller coaster of a story. Here, I thought we were getting the classic, and we've been
Happily married ever since.
That'll happen too.
Yes.
248-539-9797. You want to get to Amber here?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Amber, you're on 97.1.
Hi guys, good morning.
Good morning.
First time caller. I love you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So my husband, the day after we got married, like the morning after we are going to get breakfast, and I just had a feeling that he would lose his wedding ring. He was just like, "I don't know how to wear this. Should I take it off?" I said, "Just leave it on. Don't take it off." So we get out of the car, like after our first night together, and he says, "Oh, I have to grab my scarf." He grabs his scarf out of the car, and I look at his hand, and the wedding ring is gone. And he goes, "Oh my God, I lost my wedding ring." And I said, "Do not worry." And I pulled out, and I didn't tell him I got this. I bought him 2 wedding rings because I just knew. I don't know how he lost it. We searched our Airbnb, but it was just, I knew it. I had the feeling that he would lose his wedding ring right away. And I just didn't know he would lose it the day after. And yes, so.
Well prepared. You knew your partner well.
I knew it. He has since, he doesn't wear it because he's a healthcare worker, so he has to wash his hands constantly. So he has it, and he'll like put it on for an occasion or anything. But yeah, after that, I have not spent much money on, because he also lost that ring. So right now he just has an Amazon steel ring that he wears. But it was just, I could not believe it. I was like, how did I know the day after? So yeah.
Your
I always
instincts were
hold that
spot
against
on.
him.
Yeah, and you should. Amber, thanks for the phone call. Thanks for calling in. Call
All
back
right,
anytime.
Thank you guys.
Some great stories.
Some really good stories. Hey, we are going to get into the Lions coaching coordinator carousel later in the show. Got John's power surge, stuff to look forward to. It's 97.1. All right, guys, when it's wintertime, you know it's going to be snowy, the roads are going to be icy, and it means more serious car accidents. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG, and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. He'll make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Got some good response coming in to John's power surge ahead of the NFL playoffs wildcard weekend. Got a question for Lions fans out there. In recent seasons, the Lions' end of the season has left such a sour taste in people's mouths that they've claimed they wouldn't bother watching the rest of the way. Do you still feel that way? Because I think there's a difference in, man, we were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl, or we were the 1 seed off a bye dreaming of the Super Bowl, compared to this year where you made peace with it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And if you sat out the NFL playoffs every time the Lions missed, you wouldn't have watched the NFL playoffs for most of your life. And I think these playoffs, John, to the point of the power surge, are wide open, and it should be one of the better playoffs we've had in years. Think about this. No Brady, no Mahomes. Not many years we can say you go into a playoffs, no Brady, no Mahomes, and it feels wide open.
It is. And, I mean, we kind of drew the line at 8, where we think there are 8 teams that could possibly get to the Super Bowl. Legitimate path to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to include 2 Cinderella teams. And I know Tom had talked about I think it was the Jags being kind of that Cinderella team the last 8 games of the season, how much they've outscored their opponents, the way their defense is playing. It feels like they really hit their stride with Trevor Lawrence. And the Chargers, when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert, I'm not going to rule you out. I don't think I believe with the injuries that they've suffered up front on the offensive line, at some point, if the Chargers are playing against Houston,
right.
Justin Herbert's going to get beat up.
It's a non-negotiable. You're losing up front.
If they're playing against the Broncos, the team that leads the league in sacks, Justin Herbert's going to get beat up. But that's why it would be a Cinderella run for them to be able to get to the Super Bowl. So there's the Jags and the Chargers, who are just below that 8 teams that I think can make it, that would make it a Cinderella run. So now you're talking about 10 teams, some with that are a long shot.
Yeah. Let me just point this out with the Chargers. Justin Herbert's never won a playoff game.
Nope.
They're going to face the Patriots, who are a little overinflated, right? That win total with a softer schedule. Jim Harbaugh's taken a team to a Super Bowl. If they win 1, does the ball start rolling for them? That's part of the Cinderella story. Like, I think Jacksonville relies a lot on turnovers, sort of like Chicago. The difference is I feel like the AFC is more wide open, and a couple turnovers can flip things.
It's like the Jim Harbaugh jar of olives. You turn it over, and you just got to get that one, and then they all come rushing out.
There's always a Harbaughism.
Yes.
There's always.
That's the beauty of doing a radio show with them.
Man,
you hear them all.
Yeah, but it is wide open.
It is.
So I wonder if that's got people invested or interested, or if you're just turned off by the NFL because the Lions are out. Have things changed to where if the Lions aren't in, you're not in? 248-539-9797.
I'm a football addict. I'm going to be watching it no matter what. And I don't even go to, this is my addiction to football, where I think one of the best Super Bowls, it didn't have a lot of fireworks, but it was the Rams and Patriots. It was an unbelievable chess match. And I love watching that one because I love watching all the chess pieces and I'm seeing all the defensive adjustments. But a lot of people look at that and go, well, it just wasn't very exciting. So I don't, they're not going to rank that in their top Super Bowls. When you talk about some of these teams that are, you mentioned Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's been to a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Justin Herbert hasn't won a playoff game. Kyle Shanahan has been to a Super Bowl. And he's done it with Robert Saleh as his defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Does anybody think that the 49ers are a Super Bowl caliber team? No, but they could get there. The Eagles, we don't think that they're a Super Bowl caliber team, but they're the defending Super Bowl champs. Nick Sirianni's been there a couple times.
And look, have they been playing possum? They're great on the lines of scrimmage. They're going to be home in the first game.
Sean Payton with the Broncos. Like, do you really going to bet on Bo Nix, even though they're the number 1 seed, that they're going to make it to the Super Bowl?
Or the Seahawks with Sam Darnold on the other side. And I think the Seattle Seahawks are perfectly captured by the last game they played. It was a win on the road against a playoff team. These are good things. They ran the ball. They played defense. At the same time, Sam Darnold didn't throw a touchdown. Mm-hmm. He had a big miss on a 4th down in the red zone. He had a fumble. that they bailed out with a Kenneth Walker 19-yard run on 3rd and 17. Can they win a game? Yeah, sure. Can they win and stack multiple games is going to be TBD.
But that's why it's exciting.
I agree with you. I have the same read you do. I'm excited to see how this thing gets sorted out. John, you mentioned that you enjoyed that Patriots-Rams Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What is your ideal Super Bowl matchup? What would be the most riveting, entertaining? If you were writing the script, John.
Oh, if I was one of the NFL script writers? Wow.
You got to put the Bills in, right?
I mean, I think that would be offensively one of the more entertaining teams to get into the Super Bowl.
Tortured fan base. Allen finally makes it.
If that's your AFC team, I think I would put the Seahawks in as my NFC team because of the defense that they play. And how does Josh Allen and how does that staff put together a game plan to attack the number one scoring defense in the NFL? And then we would have that answer. And I'm not a huge Sam Darnold fan. I do like the story of the struggles that he had for 7 years before he ends up in Minnesota. They win 14 games. And obviously, hey, we know what happened at the end of the season last year against Detroit. We know what happened in the first round of the playoffs. But for him to, have that full comeback moment of getting to the Super Bowl with two different teams, not that he's in the Super Bowl last year, but a 14-win team last year, a 14-win team this year, and ultimately taking a new team to a Super Bowl, I think it would be a great story. And he seems like a decent dude.
I think to me it would be Rams-Bills. Would be a great Super Bowl matchup.
Yeah.
No?
I just don't want to see Sean McVay in another Super Bowl.
I know how you feel about McVay.
And it has nothing to do with Matthew Stafford. If he gets there, hey, fine, win one. I don't care. I'm just not a McVay fan.
So I'm looking back. You guys make fun of me because I took Clemson to win the national title in college football, and they were nowhere near the college football playoff. I got my NFL picks. I had the Bills beating the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That can still happen.
It can, yes.
That would be a hell of a Super Bowl, too.
Yeah, but it's not one I want to see.
Okay.
In fact, I would.
You don't want the
If
Eagles.
we're talking about a redo, not that that's a redo, but I would love to see Buffalo and San Francisco in the Super Bowl.
So Buffalo and Josh Allen. Josh Allen has 7 playoff wins. Who do you think is the next closest? Or how about this? The other 6 AFC QBs in the playoffs. How many wins total do you think they have with their current team? So that eliminates Rodgers' Green Bay record.
So Rodgers doesn't have any playoff wins with the Steelers.
Right.
Herbert doesn't have any. Nix doesn't have any.
Trevor Lawrence
doesn't.
Did
Lawrence
he win one?
He beat Herbert.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's 1. Does Stroud have 1?
Stroud has 2.
2.
Bo
He's
Nix
won
doesn't
wild
have any.
cards the last 2 years.
So does the AFC field have 3 total, and Allen has 7?
Correct.
With their current team.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be his year. It's got to be their year. And they are the more interesting Super Bowl matchup, whoever they face from the NFC.
Can they do it?
Oh, man. 248-539-9797. We're going to play coordinator carousel for the Lions at 9:35. John's got a great quarterback conundrum next, 97.1.
The Lions will have to hire their 4th offensive coordinator in the last 6 seasons after firing John Morton last night. Between Morton and Lions head coach Dan Campbell calling plays, Detroit's offense finished 3rd in the NFL in yards per play, 5th in total yards, 3rd in passing yards and touchdowns, and 5th in points per game. However, the Lions' running game production dropped off significantly from previous years. After being top 6 in total yards, touchdowns, and yards per attempt in 2023 and 24, the Lions finished 14th in yards and 6th in yards per carry this past year. That's important because Detroit was 9-0 when out-rushing their opponent and 9-1 when rushing for over 100 yards this season. Of course, the Lions were just 9-8 in total. Speaking of coaching changes, the Ravens fired John Harbaugh after 18 years last night. There are now 7 head coaching vacancies in the NFL between the Titans, Giants, Falcons, Browns, Raiders, Cardinals, and now, of course, Ravens. And sportsbetting.ag released its opening MLB postseason odds today. After making the playoffs in a wild card spot in each of the last 2 seasons, the Tigers open with minus 210 odds to make the playoffs again in 2026. That's an implied probability of 68%. Spring training begins for the Tigers in Lakeland, Florida in 45 days. The MLB season begins for Detroit in San Diego on March 26th. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Keep collecting some of your responses on the text 248-539-9797. Are you watching the playoffs without the Lions? Because people claim they didn't the last couple years. Are you watching without the Lions? And we've spotlighted a wide open field, all these contenders, all these great storylines. We even threw out who you want the Super Bowl matchup to be. Some good responses coming in. We also have some audio I think you're going to want to hear. It's praise for the Pistons from an unlikely source. 920 will play that for people.
Finally, a little respect.
How about that?
I'm going to throw something at you guys that I just discovered here.
Yeah.
Because I was looking up the QB win total list and trying to figure out where Allen ranks all time in terms of wins without a Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah.
But I ran. So the 49ers, if they win against the Eagles, will be the first NFL team ever to win 40 playoff games. That seems low. I fact checked it. It's right.
Okay.
How many did New England win?
Well, they've got to be really close because Tom Brady has 35 playoff wins. He almost has more playoff wins than any team.
30,
because of him.
If he's got 35
Well, he
and
went
they
to the
went to the that's right.
Yeah.
So some of them were with the Bucks, but
30 were with the Patriots.
they went to Super Bowl 20.
Yeah, they played the 85 Bears, right?
So they would have had
They had two that year. I
and
think.
they also lost to Favre in a Super Bowl, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so
They're real
they're close.
They're
Yeah, I just didn't want to get too far away from what we were doing. If I just throw
that's a wild stat, yeah.
That's GOAT. That's why he is absolute GOAT.
Well, we brought up he's not in this playoffs and Mahomes not in this playoffs. So I think that's going to add a little bit of layer of intrigue that anybody could win this thing. And in fact, that's what a ticket texter says. He says, I thought about not watching, but since Mahomes isn't in, I'm all the way in. I'm watching every game. That's from Thomas. Another one says, guys, the most entertaining Super Bowl for me, this is RJ in Grand Rapids, would be LA against LA. The Michigan connections, Harbaugh, Stafford. Plus, they're playing in California in the Bay Area. The Battle of LA for the Super Bowl.
I don't want any part of that.
Okay.
No.
It does look like Allen has the most playoff wins without ever making a Super Bowl.
Josh does currently.
Now, the only other person ahead of him is Otto Graham, but there wasn't a Super Bowl.
Thanks, Stoney. Anyway, we're going to talk about the Pistons and some praise from an unlikely source coming up in about 15 minutes. John's
Did he play till he was like 50?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he did. Who's a
I've already gone far enough,
Northwestern
John.
grad, right?
No.
Go Cats. Get a little Jamie in
I
here.
think he played until he was like bald and had just like the ring of hair, but he may have been like 34 at that point.
Could be, yes.
9:35, offensive coordinator carousel. We've got a baker's dozen, a bunch of names. Yay or nay for the Lions offensive coordinator. Before we do all that, John, you have what I think is an interesting question. It's more interesting today than ever before. What do you do if you're one of these college quarterbacks in the NFL draft? You called it the Moore Mendoza conundrum.
Yeah, and it's if you're a college quarterback, and we know Mendoza won the Heisman, they're still competing for a national title. Same thing with Dante Moore, competing for a national title. One will continue past this weekend, but who's it going to be? Those guys are right now projected to be the top two quarterbacks taken in the draft if they both come out. They both have eligibility. If you're coming out, and I'm going to throw one more wrinkle at you. If Fernando Mendoza is coming out and he is going to go 1 or 2, Dante Moore 1 or 2, do you want to go to the Raiders and do you want to go to the Jets? Or with Dante, and I think this is more of a Dante Moore question, do you stay in one more year and hope that it's not a dumpster fire of an organization? Now, if you're taking, number 1 or number 2 in the draft, chances are it's a dumpster fire organization. Not every year do you have, the Peyton Manning, and then all of a sudden, hey, Indianapolis, they're a dumpster fire on the field for a year, and then they get Andrew Luck, right? I don't know that there's going to be one of those teams next year, and you wouldn't want to gamble on that.
Right.
But are you just gambling that you don't want to go to the Jets? You don't want to be the second quarterback taken, and it's not an Aaron Glenn situation. This is just a New York Jets issue. So, would you stay in one more year and take the money that these college quarterbacks are making?
That's the change. That's why this is a different conversation. In the past, you'd have guys, but do you want to be a Cleveland Brown? Well, it's your only way to make serious money. You can make millions staying in college now. And I think of last year, Quinn Ewers is a great example of a quarterback that could have made more money staying in college.
Right, yeah, a later round draft
Yeah,
pick.
and I think those guys, it's a tougher call. I think if you're one of the top guys, you got to go because you just can't decide where you want to play. It's going to be bad teams next year and bad teams the year after that. That's kind of the way it works. If you're picking 1 or 2, you're probably a mess. Like the Raiders, how many coaches are they still paying, John?
Well, it's funny you say that because they are still paying Antonio Pierce. And this is going into next year. They're going to be paying Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels, John Gruden is still being paid by the Raiders, and Pete Carroll. And then you throw in Chip Kelly as the highest paid coordinator who only made it half the year, plus the new coach.
So if you get drafted by them, they just did one and done with Pete Carroll, you may have a new coach a year into your career. And with the Jets, it's the same risk because it's the New York market. Hasn't gone well on the field record-wise in year one for Aaron Glenn, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. But if you have a new coach because they don't give him a third year, these are toxic situations. But, John, it's going to be toxic next year and the year after and the year after. You're better off getting a 4-year guaranteed commitment as a first-round pick, and you're one step closer to the ultimate second contract, which is where you make the most of your money in the NFL.
So the wrinkle that we didn't talk about before, and Tom, I'd love to get your take on this as well. If you're the Raiders, you got the number 1 overall pick, you're looking for a head coach, and you're like, you know what? Hey, we're going to take Fernando Mendoza. Do you throw a money bag at Kirk Cignetti?
I don't know about that. And some people don't think he's a fit for the NFL.
Oh, I agree. I would not. I'm raising that question because this is what the Raiders do. Wouldn't it be the most Raider thing to do?
Yeah, didn't they hire Lane Kiffin back in the day?
Is that one of his stops? Yeah, I think it was.
It was. Al Davis was still there at the time.
It'd be fun. I just don't know how he would rub off on NFL players.
Right.
It would be. I don't think it would work, but we're talking about the Raiders. And I just mentioned all of the coaches that they're paying. Why not throw money at Kirk Cignetti and say, hey, you got familiarity with the quarterback. He can hit the ground running. We don't want to have any of those, rookie trying to learn a new offense, trying to do all these things, and we're just going to bring quarterback and coach along.
248-539-9797. Text says, guys, dumb question. If you're going to be a top 3 pick, you go into the draft. You don't risk injury. You take the guaranteed money. You don't risk falling mid to late in a future draft. Silly question.
I think the only reason this is a question is if you're Dante Moore. Because there are a lot of NFL execs that are trying to encourage guys to stay longer in college football to develop more. He's not to develop more, but to develop further.
Yes.
He's got 2 years of eligibility. And I don't see him falling off, especially in Dan Lanning's offense, in everything that the risk is injury, but these guys all have insurance policies as well.
But I think if you're Dante Moore, you convince yourself I could be the number 1 pick. Like I know everybody's talking up Mendoza, but first of all, I could beat him on the field this week. But yeah, I'll test extremely well. I'll interview well. I'll make a compelling case. I could go number 1. If I have a chance to go number 1 overall, I'm sorry to Dan Lanning and to Oregon and the developmental case. I got to start my pro career now because this is as good as it's going to get.
But if you are the one taken by the Jets, how many times have we seen quarterbacks that we thought were very promising? Now, there's no sure thing, but would you be ruined by an organization and then have to go the long route and hopefully the Sam Darnold route or the Baker Mayfield route?
Yeah, where it's a rocky road.
Yeah.
And
Baker's on his 3rd team.
Yeah. And he was borderline out of the league at one point, remember? I mean,
he was running punt demo team.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Actually, that was in Carolina, right? So he's on his 4th team.
Yeah, 4th team because he's with the Rams too.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the phones. Let's get to Roy first. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, y'all. I've been a Raiders fan since 1974, the year before they won their first Super Bowl. I am still a Lions fan. That was my dad's favorite team. So as a Raiders fan that's realistic, they are not a quarterback away from even making the playoffs. And I truly don't think Mendoza or the other guy are going to be that all-in, be-in guy for a first-round pick. What they need to do is, because everyone else needs a quarterback too, there's very few that are like, that's the position we're not looking for. Take the bait for the money, the draft picks, the whatever that they can use this year and next year only. Don't go 2029 because they need line help on both sides. They've been burnt with their corners. They've been injured in places where, it's unimaginable all the things they've done to win 3 games. But don't take the quarterback and I don't mean Baker Mayfield, but a guy with that much experience that's relatively healthy, that knows how to command a huddle, has respect from everything that makes next year maybe 9-8, 8-9, 7-10, whatever.
Yeah, but then the risk there, Roy, and I get what you're saying. The risk is then, okay, let's say they put a Band-Aid on the quarterback and win 7, 8, 9 games next year. They're not going to be in a position to draft a franchise guy. I also don't want them to take someone for the sake of taking them, but if Mendoza and Moore grade out well, you don't delay taking a franchise quarterback for the mystery box that could be a pick you never get again.
Yeah, but if you think this year is the year that one of those guys is a franchise quarterback, I kind of with them. I'm not sure that either of these guys is a franchise quarterback. So you've got the number 1 pick in the draft. Somebody else is going to believe that they are.
So if you can get a king's ransom.
Yeah. Then you trade down. And I was trying to look.
Like, hey, Arizona, do you want to come up and get this pick? You want to leap the Jets?
Miami.
Sure.
They're a team. And because if they have a rookie quarterback, they might be able to
stomach,
whether it's moving on from Tua or having him on the roster for another year as a, backup or third string, like we've saw with Russell Wilson.
Let's get to Corin. You're on 97.1. What's going on? Good morning.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
How you doing?
So I know we were talking about offensive coordinator carousel earlier, and to me, I think the best choice on the market would be John Gruden. And no one runs the play action pass game as well as he has in a very long time. He's not going to get another head coaching job. And he's a Super Bowl winning coach. So he'd be great. He was already kind of there last year. I think he'd be a great, great fit. So I was, wondering what your guys' thoughts would be.
It's interesting because I know he wants to get back into coaching, and we know he's had extreme success. He was actually my coach at the Senior Bowl. And he's a guy that everybody does like to be around. So it's not – we talked about Daboll, and how would that work with the personalities? I'm not sure that I think the personalities would match with Gruden.
13 different names. We'll get to him at 9:35. Coordinator carousel. Coming up next, praise for the Pistons from an unlikely source. We'll play the audio. It's 97.1. Got a first-place team in the NBA, the Pistons, and constantly fighting for respect. Part of that is the way they played against the Knicks on Monday night, laying it on them. And, John, we had a caller very early in yesterday's show saying, nobody's talking about the Pistons. I went to the websites of the four-letter network, and they're talking about Kevin Durant, and they're talking about Steph Curry, and how do the Knicks pick up the pieces? Nothing about the fact that the Pistons had a signature win. Well,
noted Knicks fan
Stephen A. Smith was an unlikely source of praise. This is Stephen A. Smith from First Take.
There you go.
It's pretty bold.
It is. And I like that he said as constructed as well, because as we get closer to the trade deadline, we had all talked about adding another shooter. They can always add something, but as constructed, they can win a championship. And earlier in that little segment that he had, I thought they were going to start playing Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, because he was talking about, you just look in their eyes. They when they take the court, they've got that look on their face. When we talk to JB, he's got that look because JB did a bunch of stuff with them after the season last year. And, and he talked about, yes, we will win. We will be there. And like all of those things are a possibility. And to start to get some of that national recognition of, hey, Cade Cunningham, he's one of the top 3 in the MVP race. And it's going to be SGA until it's not.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Oklahoma City until it's not. He mentioned it right there. Oklahoma's still the favorite. But if you win the Eastern Conference and you're playing in an NBA championship, you got a chance.
So answer that question. I mean, Stephen A. Smith is the king of the hot take. Is this a hot take, or is this is reality? The Pistons, as currently constructed, can win the NBA championship. Is it a hot take, or is it the truth?
No, as he said it, right? They're not the favorite, but I don't think it's a hot take.
No, I don't think so either. I think they can win the NBA championship.
The question that I want to see answered, and we're going to have to see how this plays through the rest of the season, is can they continue to play with this intensity every single night, with the defensive intensity, with the pace that they play? We know it's a long season. Will that wear out? Will it wear Cade Cunningham out? Will he be the same in the playoffs as he is now?
Yeah, look, I think there are some clear obstacles for this team to win an NBA championship. There's a reason they're not the favorite, and it has nothing to do with the fact that OKC and San Antonio exist. It's that they have some issues, too. Like, if they get in the playoffs, they've yet to win a playoff series. Mm-hmm. Those playoff games end up in the half court. They don't have a lot of shooting, especially with some of their all-defense lineups. But, yeah, they're going to be in a dogfight. They're going to fight, scratch, and claw, and they're going to play playoff basketball. They kind of already are, and they've got the best player in the Eastern Conference. So if you feel like we're going to defend you for 48 minutes and we've got the best player on the floor in any 7-game series in the East, yeah, you absolutely have a path to the NBA Finals. If you're in the NBA Finals, you got a shot to win it. You're not the favorite, but you can. Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. They can win the NBA championship as currently constructed.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a hot take at all.
No.
I think it's especially what we saw on Monday night. They went out there and, I use the Survivor Eye of the Tiger. They literally looked like they were bound and determined. No matter what happened, they were going to scratch, claw. They were going to do anything they could to win that game, and they did.
Yeah.
They sent a huge message to the rest of the NBA.
One other obstacle is going to be when, not if, when Tatum comes back for Boston. That's a team that's won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Tatum would challenge Cade. Talk about having the best player on the floor. Boston would certainly make an argument for Tatum.
Sure, but he's coming back after an Achilles injury.
I know.
And what type of player? He's still going to be really good, but he's not going to be peak Jason Tatum.
Exactly. So, look, I think the Pistons have earned this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
They've earned the discussion, not to be the favorite, but to be in the mix of the next 4 or 5 teams that could win the NBA championship.
Yeah, and when you're talking about those 4 or 5 teams, I would say it's probably, San Antonio, it's OKC, Denver, depending on when Jokic comes back. and the Pistons.
Yeah.
And then,
a healthy Celtics team.
A healthy Celtics team
question mark.
could be in the mix.
Yeah. So let us know. 248-539-9797. It's unlikely praise from a New York Knicks fan. Stephen A. Smith shouting out the Pistons saying, I'm afraid of them. They can win the NBA championship. Do you agree? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, Jason Benetti's baseball broadcasting schedule could get even busier. So he is reportedly the top candidate to become NBC's main MLB play-by-play announcer in 2026. So NBC struck a deal with Major League Baseball to do games from 2026 through 2028, taking over some of the broadcast rights previously held by ESPN. And it sounds like Benetti is right up there as one of the top candidates. Also being reported is Kevin Brown, the play-by-play announcer with the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
He's in the possibility to take over that lead announcing job. They also say Clayton Kershaw could be an option as part of the NBC's analyst rotation.
Benetti makes a lot of sense. He's doing national stuff with Fox. Clearly, I don't think this would stop him from doing Tiger games. It'd just be like signature broadcasts, like, your Sunday night or your Saturday.
It would work in his schedule.
Yeah, I think he could still do both.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be great for sure.
Yeah, great for him.
Hey, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be getting a little unexpected cash this year thanks to a $2.5 billion settlement with the Federal Trade Commission. So here's kind of what's going on. The FTC alleged that Amazon used deceptive sign-up and cancellation practices and basically enrolled people into Prime without actually getting clear consent, and then made it really hard for these customers to cancel. And to settle this case, Amazon agreed to pay $1.5 billion to affected customers plus a $1 billion penalty. And millions of eligible Prime members already received automatic refunds, either through PayPal or Venmo or a check. But now the settlement has kind of entered its second phase. So Amazon and the FTC are sending out claim notices to eligible customers who didn't get that automatic refund. And then notices are expected to be received by January 23rd. Once you get them, you have about 180 days to go online and file a claim. Sounds like you can get somewhere up to $51 back. So it's something.
So are they going to do this through snail mail or email?
How they're going to notify you?
Yeah.
I would imagine they'd go through your email. That's connected to your account is the way to do it, unless people aren't. But that's up to you, I guess, to make sure you're checking your email. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Longtime CBS Sports college football analyst Gary Danielson was supposed to give his big farewell after the Sun Bowl last week. But he was kind of abruptly cut off when the network moved on to the next program.
Game. Yeah,
commercial break, boom, gone. Well, a lot of viewers, colleagues were kind of disappointed that they weren't able to hear his farewell and kind of thought it was a little disrespectful in a way, that they wanted him to be able to say his goodbye
he deserves
properly.
A proper send-off.
Well, later on the Dan Patrick Show, he addressed the farewell. He took responsibility for the timing, and then he was also able to deliver his complete goodbye.
He's such a class act.
I know.
And you knew he was not going to place the blame, and they knew they had a hard out. I just wish they would have been able to get the rest of it in.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed listening to him call games. He was one of the good ones.
An Oakland County man is feeling stress-free after winning a $1 million lottery prize. So this 30-year-old, who is going to remain anonymous, says he won $1 million after he asked his brother to grab him a ticket. So apparently his brother was playing the super raffle game, and this guy was like, hey, you know what? I'd like to play this too. Grab me a ticket. Well, he ended up winning $1 million. He has received his prize. He took the one-time lump sum payout of $693,000. He says he plans to save his winnings and hopefully also give some to his brother.
You
have to, right?
Here's a little tip. Yeah.
How much do you give? I don't know.
What's appropriate?
I don't know, 10%.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a
60 grand. Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah, it is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. Yeah.
I think that's good.
It's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe discuss that with your brother. Let's see. Oh, a man is in police custody after he brought a gun to Romulus Middle School on Tuesday morning. Happened right before 10 a.m. This man attempted to enter the facility or the school through the main doors with the weapon. Within 3 minutes of being called to the school, police were able to arrest this suspect and secure the handgun. No injuries were reported. Obviously, an investigation is ongoing to determine the motive behind it.
Just happy that
no one was hurt.
Worked.
Security
Yes.
worked. That you can't walk right into the school. You need to be buzzed in. And that's when the secretary realized there's something going on here. So thankfully, everything worked.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Lions have an opening officially at offensive coordinator, parting ways with John Morton yesterday. We'll play coordinator carousel. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his own family already know. Dr. B, he's had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too, and when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today. And when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Not a hot take. Not the favorite, but the 1 seed in the East with the best player in the East. Yeah, they're in the mix. That's Stephen A. Smith. You wanted your national praise after the Pistons destroyed the Knicks. That was yesterday on First Take.
Wish we could just say full words.
What do you mean?
To win the chip.
Oh.
Just take championship.
Does that bother you?
Okay, Boomer. Like, that's so old. Like,
It's so annoying, though. Like, everything is letters now, or we've got to shorten every word. Like, it drives me nuts. Can
John,
we just say full words?
Natty bothers me.
It does. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Just say the full word.
Indiana could win the national title.
Thank you.
Indiana could win the Natty.
Yeah, it's more like prestigious and regal and means something.
Yeah, it should. It should hold a place that is of respect.
So the Pistons could win the chip, but could they win the NBA championship? 248-539-97.
No, that's the National Basketball Association
the
championship.
Larry O'Brien Trophy.
Yes, sir.
Just say championship. Come on.
We did get some feedback on our coordinator carousel, John.
It's so sus.
Oh, there it is. Do your kids use that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What else do they
part
say?
of it, yeah.
Oh, this is going to be good. What else? What are some other shorthand?
It's everything.
Do they call you cringe?
Yes, I am very cringe, especially when I go 6'7". So, yes.
Tom, your kid says bruh to you a lot, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell the story again quick. He's out driving. He's in driver's training. And we had a moment where I thought he was going to pull out in front of traffic. And I was like, Connor, you got to stop. And I went, stop. And he goes, bruh.
All right. Put it in park.
He might
Get
drop
out.
me.
Yeah. Put it in park. Get out. You're no longer driving. Bruh.
You nearly pulled it right out into traffic.
Uh-huh.
And I got, bruh.
Bruh. Relax, bruh.
There was nothing else. It was just bruh.
Heather, it'll happen to you down the line.
I mean, I hope I'm ready for it. Like, I feel like I abbreviate a lot of things, so I'm ready for that.
Here's the thing. It's actually not going to happen to Heather. They will invent dumber things to say by the
very
time
true.
it happens to Heather.
Yes.
I won't even know what they're saying.
No, you won't. No, you won't. And text messages, you won't be able to read them. You'd be like, what does this say?
True. It'll just be emojis of like fire,
I'll
which I guess.
I'll actually take the time and I'll like type out a full sentence and then I'll write down the first letter of every word and then I'll send it to them and say, you figure it out.
No, they'll text you, and then if you don't respond in 5 minutes, they'll call you and say, hey, did you get my text?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Boomers.
Okay, boomer. We got some response on the coordinator carousel, John.
Uh-huh.
Guys, keep in mind there's a name you didn't mention. Big news. With John Harbaugh becoming available, the Dolphins are reportedly interested, which means Mike McDaniel could become available.
Yeah, I'm just not. That's a level of weird. I don't know that would. Can you imagine Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel in the same room? Like, there couldn't be more opposite personalities.
So I think we got to rule out Dayball, by the way, because I remember he used to be up in the booth calling plays with the Bills.
Oh, and that's a no-no?
Yeah, according to some people. I'm kidding. I got this look from John. Like,
yeah.
The Harbaugh thing is going to displace some people. Like, I really like Todd Monken, but if he takes Todd Monken with him, then that's not
he's
an
off the
option.
table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I kind of think he will wherever he goes. Like, for John Harbaugh, you had the note, 7 teams have reached out already?
Yeah, I saw that on social media last night. His agent put it out there. Okay, it's agent speak, but it said 7 teams had already reached out to gauge his interest.
And they showed it on the TV here. It said 6 of them currently have openings, which means at least one team would fire their coach. And
For John Harbaugh. I think there's a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more than a handful of teams that would fire their coach for John Harbaugh. Or a team that doesn't get very far in the playoffs may make a quick change. Like if the Bills, this is supposed to be their year.
Right.
If they fall short, do they say...
If they're a first-round exit, then I would think that would certainly be on the table.
Right.
With Josh Allen and the potential that he is, along with that rushing attack. If you fall short this year, I think there might be an opening there.
And then the trickle-down effect. But there's certain guys I don't think that are going to be OCs. Like I think Kevin Stefanski's going to get a real look as a head coach this cycle.
I think so.
I mean, he'd be
2-time coach of the year.
Yeah,
as
much
he
as
was
I'd love
handicapped with that organization.
I know. So, like, if I'm the Giants, I'm calling on Stefanski.
Mhm.
You know, I think there's going to be a number of teams that try to hire these guys. So that's what makes it tough. The overqualified candidates who you'd feel great handing your offense to might just get head coaching jobs.
I want to see Harbaugh in Pittsburgh and Tomlin in Baltimore. That'd be awesome.
Coach swap.
Well, I know you'd be a big fan of that.
Yeah, thanks, John. Here's where I want John Harbaugh to go. The Raiders. Play Jim twice a year. He's got the number 1 pick.
Be a little nauseating.
Okay, so where do you want him to go?
I just told you. I want him to go to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And I think I am curious as to what that one team that's currently interested in John Harbaugh that has a sitting head coach.
My guess is Miami. Miami's Stephen Ross, Michigan connection.
It could be Miami. I wouldn't rule out Dallas as a team that would,
oh boy, Jerry,
kick those tires. I think it'll be very interesting. Buffalo certainly, I think, would be a team that would kick the tires on that one.
What about Cleveland in division?
Again, I think it would be very entertaining.
It would not be the most attractive job for him to take, unless. Well, you talked about this. Unless you are spiteful and you want to go up against the team that lets you go.
Right. But again, he's going from an organization that's known as one of the class organizations to a different one that's on the completely opposite side of that spectrum.
Take out the C and the L.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Guys, a lot of the names you brought up have a connection to John Morton. If he wasn't good enough, why would we want underlings?
Well, he was an analyst with the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was there supposed to be learning as much as he could from Sean Payton until his next opportunity came. It came here and it was not good. Like it was when he was the play caller in with the Jets. So I think John Morton, that ship's probably sailed. He's going to be relegated to analyst or position coach.
And I would say they're not connected to John Morton as much as they're connected to Sean Payton.
Yeah, and I think you got to be really
better when you phrase it that way.
You got to be really careful when you don't want to go and even interview a guy simply because he's connected to John Morton. Like I don't think that's a good road to go down.
A couple more texts. This one says, John, I'm in a close age to you, and all my friends are so annoyed by the words chip and natty. It's the circumstance of today's lazy generation. Scott on the roof.
Yep.
Boomer John out here with his grumble, grumble, grumble. Yell at the neighborhood kids to get off your lawn too, John.
No, I just do think it is extremely lazy.
How is anything the kids say now worse than dude or psych or any of the dumb stuff we said growing up?
Chill out. At least they're full words.
Anyway, Gator is in the studio. You guys got a show coming up. Gator, what's up?
Hey, how is everybody?
Hey,
good morning.
Good morning.
Saw Heather on TV last night.
Oh, you did?
You were on TV?
Did.
I was?
Yeah. Movie Real Steel was on.
Oh, yeah.
I happened to
movie
flip
credit.
it on, and I saw that it was on. I'm like, oh, hey, Heather's in this movie. I went, and I said, I wonder if I'll be anywhere near the time. And it happened to be right as your scene took place.
Look at that.
Kind of
The
scene
good
was
old
it?
days.
Oh, it's a fight scene.
Oh,
Yeah.
between the robots. Heather's part of an angry mob crowd. She's
Yeah.
the
I played Kingpin's girlfriend.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've never seen
wearing
this
a
movie.
bikini top and some
Yeah.
Daisy Dukes.
Yep.
And
That's
yeah.
why I said the good old days. Yes. Mhm.
This
And
movie
giving a
came
couple
out
R's.
in 2011.
Yeah.
It's a Hugh
I'll have to.
Jackman
I've never seen it.
You
Me neither.
haven't?
No.
I mean, it's a decent movie. It's for like
Is
a
it sci-fi?
teenage movie. It's like a
The robots are
teenager
fighting?
It's sci-fi.
kid movie.
Yeah, it's kid
Like I'm
friendly.
surprised you haven't seen it just because Jack would have been. Oh, how old would he have been
Yeah,
back
he
then?
would have been
too
born in
little.
2011.
Okay, but okay. Maybe he'd still enjoy it now. It's like Teddy would like it.
It's Rocky
Okay.
with robots.
Yeah, the plot takes place in the 2020s, where we are now, where
it's cool
robots
'cause
are
it's filmed in
replacing bodies.
Detroit.
Futuristic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a decent flick.
It is.
Anyway, full breakdown of that and more coming up next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, hello, Scott. Heather can't get the door open, so Scott's going to help her. What just happened over there? She has her hands full? Apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and normally if I'm standing up while she's walking out, I'm a gentleman, open a door, but I was sitting down and I saw that she had her hands full, but she'll get it. Nope, she
did not.
She eventually did.
Alas.
How
are you today?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm all right. Yeah.
Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
Well, as I divulged in the crosstalk, the exciting part was seeing Heather on my TV while watching the movie Real Steel.
Yeah.
Was on the Hugh Jackman movie that was filmed here in Detroit.
Were you watching that intentionally?
No, I mean, well, yes and no. No, I wasn't
What
going
I mean
to.
by that is, did you carve out time and say, let me watch this, or were you just flipping around and it was on?
I was looking at the guide at a specific time last night. It was later, and as I'm scrolling, I thought, Real Steel's on, and then I looked and saw what time it started, and I'm like, wonder if this is if I turn it on right now, if I'll catch Heather's scene, because I've seen the movie before. So it was intentional for me to turn it on to see if I could see Heather, and sure enough, got to see Heather.
Yeah,
I turned it on at the right time.
Cool.
So that was cool.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just flipping around, watching various movies last night. Alien stuff. Alien Prometheus and Alien Covenants were on last night.
Interesting. I may have a follow-up with that a little bit later on. I've started a new TV series, and it's not like me, and I'm curious, and we'll see what comes out of it. So, okay, so here we are on a Wednesday. Yesterday, we were talking about Dan Campbell, and the head coach of the Detroit Lions mentioned that his first priority was take care of the staff, and I don't know exactly when the news broke, but to the surprise of exactly no one, John Morton is out as head coach, as offensive coordinator. Good Lord. As offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions.
We should go get John Harbaugh.
And we'll get to the Harbaugh because there could be Harbaugh fallout on all that. That could impact us here in Detroit. But look, John Morton, it just, an offensive play caller who loses the responsibility of calling plays doesn't feel like that's a guy that's going to be around here long term. And so we all kind of knew this was coming.
Yeah, I think we saw this coming, although what I don't know and what we don't know officially is, are the Lions going to look for the OC or not? Are they looking for somebody to call the plays? Is Dan Campbell, has he made that decision? Like, yeah, I just want to get back to being the CEO of this team? Or, I think we're all leaning towards, yes, please go get an offensive coordinator. And if you have to take things over, then you have to take things over. You've done it before, but why not go get somebody? My initial thoughts on this. The first thing I thought of last night when it became official that he was let go as the OC. And if that sends the bat signal across the league, which it should, that the Lions are looking for an offensive coordinator. Is there a better gig in football as an offensive coordinator than for the Detroit Lions right now? You would step into a situation where you have a quarterback that's highly respected. You have all the weapons that they have on offense. And going into the offseason that fixing the offensive line is going to be a priority. I would think this is maybe the best job opening in the NFL when it comes to offensive coordinators.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably Baltimore is going to be a good offensive coordinator job. But this is, this would be an attractive spot. One would think for a guy to, land. Here's the thing about it. Dan Campbell has done an exceptionally good job. Best Lions coach of our lifetime. But he's hired 3 offensive coordinators, and 2 of them didn't make it through a year.
This is true.
Now, he promoted from within with Ben Johnson, and it worked out, and that's awesome. And it worked out with flying colors. Many of these guys have had similar things to work with. John Morton, you can make a case that John Morton had some pretty bad luck. Because he takes over, and the idea is you're going to have Frank Ragnow and a healthy Taylor Decker, and, then that all went out the window, and now he's calling plays with an offense.
With 2 rookies at guard and an aging center.
And this is, unfortunately, this is life in the big city. This is what it's like to be a coach. But you can make a case that dude got a little bit the short end of the stick here and some bad luck and some misfortune. But whatever. This is a challenge here for Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is batting 300 when it comes to his offensive coordinator hires. And he's got, I have a bit of a hunch that the possibility of him actually being the offensive coordinator, the guy calling plays, maybe that won't be his title. I think that's more in play than we realize. I mean, maybe more than I realized. I shouldn't speak for everyone. After listening to him talk on Monday and starting to think about it, I'm not saying this is an idea I endorse. I want an outside offensive coordinator to come in, but I think he might be considering this stronger than I realized, him calling plays. So again, I'm not speaking for anyone else. I was very dismissive of the idea. And now I'm like, he might be really thinking about this. Do you think he's really thinking about it?
I think it's there. I think it's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out. That's why I said, I think they're looking for an offensive coordinator to actually be and when we say that, I think the traditional one to be the play caller. And when you say he's hitting, he's batting 300 here or 333 or whatever the case is. Yes and no, because I think the bar changed. Like if they had John Morton in year one and they were averaging 29 points a game with John Morton,
yep,
he'd be the offensive coordinator. You're not going to move off from that. But they got up to that slow start with Anthony Lynn. Dan Campbell took over and then turned things over the next year to Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson ran with it, particularly in the second half of that season when they really clicked in year two, and then the 12-5 and 15-2. The bar is set incredibly high. So when John Morton comes in and his offense is getting 29 points a game, that's not good enough. 52 is in one game. You're
right. It's kind of weird. The bar's pretty damn high here.
And they started off 4-1, and then things started to drop a little bit, and the inconsistency came in, and he made the decision that he was going to move on from John Morton as the play caller. So I think that bar is set awfully high, which is probably why I would expect them to go outside and bring in somebody that's got some experience.
I would too, and I guess we ask the people because I don't know that there's a position in sports that the fans scrutinize as much as, it's like goalie in hockey, and offensive coordinator in football gets a ton of scrutiny. I mean, if we made the list of things that get scrutinized, football play calling is near the top of the list. Having operated in this world, talk radio forever, you when you go into it, maybe you don't realize it, but you realize you're going to talk a lot about play calling. People love to talk about second guess and criticize play calling. And, the play callers get them wrong all the time, even the best. But I was thinking about, do we ask the people today, what do you want in an offensive coordinator? And I don't even know how they would answer it. Like, I'm curious as to what people would say if they even, really have an opinion other than guy who calls a lot of good plays. Like,
right. Because it's hard to really quantify.
I think the thing on the marquee, like on the cover of the book, is your trick plays. I feel like trick plays and deep passes are what's on the cover of the book, but you get into the book and you read the book, and it's not all about trick plays, and it can't be all about trick plays and deep passes. But it's what draws everybody in, is when an offensive coordinator calls a successful trick play. And a word that gets thrown around with offensive coordinators all the time, I think, is code for trick play. Where's the creativity? Fans I've heard that complaint a lot. Our offense has no creativity.
Yeah, we didn't get to it yesterday, but I do have some numbers that would back up that Dan Campbell might be a better play caller than people want to give him credit for.
Okay, well, let's get to that. And if you have something, if you're adamantly opposed to Dan Campbell doing it, that's fine. We'd love to have that conversation. I think it's in play more so than maybe I initially thought. And secondarily, if you have any traits or things that you want, or even a specific person you want, we'd love to get your opinions on this. At one point, it felt like when they had Ben Johnson as their play caller, it couldn't get much better than that, right? It felt like between the people they had, the offensive line they had, their quarterback, their receivers, the running backs, that 15-2 team, it felt like they had about as dialed in offensively as it could be. How do you get back to that? And, they still have many of the same people. But there's a challenge of the offensive line, and let's face it, it's not Ben Johnson. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money with ice cold showers? Huh? Anybody? No? Me neither. And this is why I would call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January's even over. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
There is a name out there that really intrigues me for offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, and there is accessibility to him now. We'll get to that today at 10:32. In the meantime, your phone calls and feedback, yep, they're indeed searching for an offensive coordinator. And there's a lot to discuss here. Whether or not Dan Campbell calling plays is in play is one thing. You've got the list of candidates out there. Dave Burkett put out a list of 12 candidates. I don't know if any of those jumped off the page. And Gator, if you have a particular favorite. But I'll give you mine today at 10:32. Do you have a favorite so far in the early going?
For OC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll get to yours at 10:32 as well. Let's talk to the people as we go to Brian. You're on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hello, good morning.
What's up?
So, well, am I wrong in saying that there was a time, I think, Peyton Manning called plays for a time?
Not that I'm aware
I don't think
of.
he called his plays when he was with the Colts.
You mean as a quarterback? Like he did it himself?
I'm pretty sure that Peyton Manning was calling plays at the line of scrimmage for a time.
I'd have to
Now, I don't
Google
know.
search that.
Yeah, I don't know if they had an offensive coordinator at that time as well, but like
a quick Google search says no, he didn't fully call his own plays. But he had control to make significant audibles.
Omaha.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
But I could see the Lions shifting into maybe they share the duties, or because it seems like Campbell's pretty competent.
Yeah, I think he is competent at doing that. I just wonder if he could take that off his plate and they get back to,
just being a head coach.
Yeah,
like is Dan
better for them?
Even if he's competent, let's say he is competent, the question becomes, is Dan Campbell an offensive coordinator so good that it's worth taking away from Dan Campbell focusing exclusively on being the head coach? And I would say the answer to that is no.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think he's competent, but I think he's an exceptionally good head coach. Just do the head coach thing. Like, don't spread yourself too thin.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, all right, guys. That's what popped into my head was back when the Colts were on fire, and it seems like Peyton Manning was, had a lot of control.
Who was
there.
it? Tom Moore? Wasn't Tom Moore their offensive
Tom Moore was
coordinator?
one of them, yeah. Former Lions. But, yeah, Peyton Manning they would call the plays, but he would have, I guess, the ability to audible at the line of scrimmage like all quarterbacks do. But I think they really trusted him in making audibles at the line of scrimmage because he had full command of that offense. I don't know if Jared Goff has the same kind of freedom. I don't think he's got that kind of freedom. He's got freedom, though. I mean, we talked to Goff before about making calls at the line, and he does it. Checks out of stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So here is some numbers and facts and figures, if you will, from Colton Pouncey of The Athletic. He had this article printed yesterday. And it says the Lions averaged 26.9 points a game in games that Dan Campbell called plays. That's seventh in the NFL during that stretch, but down from the 29.9 per game under Morton. However, they jumped from 16th to 2nd in explosive play rate, 18th to 6th in play action rate, 20th to 4th lowest in 3-and-out rate, and 25th to 16th in third down conversion rate, and from 19th to 6th in offensive EPA per rush. And he did it all with an even worse offensive line than Morton dealt with as injuries piled up late in the year. This is all from Colton Pouncey. So, I mean, I'm not in a hurry to say, Dan Campbell, you have to hire an offensive coordinator and a play caller. I thought he did a good job, and these numbers actually back that up, and then you couple that in with the issues they had with no Sam Laporta, no Brock Wright, and even more issues with the offensive line, then I could be okay with it. I'd prefer to have a play caller, somebody with experience.
I would too.
But if I'm sorry, but if they end up saying, yeah, we're going to promote Scotty Montgomery to be the play caller, like, I know he's been here, trusted guy, running backs coach, receivers coach. I got it, but I want somebody has done it.
Wasn't Scotty Montgomery brought in though as kind of a fail-safe, a backup in case things don't work out? Wasn't there some discussion of that in his career?
I think so, and yet Dan Campbell took over the team and didn't give it to somebody else.
This is true. 248-539-9797. Jim is next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Well, just a couple of things. First, I don't know how successful Ben Johnson would have been with all the offensive line issues we had last season, establishing the run. But one of the things that was talked a lot about when he was elevated to OC was the relationship with Goff. And it was like people talked about he had a hand in help helping rebuild Goff's confidence. So I think, it's possible one of the reasons Morton didn't work out is that there just may have been, not a great relationship with the skill players. It's hard to say, but I think they need to find somebody who the players click with, and even if things go south, they still have confidence that it's the right guy doing the job. So, that interpersonal side of the equation, I think, needs to be considered too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, John Morton, midway through the season, and I watch his news conference every week, some cracks started to show where it was clear to me that Morton was almost starting to throw people under the bus. Like he could sense that there was a dissatisfaction. And here's the way I interpreted it, Jim, here. And we talked about it a little bit on the air. And that was, I interpreted his news conferences as there's dissatisfaction in the building, and the cracks are starting to show when he's meeting with the media. And, just listening to him talk and a little bit of finger pointing, and I'm like, those were the early signs. So I think, Jim, you might be right, and that he didn't quite mesh, and then people probably started looking at him as the issue. And as far as the Goff compatibility, I mean, Jared Goff is going to be the quarterback here. It is a requirement that there is a high level of Goff compatibility.
Right.
Yep. Which is why I'm kind of zeroing in. We'll get to our candidates, our favorite candidates today at 10:32, as promised, which is why I picked the guy I picked. And who knows how serious some of these people are really under consideration, if they're even on Dan Campbell's radar. But there's really two traits that I think are a requirement here. But you mentioned the culture fit and having to fit in with everybody. And I saw, I guess it was The Athletic that did the story, Colton Pouncey and Diana Rossini, who said that Morton was lacking a bedside manner, which might speak to a little bit of what the caller was talking about. Matt in St. Clair Shores, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Hey, boys. I'm in camp for JT Barrett. He's been here. He knows the system. He knows the culture. He wouldn't upend the system that we're running. I read an interview kind of midway through the season that he was really the creativity behind a lot of the wrinkles Ben Johnson was putting into his system. So having that motion back, having those wrinkles back, a guy that already knows what we're looking to do, I feel like that's probably the best way forward instead of bringing in a whole new idea of how to run the offense and really restarting our offensive system.
So it's interesting because JT Barrett was here as an assistant, the former Ohio State quarterback, was here as an assistant quarterback coach when Ben Johnson was here. And when Ben Johnson took the job with the Bears, JT Barrett went with him as the quarterback coach. So JT Barrett does get some credit for what happened with Caleb Williams this year. Caleb Williams and Jared Goff are completely different style quarterbacks. But, I mean, it might speak to the versatility that JT Barrett has, is that he could, he was part of a staff that worked well with Jared Goff, and he was in charge of he coached the quarterback position with a quarterback with a much different skill set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the skill set really matters if you're calling plays. Again, I'm thinking we need to bring the motion back because the motion pre-snap helps Jared identify the coverage, which helps him figure out where he's going, which when he's under duress, it helps him get the ball out faster. And if he's truly some of the creativity behind the wrinkles of Ben Johnson, bringing that back, which seems to be something we lack this year, I feel like all sides point to let's bring back what was working for us instead of reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, Matt, interesting to certainly consider. And look, they don't need to reinvent the wheel. This is not an offense that needs a whole scale, full makeover, right?
Not at all. No, this is I think this is an offense that just needs to fix the offensive line and
needs some touch-ups.
Yeah, I think it's more than a touch-up. They need a couple of new faces on the offensive line, but I'm
talking about philosophically. I think it just needs touch-ups.
Yeah, well, philosophically, as an offense and how they run things, yes. No, I mean Jared Goff had his second best year.
I mean Jared Goff's numbers are considering how the changes offensively. I mean, Goff wasn't perfect by any stretch, but he showed no drop off.
No, he had his second best season in his career, and the best season he had was last year
in terms
in the
of
regular season.
In terms of individual regular season statistics, yes. 248-539-9797. All right, I got a guy, Gator. I think you're gonna like. I think you're gonna like some of it, and you're gonna hate one thing about him. But we'll get to that. And you got your guy. That's at 10:32. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. What do you want in an offensive coordinator? John Morton officially out, and no surprise to anyone. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing well on a Wednesday. Look, the Detroit Lions, John Morton is out, and this is no surprise. And so Dan Campbell said on Monday, the first order of business is to take care of the staff. So, you know, they've got an opening now, and there's going to be somebody brought in to help with the offense, whether it's a full-fledged calling plays offensive coordinator or a Eric Bieniemy type offensive coordinator for Andy Reid, where Dan Campbell continues to call plays, has yet to be determined. But Dan Campbell, has, what do you want in your offensive coordinator as our head coach launches into this search? Feedback coming in. John Morton did a better job calling plays than Dan Campbell did. The points per game prove it. Not saying Morton shouldn't have been fired, but Dan Campbell should definitely not be calling plays next season. Well, the points per game did go down. Gator gave you all those offensive metrics that did go up, and points per game is the ultimate measurement. They did take on more injuries as the year went on, and also played some better defenses as the year went on. But hey, look, points per game is very important. I don't disagree with that.
Well, and in those games that he was the play caller, weeks 10 through 17, or games 10 through 17, they had the 7th highest point total. So the points were down, but they may have been down throughout the league during that time in the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But still 7th in the league.
But look, I mean, play calling comes under heavy scrutiny, and this person did not like the play calling of Dan Campbell. Next one, the problem with Dan Campbell is he doesn't have the ability to adjust mid-game. He was out-coached in the Rams game. We need an experienced OC that is capable of making adjustments. Same goes for the DC. Look, they didn't get it done in the Rams game, whether or not he was out-coached. When you make that comment, I'd like to... It might be true, but if you believe that, give me a specific as to why you think he was out-coached. Like, I don't make that accusation without having come up with a, hey, look, this is the adjustment they made, and the Lions had no counter, or vice versa. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, who's your guy? If Dan Campbell called you up and said, look, I'm not going to hire who you tell me to, but who's somebody that you would recommend I take a look at? And as a confidant of Dan Campbell, you would say what?
I would say, and this person isn't necessarily available, still has a year left on his contract. They extended him last year for another year, so he's going to be at this place through 2026. But I would look at Wes Phillips. Who's Wes Phillips, Doug? Wes Phillips is the offensive coordinator with the Minnesota Vikings, and he's been there since 2022. Prior to that, he was with the Rams as a tight ends and passing coordinator and tight ends coach. From 2019 to 2021, various roles with the Rams. So there's some familiarity with Jared Goff, and also maybe more importantly to me is that even though I understand that their head coach is the guy that really runs the show there with the offense, this guy has some say in it. Think about who the quarterbacks have been for Minnesota over the years. Prior to this bad year because of injuries and whatnot, but prior to that, Sam Darnold had a career year with the Vikings a couple years ago. Prior to that, Kirk Cousins was the quarterback, and Kirk Cousins was awfully steady for them. I think Goff is better than both of those guys by a lot. And having somebody that's worked with an offense that has weapons and has been successful with a quarterback that is immobile, I think that would be a logical step to come to the Lions if they wanted to go that route.
But you can't get them. Is that correct?
Well, I think if you were to, can you get him if you offer him a assistant head coach job? If you add to the title?
So you have to add to the title. It has to be a step up per se. I don't know.
And because Kevin O'Connell is a guy who calls his own plays anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
you'd be down for Wes Phillips.
Yeah, I'd certainly. If you had to ask for permission, maybe then ask for permission.
So the guy that I would go after is a guy that has Goff familiarity, and that the two of them were on the Rams at the same time. He was an assistant quarterback coach and a wide receiver coach, and has recently been an offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons. And Falcons, when they moved on from Raheem Morris, Zach Robinson, their offensive coordinator, is now, of course, looking for a job. And what I don't think you'll love about him is that he falls off the McVay tree. But the McVay tree has been pretty fruitful for people in the NFL. And he has Goff familiarity, having been a part of that Rams staff when Goff was there. Offensively, last year, step back for Atlanta. They were middle of the pack in run and pass. But 2 years ago, when it was Kirk Cousins, but they had a bunch of guys, and there were some injuries that it was included. They were top 5 I think it was top 5 run, top 10 pass offense in the league. So just that would be a guy that if Dan Campbell, if I were a confidant of Dan Campbell and he sought my counsel, I would say take a look to a guy that's got familiarity with Goff and has had success and been an offensive coordinator in this league, Zach Robinson. And he's one of these young, dynamic guys who's considered to be a great communicator.
I think with both of the candidates we presented, which obviously both have Rams ties to them, and so obviously I don't have an issue if it's a tie to McVay. I just don't like McVay as a person.
It's very personal. It's not professional. It's just personal.
But I think a question that's worthy of asking both of the guys we brought up, because they were both there with Jared Goff when Jared Goff was successful, and then when he was on the outs with Sean McVay, is how did you feel about his relationship with McVay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you agree that the Rams needed to move on, or did you disagree with Sean McVay and how he handled that situation? Because it was awkward that last year for sure. And I'd be curious to hear what both of these guys would say about that. If they both had Jared Goff's back, thought, well, I didn't think it ended the right way, or if they like Sean McVay made the right decision. Obviously, we won the Super Bowl after that, when we traded for a better quarterback. Or what would they say? Because I'd be curious about that.
Sure, I think you're right. Their perspective on how that all played itself out. In the meantime, we're asking you, if you're a confidant of Dan Campbell and he sought your counsel, what advice would you give him in going after an offensive coordinator? Is it a particular skill set you'd want that OC to bring to the table? Is there something on the resume that you want? Is there a specific person you want? 248-539-9797.
Plus one other little tidbit. Wes Phillips' grandfather was Bum Phillips.
Okay.
Tell me you didn't love Bum Phillips.
Okay, I will tell you whether or not I love Bum Phillips. You tell me if that isn't what was the tipping point for you to say go get Wes Phillips because he was Bum Phillips' grandson.
I will be 100% honest with you. I did not know it until 30 seconds ago when I saw it as part of the Wikipedia thing.
But now you want him bad.
Oh.
If you don't know who Bum Phillips is, Google search Bum Phillips and you'll see a picture and the answer is yes. Your question will be, wait, that guy was a head coach in the NFL? Yes. And the picture you will see of Bum Phillips is how he used to dress on the sidelines, looking like he was straight off the set of the TV show Yellowstone.
Or
he
Dallas,
could totally have been a ranch hand.
Wearing a giant cowboy hat and even bigger belt buckle. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's how Bum Phillips dressed on the sideline.
I believe his name was O.A. Bum Phillips.
His name was
I think his
O.A.?
initials were O.A.
Really?
Yeah. Now I need to.
Do we know what the OA stood for? I
Yes.
bet it's going to be classic.
Oh, my goodness. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I'm gonna try to think that this is perfect why he was the coach of the Oilers. O-A-I-L is his first name.
Like oil?
I guess.
Spelled like nail, but with an O?
Yes. Andrew Bum Phillips Jr. He's a junior.
Wow.
There's an old senior. Or there was.
Well, there you go. There you go. 248-539-9797. Gator wants Wes Phillips, Bum Phillips' grandson, to be the new offensive coordinator. I'm going with Zach Robinson. Falls off the McVay tree. Recent OC with the Atlanta Falcons. Joe and Grocio, you're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. I'd be okay with either of your suggestions, especially if Wes wears his grandpa's hat on the sideline. That would be special.
100%.
Yeah. This guy has to have worked and had success with a less than mobile quarterback, but also somebody who can integrate a top 3 tight end. It's really underrated how much the loss of Laporta hurt the Lions down the stretch.
It was huge.
Yep.
And if we can get either of those two guys, I'd be thrilled because we can win with somebody like that. And we just need to get our mojo back because something was missing this year. And I think it started with the play caller. The snap was not there.
Well, Wes Phillips has worked with somebody named TJ Hawkinson, and he's a pretty decent tight end. I don't know if he's a great tight end, but he's a decent tight end. And Zach Robinson worked with Kyle Pitts, who's one of the top tight ends in the NFL. So for what it's worth. But now, to be fair about Zach Robinson, he has no history of cowboy.
Well, that's
whereas Wes Phillips does.
Yeah.
But the point is well taken. Sam Laporta was a huge loss, a massive, massive loss.
Yeah, and then losing Brock right after that. I mean,
It's like-
you get your backup.
It's like double down on the loss.
Yeah. But no, Laporta's loss is massive to this team.
Yeah.
For his blocking prowess, his command of the offense, and obviously is a threat in the passing game. I mean, he was as reliable as it gets.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also, Gator, I started a new TV series. I'm intrigued a little bit, and I want your take on it. We'll get to that today at 11:30. See if I stick with it. I don't know. I think it's pretty popular. I'm always late to the game with these things.
So I usually am too.
Yeah, but I'm also an empty nester, and so there's more time. I got some time.
Don't have to worry about who's watching over your shoulder.
That's true. 11:30. We'll get to that here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Less than a month ago to the NBA trade deadline. What's the Pistons' biggest need and who can fill it? An NBA insider has his 2 cents. We'll get to that. Coming up in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Also another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Ooh.
First one of the new year. And there's some new stuff out there, Gator. I'm intrigued.
New stuff?
New stuff.
You got new stuff?
I got new stuff. Well, I mean, that's kind of what Are You Going to Eat That is new stuff. So I suppose that applies to every Are You Going to Eat That?
There's more new stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to that at 12:35. Let's go to Jay. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up?
Not too much. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you. Same to you.
Hey, look, I think I might have a perfect offensive coordinator. He's worked with speedy wide receivers, offensive line. He's won Super Bowls. How about Eric Bieniemy? Nobody seems to want him as a head coach.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with Eric Bieniemy. There's been there's some stuff in his past, and he messed up when he was in Colorado a little bit, but that doesn't seem to matter as much at the NFL level. Guy grew up and has been nothing but a pro. Is he currently?
He's the running backs coach with the Bears right now.
He's in Chicago,
right? That's what I heard. He's a running back coach, so he's not even an OC.
Do you have his resume in front of you?
I do.
When was the last time he was an OC?
He was assistant head coach and offensive coordinator at UCLA in 2024.
Yeah.
And in 2023, he was assistant head coach and offensive coordinator with the Commanders.
Okay. Yeah.
And don't forget he was with the Chiefs under Andy Reid.
Yeah, that's
of course,
the big thing.
I
He's
mean,
with the Chiefs,
that's how he built his resume, and the whole world was like, "How come this guy hasn't got an OC job?" And it's because Andy Reid got all the credit,
right? Which is
why. And then, like when Dan Campbell was saying he'd be his offensive coordinator, at least he won't be pilfered away or somebody try to take him. That seems to be the same thing with Eric Bieniemy.
Eric Bieniemy is a name that something hasn't worked for him. And what I mean by that is he felt like such an obvious head coaching candidate. And given his position, I don't know if he doesn't interview well or whatever, but it's never happened for him. And it felt like all those years in Kansas City, people are like, oh, look out for Eric Bieniemy. And now you got to search for where Eric Bieniemy is. Kind of weird, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That career arc didn't go the way it felt like it was going to.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like this is a guy that should get jobs.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox, and we do appreciate all your texts. Thank you for texting us. Guys, the OC problem is simple. Campbell goes to full-time OC. Bring on John Harbaugh as head coach. Going to be hard to find an OC that wants to come here. It takes a specific person to work around Goff's weaknesses, mobility, and arm strength. Okay. You think Dan Campbell should demote himself to OC to bring in John Harbaugh, who worked with the most mobile quarterback in the league? You think this is the solution? Like, let's just talk about the idea that a head coach is going to demote himself. Is this?
I would let you run with it, man.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Do you think Dan Campbell's sitting back in his office with his feet up going, maybe I should take a pay cut and take away some of my responsibility and give it to somebody else who's worked with a completely different style of quarterback? Like Todd Monken, okay, is the OC in Baltimore, right? Highly respected guy. And considered to be one of the better offensive minds in the game.
It might be the reason that John Harbaugh is no longer coaching with the Ravens, because I think the Ravens, at least the story is Ravens wanted him to part ways with Monken.
So Monken, all of his successes have been with mobile quarterbacks. Like if you look at what he did in Baltimore, obviously with Lamar, he had Baker Mayfield in the past. He had Stetson Bennett when he was at Georgia. Guys who can move quite a bit. In the case of Jared Goff, it's not a mesh. Now maybe that doesn't mean that Monken can't do it, but he wouldn't be first in mind. Neither would be. However, it's more probable than Dan Campbell taking a demotion and I guess hiring the offensive coordinator than hire the head coach. What are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, let's also be fair though. I mean, it's not like.
By the way, that text started with, the problem is simple. The OC problem is simple. Yes, that is the most simple thing I've ever heard.
Being a little unfair, I think is you have to look at that. John Harbaugh also worked a long time with Joe Flacco, who's a bit of a statue.
True.
So you could see that.
Okay. So let's go with this idea. Go ahead, Gator.
No. I was saying, with that being
Workshop
said,
this.
I think it's ridiculous. I actually respect the hell out of John Harbaugh as a coach, and he'll have. Rumor is he's already been contacted by most of the teams that have openings, and that there are teams that don't have openings that are looking to contact John Harbaugh because they may soon have an opening if they can work out a deal with John Harbaugh. This is how highly coveted he is. This is equivalent to if Brad Holmes became available on the free agent market to be a GM, the teams would be absolutely in contact with him. John Harbaugh has a better resume. He's been around longer, and he's done everything. And no, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely, utterly ridiculous to think that Dan Campbell would take a step back and allow John Harbaugh to come
voluntarily.
Right. No, that's ridiculous.
More feedback here from an unnamed texter. Why not hire a game manager advisor to help him manage the game, and then Campbell can call offensive plays like he wants to? I think there's already somebody like that on staff, but there's like timeout coaches and down and distance coaches and challenge coaches that sit up in the box, and their sole. I think Joe Judge is actually doing that right now for the Mississippi the Run'em Rebs and the Run'em Rebs. No, they're the Rebels. The Run'em Rebs is UNLV for Ole Miss. He's doing it for Ole Miss. And I'm pretty sure the Lions have a guy like that right now. But yeah, I mean, they're the metric guy, when to go for it, when not to go for it. That's the game strategy guy, I guess is the term. I think every staff should have one of those.
I think the good news with the Lions is that they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They don't have to go get a guy. I mean, their head coach is competent at calling plays. What we're discussing, though, is that now that it's official that John Morton is out with the Lions and he's their offensive coordinator, that should they go and look outside the organization to bring somebody in to call plays? They're going to hire an offensive coordinator for sure. Will that offensive coordinator have the ability to call plays? I don't know. But I do think this. I think the Lions' job for offensive coordinator, if you're going to call plays, would be the most appealing job
be very appealing
in the NFL.
And by the way, back to take the demotion guy.
Yeah.
A person who works around Goff's weaknesses, mobility and arm strength. His arm strength is fine. His mobility is what it is. But next text. We need an offensive coordinator who's dealt with a quarterback like Goff, the game manager type quarterback, but I don't care who's calling plays if you can't fix the O-line. I think that is something we would all agree with.
How do you feel
Gotta
about
fix
it?
the O-line.
You think he's a game manager?
I don't think he's necessarily a game manager, no. I think he's far more of a...
I think he has the ability to manage a game.
Yeah.
As all great quarterbacks do.
I think Jared Goff's quarterback IQ is off the charts. I think he plays the game at such a high level from a ability to quickly process information, know where to go with the foot, read a defense, know to read a defense pre-snap and post-snap.
I don't think he can run. I think that might be a weakness.
He might beat us in a foot race, but relative to the rest,
he beat me for sure.
Relative to the rest,
he beat you in a foot race too.
Relative to the rest of the quarterbacks in the NFL, and the ones that are considered mobile, yes, he's more statuesque. 248-539-9797. Doug, hard pass on Zach Robinson. He was not a good OC here in Atlanta. Those numbers are deceiving. Trust me, from Chris in Atlanta. Next text, unpopular opinion, but Brian Daboll would be the best fit for the Lions OC. Schematically, heavy sets, pulling guards in the run game, and our passing game does not need any tweaking.
Well, but he made his bones with Buffalo, and Josh Allen's a different type of quarterback altogether. It's a guy who's giving you 500 rushing yards a year. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it's the same thing. I'd be intrigued by Daboll. But
they were together in Miami, Dan Campbell and Daboll.
Yeah, not number one on my list, though.
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell calls you, seeks your counsel. What do you tell him about the OC spot? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Pistons are getting ready for a matchup tonight with the Chicago Bulls. With a 27-9 record, Detroit is barreling towards the trade deadline as one of the best teams in the NBA right now. How have the Pistons been so good this year? Well, as J.B. Bickerstaff has said time and again, this team's identity is rooted in its defense. With that, the Pistons currently rank 4th in the NBA in points allowed per game. They are second best in field goal and 2-point percent defense, second in fewest offensive rebounds allowed, 4th in total rebounds, and second in turnovers forced this year. After a record-breaking defensive effort on Monday, Detroit will look to shut down a Chicago team tonight that will be without one of its top scorers in Josh Giddey, who's averaging 19.2 points a night. Detroit will also be without Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris. However, they've won each of their last 2 games against the Cavs and Knicks without the duo. Plus, Karis LeVert is slated to return for the Pistons tonight. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:35. And the NFL has released its top 10 most-watched games this year. The Lions held 2 spots on the list with 47.7 million viewers. Lions and Packers on Thanksgiving Day was the second most-watched game this season, behind only Chiefs and Cowboys on the same day. Detroit's matchup at home with the Steelers in Week 16 was the 7th most viewed game this year at 28.6 million viewers. And breaking news out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson, per Pete Thamel, is declaring for the NFL Draft. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or go to Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Look, it's open line, so anything on your mind, fair game. Red Wings, college basketball, Pistons. It's what we do here. Let's go. And next hour, we will get to some Piston stuff as we are a month of the trade deadline. And NBA Insider is is giving advice to each of the contending teams and who might fill necessary needs on teams. So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You like the hat?
The Pistons teal hat?
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I mean, this is one of the great reversals in Detroit sports history, I think, is the way that people feel about the horse head logo.
Oh, dude. It's gone from
in the teal
reviled and hated in the moment.
Hated it back then.
To beloved.
Yeah. We should have told me. I would have brought. I have a Pistons horse head hat. I don't know if it's teal. I think it's white. But
so this was a Christmas gift from the kids that got me this hat. They'd heard that I loved the logo and the teal, and they made note of it and got me this hat for Christmas. And I thought the brim might bother you a little bit.
Oh, it does, because it makes it look like it's a giant hat.
Yeah.
But the logo is fine.
Kenny, how do you feel about the hat, Kenny?
I love the teal. I love the hat. I love the brim. Don't let him tell you any differently. I agree with you and your kids, by the way, which he is now insulting if he insults the brim.
No. Look, I have gotten to a point in my life.
Are you trying to put some friction between me and Doug's kids?
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Yes. The kids love Gator, and Gator often sides with the kids whenever they're talking about parental issues. Not all the time, but
no. But the teal merch, every time they release teal merch, I'm always on board. I love the teal.
I don't mind it now, but I prefer with that same era. I prefer the maroon. Like they have a maroon version of it, and interesting. You're wearing a maroon sweatshirt.
Well, the maroon is part of the maroon and teal, which. In theory, maroon, teal, and gold sounds like just a absolute barf combination of colors, and yet it worked.
That was the late 90s.
If you want to see it, you can watch the show on Twitch or YouTube. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. 248-539-9797. So we are talking, though, about the offensive coordinator position, which now is officially open. There's a couple things that we talked about in the first hour. One is, I probably didn't give as much consideration to Dan Campbell staying on as the play caller as I should have. I think and I'm not speaking for anybody else, but I was like, yeah, he'll get an offensive coordinator. He'll give up the play calling duties. Then after hearing him speak on Monday, I'm like, maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe he is going to call plays. But in the meantime, somebody will be brought into the staff, whether it's a true offensive coordinator fully calling plays or it's somebody who's just got the title, and Dan Campbell's a play caller. But John Morton being out comes as a surprise to no one. Gator and I both endorsed candidates that we really hadn't seen much talk about. You went with Wes Phillips, who is under contract in Minnesota, but that doesn't mean you can't have accessibility to him if you give him, I believe you have to give him technically a promotion of some sort, which would be, I guess, assistant head coach.
You can always ask.
Yeah.
Ask for permission.
Seek permission. I don't know why Minnesota would grant it to an in-division rival, but and then I went with Zach Robinson, who's got familiarity with Goff, or their work together in L.A., who's considered a pretty bright young offensive mind. Falcon guy tweeted us or texted us and said, "Don't be fooled by the numbers. He was not a success here in Atlanta." Well, the numbers his first year were better than his numbers last year. There's no doubt about it. But he worked with Kirk Cousins, who is not exactly the most mobile of quarterbacks. He had a good tight end game and familiarity with Goff. But these are just some of our suggestions. If Dan Campbell picked up the phone and called you, intentionally or accidentally, and sought your counsel, what would you tell him about the OC spot? Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up?
People always complain about Goff. Now, if you think about it, I think over the last 3 years, he probably played every game. You look at all these mobile quarterbacks, all of them been missing time. Joe Burrow, Love, they all miss time. We don't have really a good backup quarterback. So would you rather give up a couple of games for him being for a mobile quarterback?
So let's start with this. You didn't finish the first sentence completely. You said people are always complaining about Goff. People are always complaining about Goff's mobility. I don't think we get it. I don't think people in general are always complaining about Goff. I think the people that don't like Jared Goff insist that you need a mobile quarterback to win in the NFL these days. And I disagree with that as a premise. I don't believe in hard and fast rules. But if it's an interesting, you do wonder if there is a direct correlation, and I don't have data, but I would probably study it if I were working in the league as an young and up and coming offensive coach, about injury risk and mobility.
Mahomes is off. The only one I can think of is maybe Josh Allen. The only one I really.
And what does everybody say about Josh Allen? He's got to stop taking hits.
Right, stop putting himself at risk. But that offensive line, he kind of has to.
For the last 3 years, he played every game, right?
I think he's missed. I mean, since he's been a Lion, I think he's only missed 1 or 2 games as a Detroit Lion.
Pretty crazy.
Joe Burrow missed a half a year.
He's missed seasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Lamar
gets hurt.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is out. Jordan Love. We can keep naming these quarterbacks.
Yeah, but you can also go the other way too, and there's some mobile quarterbacks that are awfully good in the league that are still playing right now too.
Jared Goff has played 17 games each of the last 4 seasons.
Wow. Okay, what about the San Francisco quarterback? Wasn't he out this year too?
Yeah,
Purdy. Yeah,
Brock Purdy's missed a lot of time, half the season, I think, close to it.
Everyone I think about has been hurt this year or was hurt before. I can't think it. Now, Kirk Cousins, of course, he wasn't mobile, but,
It's an interesting point, Brian. It's an interesting point.
Okay, guys, have a good day.
What you're doing is drawing a straight line between lack of mobility and health. And it wouldn't stand to reason that the guy that's the easiest to hit is the guy that gets hurt the least, but maybe he's so reliant on getting the football out quick, given his skill set, that he just doesn't take as many bad hits.
I feel like I always have to bring this up, though. When it comes to mobility, there's a difference between being a running quarterback and being a mobile quarterback. Because if you look at, like Josh Allen's a running quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. He's also a hell of a thrower, hell of a passer. They're in the playoffs against Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence is mobile. He's not a running quarterback, but he's mobile.
Yeah.
You look at Houston. Their quarterback is mobile. He's not a running quarterback. Patriots, Drake May. He's mobile. Not a running quarterback. Justin Herbert is mobile. Not a running quarterback. I mean, all these quarterbacks. Bryce Young he's not a running quarterback. He's mobile. He doesn't take off and go all the time. Stafford's immobile.
You know how we talked with Goff about some of the things, the calls we get and the questions. He's like, let's go. And he wants to hear them. I wonder how Goff would take that call. Hey, Jared, you don't get hurt because you're not mobile. I wonder what he'd say to that.
Something quick and witty.
It probably would be.
But then also pointing out that
he'd probably say, I do it by design, guys. I could run like Lamar, but I know that'll. That's probably what he'd say. He'd say something funny.
I try to throw the ball to the guys that have the legs.
248-539-9797. Dwayne is next. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
What's up, Dwayne?
All right. I know y'all gonna laugh because we all like Dan Campbell. Everybody do. I think the Lions win sometimes in spite of the decisions that he made. And I think he's overrated. I think he's a good culture guy. He's a good rah-rah guy. But when it comes to managing that game, like last game, we was like 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. We on Chicago's 35-yard line. They got 3 timeouts. A little league coach can tell you, run the ball. He threw it 3 times, and Goff almost threw a pick.
He did throw a pick.
Yeah, it was an arm punt, but yeah.
He did throw a pick.
Does that make sense to y'all?
It started, Dwayne. It started. The clock management started to go haywire when Montgomery stepped out of bounds and didn't need to, which meant they probably were going to need another first down to get into kill the clock situation. And I think he went for that first down. But if Montgomery stays in bounds, the clock gets down to 2 minutes. You drain Chicago's timeouts and you kick the field goal. If they didn't get another first down, Chicago would have had time and at least 1 timeout. So I think that kind of changed the approach there. But yeah, he could have run it and taken the clock down further.
But how about this? At the same time, Dwayne, they did turn the ball over, but they were okay with that because they had timeouts to work with, and they got the ball back and they won.
Because they would have given Chicago at least 2 minutes. Because Chicago, hold on, Dwayne, hold on. Chicago could have used all 3 timeouts even before the 2-minute warning. They would have got the ball back with more than 2 minutes to go.
No timeouts, though. So it's still the
they would have had the 2-minute warning to go.
And then, but it's still no timeout. It still makes sense to do it that way.
I think it started to go haywire when he stepped out of bounds. He could have done it your way, yes.
Okay, could I just finish? Also, like this week, we kicked the field goal every time on 4th down, right? And we won the game. If he made one mistake and went for it one time, you lose that game. And we've lost. We've lost plenty of games in the past, including this year, from going for it too many times. There's a time and a place for going for it on 4th.
All right, Dwayne, what's your solution? Would you move on from Dan Campbell?
All right. You're right, but let me just say this.
No, let me ask you, would you move on from Dan Campbell?
Okay, I just want to just finish my point real quick. He's an emotional guy. He calls the game from an emotional standpoint versus a lot of
is he your coach or not? Are you firing him?
No, you can't fire him.
All right, what was it?
That was worth it.
I just like it. You wouldn't even
fire. Complaining about a guy that you're going to keep as your coach.
At the end of the day, we know this is what you get into with Dan Campbell. I hope Dan Campbell learns from some of the mistakes. He's not perfect. There's no question he's not perfect.
I think we can all agree that there are times you're like, I would have absolutely kicked the field goal. Why are you going for it? And this year has been a year where they did not convert those 4th downs, where in years past they did. I think analytics might suggest next year that teams will go for it less on 4th down because it wasn't as successful this year. That being said, his point about, every time they kicked it this time, what if they had gone for it once, then they would have lost the game. Unless they converted.
Unless they converted, right? I mean, it's a weird thing to complain about, to say he kicked the field goal, but had he gone for it, they would have lost. Well, he didn't. Yeah, so
we did not like the play calling it prior to 2 minutes.
No, I didn't
like that.
But I realized what happened when Montgomery stepped out of bounds is David Montgomery at that point invited, unfortunately, Chicago getting the ball back with more than 2 minutes to go.
Yes.
Because if he stays in bounds, they have to use a timeout, or they let it go to 2 minutes. But at the end of the day, I think he knew one more first down, and they were in the kill shot position.
And the defense gave up 5 yards.
Yep. But, hey, look.
5 yards.
Dwayne, I was about to say he's not your guy. That's fine. But
that's Dwayne's guy.
But that is Dwayne's guy. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 11:30. Sampled a new TV show. I don't know if I'm going to stick with it. It's a thinker. I think, or it's just really slow. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh. Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I believe the previous caller was Dwayne, and Dwayne's complaints are not unique. Like, people, he's got company of people who don't like Dan Campbell's decision-making. I think you'd have to sit down, though, and document how many games they won because they went for it on fourth down. Because throughout the last few years, there have been quite a few successful fourth down calls that have paid dividends for the Lions.
I think Dwayne's ultimate point was that, yeah, Dan Campbell's fine to be the head coach, but let's bring in somebody else to call the plays to make those decisions.
And the other thing about Dan Campbell,
and that's fine,
that I don't know that the last game was a reflection of it. You're out of the playoffs. Did he intentionally do things differently? Just say, all right, let's see how this works.
I'm not sure. I think, you go back and look at these decisions, right? They had the ball 4th and 5 at the Chicago 16.
Mm-hmm.
I think once you get beyond 3 yards to go, 3 yards to gain, I think that's when conservative Dan comes in. And it's like, well, you know what? No, we're not going to do this. I think the one time that I can think of where he went for it when it got to be beyond that, and I think he just got caught up in the matrix of like he was in his own world, was that Cowboys game a few years ago when they got the penalty and after the Dan Skipper penalty, and they still went for it. It was like 4th and 9 or whatever it was.
Right.
I think he was so pissed at what was going on that he was going to make a point. We're going to score on this play regardless, and they didn't. But I think once you get beyond 4th and 3, I think you take a step back and go, okay, let's do the right thing. Let's just kick the field goal here.
Yeah.
And this was a 4th and 5 situation that they settled for the field goal. And then the next time around, it was 4th and 10. Even though they're at the 12-yard line, in the 16-yard line in the previous drive, just take the points.
I think when you get in a professional relationship with Dan Campbell, you get what you get, which includes aggressive Dan Campbell, which has been very good to them. And it can cost you. You can make a case that, far more importantly, it cost him you can make a case that it cost him the NFC title game. But as I said yesterday, the moves you don't make never go wrong. The opposite of what you did never goes wrong because you don't see the outcome. If Dan Campbell would have tried the field goal with the Josh Reynolds drop on 4th down, and was it Badgley the kicker back then?
It may have been. It was would have been like a 40.
It would have been a long field goal where he hadn't had a ton of success off grass, and if he missed the field goal, and they go down and lose a game, and they end up losing the game because they might have missed the field goal. But you don't know that. It's percentage play. He played it, rolled the dice, got burnt. Greg in Detroit. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't agree with Dwayne at all. Dan Campbell was not an emotional coach where he calls out of emotions. Dan Campbell's been in the NFL for a very long time under not only as a player who excelled, but under great coaching. And here he comes recognizing what he has, which is a Pro Bowl offense. Every offensive player that we have is a Pro Bowler. Not only that, with a Pro Bowling offensive line. And so he's looking at this and said, what would I not go for it for 4th and 2 or 4th and 5? Because it's my Pro Bowlers against your players. And he took that and looked at that and made a decision. So it's like the gambling. If I got an offensive line of Pro Bowlers in my offense, every last player is a Pro Bowler, why would I not go that? Dan Campbell.
Well, he leaned on he's historically, Greg, he historically has leaned on a strong offense. The offense took a step back this year, but at the end of the day, I hope he always, and he does say this when he's asked about it on the morning show, he always says, yeah, I look at everything we do and decide if it was the right thing.
But also, I think Johnny Morton was let go prematurely because when they played Minnesota, now that game, if you go back and watch the game, I promise you, that game was a game of 1,000 paper cuts. It was nothing, everything that could go wrong went wrong. It was just that game that had that personality, that just had that flavor. You had a hometown boy come back who wanted to make good. How motivated did you think J.J. McCarthy was going to be? Did you even quantify that and take that in consideration? I mean, even to the end of the game, he threw a pass that a lot of veterans couldn't make to seal the end of that game. And then one other thing that
real quick,
I promise. Even in the Dallas game, when you think that he was just so upset, he threw it to a tight end that nobody knew, and actually, the play actually worked. It just wasn't executed.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's as a play caller, I don't think he's terrible by any stretch of the imagination.
I think he's actually a good play caller. I think he knows his offense, he knows his players, knows the capabilities, and it is his offense. And he ran it. And yeah, there are things I'll disagree. I'll disagree with every offensive coordinator or every play caller that you'll ever watch. You're going to have disagreements, 100%. Right? And were there enough for me to say he can't take the play calling away from him? Not for me.
Well, it's always you got to call all the plays that work.
But yeah,
Paul in Clinton Township, you're next. What's up, Paul?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Happy New Year to you.
You too.
Okay, the first thing I'd say, you brought up that San Francisco game. Everyone acts like Badgley was like going to automatically 100% make the kick.
Yep.
They talk as if it was guaranteed. We just watched Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Okay, there are zero guarantees that kickers are making kicks. At all.
Yeah, and it would have been a 45.
Whatever.
It would have been a 45-yard field goal attempt for Badgley at San Francisco, which is notoriously windy, and yeah, it was no gimme by any means.
It was less than a gimme, right?
They had the play.
Yeah, so I'm to all the heat that Campbell takes over play calling. Okay, and then of course there's the inevitable comparisons that you read how many times people saying, well, Ben Johnson was the secret sauce. Ben Johnson called plays with a top 3 offensive line and a full complement of weapons. Dan's calling plays with, I don't know, am I bottom 10 offensive line, bottom 5? I don't know what the metrics said we were, but we were not very good.
Pro Football Focus, for whatever that's worth, had the Lions' offensive line as the 12th best in the NFL. For whatever,
okay,
but it's Pro Football Focus. Whatever, I think it's probably more in the bottom third this past year, or maybe bottom half is probably better to say. But it certainly wasn't what it was a year ago.
And you guys brought up the loss of Laporta. He was calling plays with a different team. Now, where my critique of him comes in, and my complaint was, okay, I would want him to maybe sit back and say, okay, I don't have the same team, so some of these choices I make that I want to make, maybe I can't make those same ones with the team I have because it's not the same team I had before. Those 4th and 2s and 3s at times were automatic. I mean, for 2 straight years, Dan was the number 1 rated analytics coach from a decision-making standpoint in the league. 2 straight years. People can look it up. He continued to make decisions based on what his old team was. I would have liked to have seen him adjust. Yeah.
Paul, we you bring up a point that we brought up in midseason. Hey, Dan, it's probably not the same offense you've had. You've leaned on it for years, but when you lose the offensive line, the foundation for your decisions were successful because of what you could do up front. Perhaps you should adjust your strategy. And we'll see if he does moving forward. He obviously did in the last game. Unfortunately, the last game was all said and done was meaningless. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tim's in Flint. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing today, man? I hope you guys are having a great day.
We are so far.
I got a couple quick points. One thing, I love Dan Campbell. I think that he's not emotional. He's passionate. He's not crying like Schottenheimer or doing any stuff. Like, he's pretty even-keeled at the press conferences. He's passionate about his team, passionate about football, but I don't think he's emotional. On the fourth down calls, last year we had a team that could Debo the fourth downs and just get down the field whenever we wanted. So he did it. This year, he knew we didn't have a good defense. So his best chance of trying to keep the ball out of their hands and from them scoring is us going for it on fourth. We just didn't have a good enough team.
They didn't have a good defense last year.
Well, yeah. I mean, last year we had the
Last
offense,
year the offense was better.
up.
I think he treated this a little bit deep into the season, treating this year's offense like last year's offense, and it just wasn't.
No, I agree.
But
I also
he's
think
not
behind the
perfect.
scenes, I think he was begging Brad for some offensive linemen, some defensive linemen. Behind the scenes, I think everybody's like, why do we not get these guys? I think he was begging for them. We just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, they give up fewer points last year, but they give up more yards last year.
What's interesting, Tim, is I thought in his Monday news conference, he laid some breadcrumbs. Gator and Kang think I'm reading too much into it, but I think he laid some breadcrumbs about maybe getting a little bit more aggressive to fill some needs in this offseason. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but that's
he's
what
smart.
I felt.
He's a smart guy. He knows what we need.
Yep.
He's trying to get it. He doesn't want to. He wants to succeed. He doesn't want to fail.
No, I'm sure he does. Yeah, that I would agree.
I think an extraordinary meeting to be in on would be one with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes anytime, but specifically to talk about how are we going to create more cap space and how much can we create? How much money does Brad have to go work with in the offseason? Because trying to nickel and dime it like they've done the last couple of off seasons and getting guys that would take maybe a discount to stick around or guys take a discount and come here because it's the Detroit Lions, which is crazy to say. Those days might be done. You may have to go out and spend big boy money on some players finally. I'm curious to see how much money they're going to have to spend, and will it be enough to make the difference?
All right, so we'll get back to some line stuff. We'll talk some Pistons in the noon hour. If you are wondering what they might do at the trade deadline, one NBA insider suggests the perfect player for them. We'll get to that at noon straight up. In the meantime, Gator, I've talked a little bit on the air about the transition in the Karsch household to being empty nesters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because suddenly I find, what am I going to do with the newfound time? And I'm going a long way to distract myself and make sure that I don't focus on the emptiness of my current existence with no kids in the household.
Right.
And so it's watching a lot more television shows, movies. My wife and I have a movie we're planning on watching in the next couple of days.
Oh.
Yeah. And a kind of current one.
Curious.
I could tell you what it is, but I've also started a new TV series. And I'm an episode and a half in.
Okay, when did the show start?
I think it's pretty new.
Okay.
But let me look. Let me Google search.
I'm curious how many seasons of this show are there? Because you and I have jumped in, we jumped into The Walking Dead after Walking Dead was already into season 4 or season 5. We jumped into it and
I liked it.
Got caught up quickly.
Yep. Yellowstone. You were sick, right? And discovered Yellowstone?
Yeah, I was sick and discovered Yellowstone years ago.
And it was
they
pretty
were only
new.
into one season.
And I'm like, all right, let me give this a shot because Gator watched it.
This is amazing.
And we both love it. In fact, I can't wait for Marshals, which is the spinoff series with Casey, the son of John Dutton, as a U.S. Marshal, I guess. And there's another one, I think, called The Dutton Ranch. That's Rip and Beth.
Yeah.
But anyway, according to a quick Google search, this show came out in 2025.
Okay. All right. So no idea what you're going to go with.
Yeah.
Unless it's...
I mean, do you want to guess or do you want me to just tell you?
You're not... It's not Landman, is it?
No, it's not. Although, do you like Landman?
Love Landman.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
So maybe I should get in on that.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's Paramount, so I don't know if you have Paramount.
I do not. But, so I watched the first episode and my curiosity was really, really piqued.
Oh.
And I'm halfway through episode 2.
Peaked, Kenny. It was peaked.
Yes. I'm halfway through episode 2, and I'm wondering if it's going to pick up at all.
Oh, boy.
I've been told it will pick up.
Gator, do we have a guess on the genre?
Well, I mean, Doug says thinker, so it's going to be, I don't even know, man. Drama of some kind or something with law enforcement involved.
I mean, do you want me to answer this question? It's not a genre that I typically am attracted to.
Sci-fi?
It's sci-fi.
All right, I got something right.
Well done. Yeah, Kenny, that is correct. It
All
is
right,
sci-fi.
So based on what I said earlier,
but I guess Severance is a sci-fi show, and I think Severance was the best show on television. But
so based on what I said earlier in the show, is it the Alien series?
No.
Okay.
Is there an Alien TV series?
There is, and I
Okay.
have to get caught up on it. I saw the parts of 2 episodes, and I was really intrigued by it. So I want to go and watch that.
Mhm.
I'm a big fan of the Alien movie franchise and now TV series. But
Yeah.
it's sci-fi for Doug.
See, I'm not a sci-fi guy at all, so I have no idea where this could come from.
I don't know what it. I mean, are there well-known actors in this? Like, do you recognize somebody? Oh yeah, that person.
Okay, remember they might be well known, but they're not to me.
I got it.
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay.
I haven't seen anybody that said, "Oh, hey, that's JJ from Good Times." Like anybody that anybody that I recognize from anything else.
Is that Jimmy Walker? JJ from Good Times. Nice. I don't know if I have any idea what this would be.
Well, again,
I'm sure everybody else is like probably screaming, dude, it's this.
I'm just looking down at Twitch and yeah, they might have it. But see, here's the thing. I don't like action movies per se. Like I just watched what the hell was that movie I mentioned? It was on Netflix. And it was
the one with
the one with
The Island?
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, The Island.
Yeah.
Yeah. That got to me, it started as a thinker and then it just turned into violence and action and like really lost me. So but should I just tell you or do you want to keep guessing?
Tell me who the main actor is. Do you have the cast?
I do now. And again, I will tell you who the main actor is. The first name listed. You ready?
Yeah.
Deborah Ray Seahorn.
Don't know who that is.
No.
More actors in this one?
Carolina Wydra.
No.
Carlos Manuel Vesca Sanchez. It's funny is I don't even recognize some of these people from the first episode. So,
well, the first 2 are women. So is it women forward?
Apparently.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, Kenny just said in my ear, do we want to do 10 texts? We probably should have before I gave up the actors because there's people that.
Well, plus everybody on Twitch already knows.
Yeah, that's true. The show is Pluribus, and it's on Apple TV, and it's a sci-fi.
That's Apple. No
And it appears to be some sort of alien invasion type show, which is not up my alley at all. But I'm an episode and a half in, and I'm curious. I'm curious about where it's going. I'm also curious of how much longer I'm going to give this before I pull the plug, because there's stuff that's going on where I'm like, I want this to make sense, but it's making no sense to me. So anyway, I don't know if there's Pluribus fans out there that can tell me how long do I have to give this thing?
Wow.
Yeah.
I just looked at the cast. Yeah, I have no idea who these people are, and I'm trying to. Do I remember?
Now you know how I feel about every show.
Yeah.
I have no idea who these people are.
I just don't know if have I heard about this or not.
Yeah.
Probably haven't because it's Apple.
What's
And
that?
Because it's on Apple TV. That's why I haven't heard about this.
Yep.
And yet I feel like I caught something about it, but I don't
I'm
know.
likely to finish episode 2 today, and I feel like I'm already at a crossroads. But the people that like it love it. So, I kind of want to stick with it.
Well, there's only 9 episodes.
And it's only 1 season, so.
You got this.
Well, we'll see. Do I? I pull the plug quickly.
It's under genre. It says black comedy, drama, post-apocalyptic, psychological thriller, science fiction. It's a lot going on there. Sounds like it'd be entertaining.
Reese just put on Twitch, Gator, it's the actress from Better Call Saul.
I didn't watch Better Call Saul because I wasn't into Breaking Bad. So I apologize.
I've been told 3 episodes. By multiple people now, it's popping up 3 episodes.
So that's all you can handle?
No, that's when it's gonna.
Oh,
that's
okay.
when I'm gonna. I got to give it 3 episodes.
Isn't that kind of what Severance was?
Kinda, although Severance had me kind of from moment one. I cannot recommend a show more. My recommendations are like food recommendations. I'm not, people, I have no, you probably shouldn't listen to me, but I thought Severance was great. And hopefully it still is because it's not done.
Severance had you from moment one, huh?
It really did. I mean, who are you? And I'm like, yeah, who is she? I started right away. What's going on here?
I guess for me, Ozark was the one that kind of had
Ozark was pretty good. Ozark was one I got in on very, very late. And I did love Ozark. But 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, some Piston talk. What does this team need? An NBA Insider has the guy. We'll get to that at 12:05. The holidays may be over, but your rewards are just beginning. Make your money work harder with the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You'll earn a consistent 1.1% cash back on everything you purchase. There are no rotating categories to track and no spending limits to worry about. Just unlimited earnings potential on everything from groceries to gas. Best of all, your rewards are automatically deposited into your account. It's a simple way to earn while you spend. Visit umcu.org cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I looked at the description for Pluribus.
And?
It's intriguing to a point. Well, yeah, because I mean, I can guess where it's going to go with it. And, there's an obvious conflict that will happen at some point. And, then that's where the sci-fi part really, I think, kind of comes in visually and it'd be interesting.
Yeah, look, I mean, we'll see. I'll finish episode 2 today. And I'll make the split-second decision. Do I continue on or not? Because everybody, the immediate feedback I've seen is you got to give it 3 episodes.
Right, and there's no, football that you have to worry about.
Well, there is tomorrow night.
Well, I'm talking about like with Michigan. You
Saturday and Sunday and Monday.
Yes, but you don't have to go to, Schembechler Hall.
I do not. Allie in Flat Rock says, Pluribus is amazing, Doug. Still don't know how you can turn off an episode halfway in. I turn off a lot of stuff.
It's Doug.
Yep.
I don't know how you do it either, but you do it.
Well, if something starts to drag, I'm like, am I really going to stick with this? Is the reward worth it? I mean, I bailed on Breaking Bad, and I think people judge me quite a bit for it.
I agree. I did the same thing as you. In fact, I just posted on Twitch, like apologizing that I gave up. It said I made a weak attempt to watch Breaking Bad a few years ago. I got 20 minutes into episode 2 and I bailed.
Dude,
I said my fault. I should have given it more time. Everyone says it's great, and yet I just don't have an interest in it, and I'm not sure why.
I ended up like two seasons in, but whatever. Let's see here. More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Doug, it doesn't really pick up, and episodes are still coming out every Friday, but I'm loving it. Okay, that's from an unnamed texter. James and Fenton. I have a 3-episode rule for every series. It takes that long to make a great series interesting. I would have missed out and have on some great ones for not following that rule. Pluribus is wild. Good choice, Doug. Got 2 more episodes and I'm all in. That's from Armand and Kalamazoo. Got 2 more episodes and I'm all in. Pluribus was done by the same guy who did Breaking Bad. It's pretty slow, and after each episode, you're left wanting more. Good show, limited action in each episode. They're definitely stretching this one out. Well, I think they're both. Isn't Breaking Bad? Wasn't that Albuquerque?
Yeah,
I think
this
is Albuquerque as well. UNTV, there's a certain randomness to your show choices, Doug. I'm currently watching the 1980 NFL playoffs. Sam Ratigliano had a kicking problem. Sam Ratigliano, who was the coach of the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, sure.
Brian Sipe was on fire.
Regarding the Lions, an unnamed texter says, Dan Campbell was never the problem. He's a great motivator and CEO. It's just clear he is not a play caller. Is it clear?
I don't think it's
I don't think it's clear either. I think it's kind of cloudy whether he should be doing this or not. I think I prefer he's not. Okay, let me be clear on that. But I don't think he did a bad job.
No, I think you can question lots of things, and you're always going to question the plays. That's just second nature and human nature. It's what we do. But I think back to the times that I'm questioning what he does, it's really about 4th down decisions to pass up on points and go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't mind it. It's 4th and 3 from midfield. You're going to go for it. Trust your offense. Maybe you're trusting your defense or whatever. Or, in certain situations, yeah, I'll go for it. Keep going for it. But when you feel like a game is tight, it's going to be tight. Points are at a premium. Take them.
Yeah.
And I disagreed with a lot in those situations, but I think, as read off those numbers earlier, they bear out that he actually did a pretty good job of calling plays. To go for the explosive play, to go from 18th to 2nd in the league in explosive plays.
When he took over,
I think it's impressive. It's utilizing your weapon.
So a lot of times when coaches make decisions, right? And I remember sitting down, and I'll tell you the story. I remember sitting down with Lloyd Carr back in the day and asking him questions about going for it. And what I discovered is they literally will say, when a play didn't work, we had a play that we were sure was going to work. You say, why were you sure it was going to work? Because every time we ran it in practice out of this look, it worked. And we watched on film the opponent, and every time they defended this formation, they defended it the exact same way. That's why we were sure it was going to work. And because of that, we went for it. And then we got in the game, and for the first time all season, they defended it differently, and it screwed it up. Stuff like that happens. I've told a story about a sequence of plays that Michigan ran against Ohio State. In the Ohio State game, the second win over them, so it would have been the 2023 Ohio State game, where they had back-to-back 4th and 1s, okay? And one time the ball was on the right hash, and the other time the ball was on the left hash. And they called a play. It was a run play to Corum. It was a handoff to Corum. But when they lined up, Ohio State had put an extra man in the box. They walked the corner up on the right side, the short side of the field. They walked him into the box. So they had an extra man to block. But that meant that Colston Loveland, who was lined up on the right side of the offensive line, could easily step out into the flat and JJ could hit him. So before the ball snapped, JJ motions Corum from right to left, and the DB comes in even more. They snap the ball. He changed the play. He snapped the ball, hits Loveland in the flat. 3 plays later, they got a 4th and 1. They call the exact same play, this time not on the left hash, which means the corner is now to the wide side of the field, and which was the press box side, and he didn't walk in. So they had less men in the box, so he didn't move Blake from side to side. This time they just ran the original play call. It was the exact same play call, run 2 different ways, based solely on what it was. And when you hear it like laid out like that, and then you see it executed, you go, that makes all the sense in the world. But in games, sometimes you call it and something goes wrong or haywire, and next thing you know, it's all it all goes to hell in a handbasket. So, when you talk to coaches, and I'm sure Dan Campbell, my guess is Dan Campbell isn't saying, well, it's a flip of the coin on this 4th down call.
Right.
They probably have done a ton of research on the defense and all that. And now, do I feel like Lloyd Carr knowing Lloyd Carr, I felt like Lloyd needed 100% certainty that his 4th down decision would work. Dan Campbell might need like 75% certainty. He might be a little bit less, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
More inclined to take a risk. Next text about the offensive coordinator. Why are we not talking about strength and conditioning coach to help with some of the injuries that prevent them? So, look, I mean, this is one of those things, whenever a team gets hit with injuries, fans say it's a strength and conditioning coach. I don't know if you heard Dan Campbell talk about it on Monday. He talked a little bit about when there's soft tissue injuries, there's some things to look at, but he really likes what their strength and conditioning coach does. So, look, I think they probably have looked at it and have concluded that that's not the problem.
And yes, it's something that's been discussed quite a bit over the last few weeks.
It comes up a lot. If a team has a bad strength and conditioning staff or medical staff, I think they're pretty well aware of it, that it's at their fault, and they move on from it. No matter how much strength and conditioning you can't do, you know what I don't think you can do? I don't think you can strengthen an Achilles. I think when that snaps, it's bad luck. But, hey, maybe I'm wrong. 248-539-9797. Let's talk a little Pistons. Basketball team in action tonight against the Bulls. What can this team add at the trade deadline, which is now less than a month away, that would help? An NBA insider's got a guy. We'll get to that next on 97.1.
The Pistons are set to face the Chicago Bulls at home tonight. They are 13-3 at home this year and have lost only once at LCA in the last 40 days. Detroit's looking to win its third straight game as well and fourth in the last 5 outings. Not only do the Pistons currently hold the second-best record in the NBA this season at 27-9, but they also have a 3.5-game lead over the Boston Celtics, who are second in the Eastern Conference. Detroit will next play Boston this upcoming Monday at home. First, they'll look to get past a hobbled Bulls team tonight that will be without Josh Giddey. Tonight's game starts at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:35. The Lions had 2 of the top 10 most-watched NFL regular season games this season, as the NFL released its full viewership top 10 this morning. And after reports surfaced yesterday that former MSU quarterback Aiden Childs was planning to transfer to Northwestern, the QB made it official on social media this morning. Northwestern will be Childs' third school in 4 years after he transferred to MSU from Oregon State to follow previous Spartan head coach Jonathan Smith. Another quarterback is leaving their school but not hitting the portal. Alabama QB Ty Simpson declared for the NFL draft today. Simpson ranks as the third best quarterback prospect on ESPN Draft Insider Mel Kiper Jr.'s list. The only QBs ahead of him are Fernando Mendoza at IU and Oregon's Dante Moore, both of whom are still in the playoffs and have not declared for the draft yet. The playoffs in college football will start Thursday and Friday this weekend. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Good to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. Pistons in action, as you heard tonight, against the Chicago Bulls. 3.5-game lead over the Celtics in the East. Look, that Knicks game, you asked a question in your show sheet. Is that going to be the high point of the regular season? Or is it just, hey, they're ready to roll? This is a sign that they're ready to roll. And I think we'd all like to say it's a sign they're ready to roll. I think one of the reasons why it might be is they were literally without 2 starters and still pounded the Knicks.
Yeah, they absolutely pounded the Knicks. 31-point win.
Nice to see. But, they have some decisions to make. We have less than a month to go to the trade deadline. And we've talked a little bit about it over the last few days, and it's going to get hot and heavy, right? I mean, when I sit down and read national websites about the NBA and the trade deadline, the Pistons' name are included. The Pistons' name is included with just about everybody that does some analysis of what is to come here. So that's something that's really, it's fun to be a part of, and it's new to be a part of. And last year they made a trade, which I think is more likely what they'll do than go big. Although what's suggested here is pretty big. But I think like the Dennis Schroeder trade last year turned out to be one that you could see how he helps you win games. He wasn't like a massive difference maker. It wasn't a huge move of the needle, but you could see how he helped you win games. And in case of what I think Trajan Langdon is most likely to do, it's something more like that. A veteran player that fills a need, that doesn't have doesn't have everybody saying, wow, the Pistons just put the NBA on notice. Mm-hmm. But people will say, hey, that's a good, smart move. That's what I'm expecting. But on ESPN.com, they had insiders take a look at the top teams that are contending and what they need. And here's what was written about the Pistons. Biggest need, shooting and shot creation should be first on Detroit's list. Heavily relying on MVP candidate Cade Cunningham, who ably handles the responsibility, can haunt the Pistons if he begins to wear down. He's by far the best shot creator on the roster, and the attention he creates allows teammates to get open looks on the perimeter and at the rim. But the Pistons aren't a high-volume or efficient three-point shooting team. Teams that have recently gotten to the conference finals have done it partially thanks to good, if not streaky, shooting. Finding both of those in one player would cost a lot, but finding one trait could shore up a playoff run that could last until late May. Player they could target, Michael Porter Jr. would represent a major upgrade in Detroit's front court. The former NBA champion brings plenty of playoff experience as in the midst of a career season, averaging 25.9 points on 40.8 three-point shooting in Brooklyn. With all of their picks available to trade, the Pistons have assets to pry Porter away from the Nets, but the Pistons likely won't need to give up as much for him as they would for other star-level players.
Well, Porter's a guy is averaging 26 points a game, and he's 27 years old. That strikes me as you'd have to give up a lot for a guy who's shooting that well. He's basically shooting his career average from three-point land, 40.8. His career average is 40.7. He's a pretty good player.
Yes, he is.
I can't see just draft capital, give that up, and the Nets be like, sure, we'll take it.
Well, it wouldn't be just draft capital, but it's definitely something that, you talk about a player that would help, and I think that would be indeed the kind of move that would move the needle. Like that is more than a subtle move to me. So I'll take it, man.
No, I would too. I'd love to know what the cost is, but yes.
So I went to find out what the cost might be. And a website called Clutch Points put together a trade possibility. And look, do I know much about the writer that did this? No, I really don't. He is not a writer that covers the Pistons. So this isn't coming from like PistonFanboy24.com.
This is Zach Cram you're talking about.
It's Jed Pagadin.
Oh, sorry. I thought the guy who wrote the article about Michael Porter said Zach. I think it was Zach Cram.
Okay, I'm talking about the guy who did the trade possibility.
It's another guy you don't know.
Pistons acquire Michael Porter Jr. The Nets acquire Tobias Harris, Ron Holland, and a 2027 first-round pick. If that would get it done, unless there's something about Michael Porter Jr., and the thing about Michael Porter Jr. is he's been really, really good for a Brooklyn team, has assimilated himself to that team since his trade from Denver. They're not particularly good, and he seems to be a good soldier for them from the accounts I read of what's going on there. And it doesn't sound like the kind of guy that would be any kind of locker room problem. I'd make this trade in a heartbeat.
Well, how healthy is he?
He's had some back issues.
Yeah, he's played 27 games this year. How many games did the Nets play this year? I think it's more than that. So he's missed time already.
They have played 33.
So he's missed 6 out of the 27. Now, some of that could be load management because that's the NBA. But last year played 77, year before 81. So pretty good rate the last couple of years. Prior to that was 62, then 9, 61, and 55 in his rookie season. But he was a rookie, so who knows how he was used. But yeah, there's a lot to like statistically with what he does. He's got good size at 6'10". He rebounds a little bit, and he's shooting lights out. Makes all the sense from those checks, those boxes. When you talk about what you give up, I don't think anybody would say, "Oh no, you can't give up Tobias."
I think Unk plays a role on this team, but it feels like
his role on this team, right. It's a chemistry thing. The first round pick, sure, okay, go ahead. But it's the Ron Holland part that I think people would bristle at. But you can't get somebody like this without giving up something.
Yep.
So Ron Holland that's a bulldog you sick on defense coming off the bench, and he's got some offensive capabilities too. He's like lightning in a bottle. And okay, but that's the cost. Would you do that? You say yes.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would too, but I understand. There's careful what you're asking for. Because are you disrupting this team too much?
That's a valid question. Like, I would make this trade without intimate knowledge of the locker room, the chemistry, how much you would disrupt things. I think Tobias is a valued member of this team in a lot of ways that probably aren't always measured in box scores. Porter Jr. isn't a spring chicken, but he's not like the veteran that Tobias Harris is. Porter Jr. has been a part of an NBA championship team, though.
Yeah, he's only 27.
He is only 27. And, his contract, he gets paid a ton of money, I think, this year and next. Hold on, let me look that up and be sure about that because, does it limit them in anything they want to do this offseason? I think the only thing that they absolutely probably really want to do is make sure that they lock up Jalen Duren.
Right, but because he's their own free agent, they can go above the cap and go ahead and do something like that. And I don't think that's something that Tom Gore, as the owner, would bristle at all.
No, I think you're right about that. Michael Porter Jr. makes 38.3 this year and 40.8 next year.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. But I like the added year.
Well, what does Tobias make?
Tobias And Tobias makes 26.6, and Ron Holland makes 8.65. So the numbers are close.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if that's a legit offer that you could see, that it would make sense. I mean,
Always wonder-
there's risk to it, but there's high reward to it.
I like finding independent sources, but I don't know how reliable the source is, but that put together this trade offer. If I were doing this show in Brooklyn, I'd be like, I need more, and that's where I question the validity of it. But then again, I don't know what the Nets are thinking, and I don't know what their long-term plans are, and you don't know who they love off your roster.
And a second-round pick.
Yeah. Well, the one thing is, they did say that, this writer said Jaden Ivey would be a guy that they would go after if Jaden Ivey had hit the ground running more coming off the injury.
Well, he's got if you said there's a month before the trade deadline, and Ivey just played a game where he had more than 20 minutes and was quite productive in scoring during that time. And he's got all this talent and potential. It's just a question of when is he going to get ramped up and be part of this rotation that sees him playing consistently well north of 20 minutes, between 20 and 30 minutes a game. Is that going to happen for him on this team or not? And if it's not going to, and it's not going to, then yeah, he should be moved.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Like, I look down here immediately at Twitch, and Pointman29 says, I think it's a bad fit. I'm not giving up Holland. Holland will be better than Porter. So, not everybody would do this.
I don't know if I see Ron Holland being a 25-point scorer. I don't think I see Ron Holland being a 41% three-point shooter. But Ron Holland does other things.
I think you can question, Holland's impact on that end of the floor probably exceeds most players. I love watching the energy he brings to that.
I agree with you.
248-539-9797. Piston fans, would you do it? And there are others out there. It's going to be a fun month leading up to the trade deadline because the Pistons are expected to be a player. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:35? Talked a lot of Lions to open the show. I will continue in that direction. If you so choose, what do you want in an offensive coordinator? Is there a name out there? Is there a skill set? What would be, and as we put it, if Dan Campbell sought your counsel, what would you tell him? Hey, what should I be looking for in an OC? Is it a person? Is it a skill set? What would you do? Or would you be okay, stamp of approval, if Dan Campbell decided to hang on and say, I'm going to keep calling plays? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we got some Pistons discussion here. Less than a month ago to the NBA trade deadline, and ESPN is saying Michael Porter Jr. would make the most sense for them. 6'10" shooter out of Brooklyn. And here's a quote from him about Brooklyn. Yeah, I love it here. So whatever team wants and appreciates what I bring to the table, then that's where I want to be. And I feel like they do that here. Like I said, if they want me here, I'd love to be here. I think that is a way of saying I'm perfectly happy staying here and I don't mind getting traded. I think he threaded the needle very nicely. In case he doesn't get traded, he said, he can say, I always said I loved it here. And if he does get traded, he didn't slam the door on the idea that he would mind getting traded. Yeah, I love it here. So whatever team wants and appreciates what I bring to the table, then that's where I want to be. And adding, I'd love to be here.
Right. It's like, in a way, it's kind of like Al-Qadim Muhammad, what he said. He's like, I want to play where I'm valued. I love it here, and hopefully they value me here. Mm-hmm. But he's clear that he's going to go for a contract, as he should go for a contract at this stage in his career.
So he's a high-volume three-point shooter. I think he's top 10 in the NBA in terms of three-point shots attempted. Let me just double-check that. He's got one of the best three-point percentages in the league at over 40%. 3-point field goal attempts per game. He is at 9.13 attempts a game, which is 3-point attempts a game, which is seventh most in the NBA. So that would be like a step up from Duncan Robinson right now. And but feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Porter Jr. is the perfect target for the Pistons. He's exactly what we need. He's the type of player I'd do 2 first-round picks, Tobias and Ivy. So nobody wants to pay more than they have to. If that's what the cost would be, Tobias, Ivy, and 2 first-round picks, I don't value NBA draft picks like I used to. I will say that, especially when you've used them so well and the Pistons have such a young core. I don't dislike first-round picks, but I used to just say no when somebody wanted first-round picks. But the thing about the draft now is players – it might be more certainty. We went through an era where there's just no certainty in the draft because players seasoned for such a short period of time in the collegiate game that it wasn't a guessing game per se, but it wasn't nearly the sure thing it was in the past. So, so here's a guy who says he's the perfect target. Here's the next text. Porter Jr. fits the exact description of what this team needs. How much would it cost, though? We gave you some costs. Then there's this one. Maybe I'm a stick in the mud, but I don't want to give up Ron Holland.
I'd like to not. Like, I was just thinking to myself, between Ron Holland and Jaden Ivey, if you had to give up one of those 2 players.
I'm an Ivy guy.
I love Jaden Ivey. I'm an Ivey guy. But
I called it first.
I knew his grandfather.
Yes, you did.
But I would probably be willing to trade Jaden Ivey over Ron Holland.
Willing to trade Jaden Ivey over Ron Holland.
Yeah, because they're just not using him. And they've got Marcus Sasser and Dennis Jenkins and Javonte Green. They've got this rotation of other guards that are getting the job done where Ivey might be, expendable. And Ron Holland is just instant energy and likes to play defense and does that part of the game so well that I value that more than having this extra guard that might be superfluous on this team. And yet, I'd be curious what other teams around the league, would they value Ron Holland over Jaden Ivey or the other way around?
Well, I guess the ultimate question is Jaden Ivey irreparably broken because of the injury? And here's why I asked that question.
Injuries, yeah.
In the first 3 years of his career, he has averaged 16.3, 15.4, and 17.6 points. His three-point field goal shooting percentage went up to over 40% last year. This year, he is averaging 8 points a game. That looks to me like a guy who doesn't have his sea legs back more than anything.
Yeah, he's averaging 17 minutes a game. He's played more than 20 minutes 4 times this season. That's it. 4 times has he played more than 20. He has yet to have a game where he's played more than his high is 29. He doesn't have a 20-point game this year. His high is 16. I mean, he's very talented, but they're clearly reluctant to give him heavy minutes. Mm-hmm. And they know more than any of us know. They see it on a daily basis, and maybe they just know, hey, we got to maintain him, and he comes out because the leg gets tired or whatever.
Slow roll out here.
Yeah, because it's not just – remember, he recovered from the broken leg. It was then he had a knee injury. Mm-hmm. So, he's dealing with injury on top of injury here, and it's just slow to get him back up to complete speed and complete trust.
Feedback here. I love Cade, but putting it all on his back seems like it has a shelf life in the playoffs. I mean, Cade's young, but I do worry a little bit about Cade. The way they play the game, as attractive it is to watch, the question is it sustainable through 82 and a full postseason?
Well, yeah, he's been great, but it's not all on his shoulders. Like, he doesn't need to be the guy that gets the triple-double every game. Oftentimes he's what you want out of your point guard. He'll score points and he dishes it off. The third part of that with the rebounds, sometimes that takes a complete back seat, and that's okay because they've got other guys to get that job done. But when they're completely healthy, which they haven't been in the last couple games, Jalen Duren's been out, Tobias Harris has been out. But with Duren has been so good this year, averaging 18 points, almost 11 rebounds. Defensively, he's good. He's intimidating. That is the guy who picks up some of the offensive slack. And they have a handful of other guys who can step up in any night and light it up. Was it Sasser that had the 50-point game last year?
Oh, that was out of nowhere.
I forget what Sasser.
It wasn't Sasser.
I don't think it was
what was
Beasley.
the dude's name? Wasn't that a couple years ago?
It may have been a couple years ago. But just guys show up and they can score. And they've got guys in this roster that can really go off if they need them to. But if they were to trade for Michael Porter Jr., there's a guy right away that you know is going to relieve some of that pressure. And I would suspect that the Pistons would be taking more 3-point shots per game than they do right now.
It was Malachi Flynn.
Is that who it was? Yeah. What did he shoot?
Malachi Flynn exploded for 50 points off the Detroit bench. Dude, that was so bizarre and so out of nowhere. He went 18 of 25 from the floor, 9 of 12 from the line.
Where is Malachi Flynn these days?
Jerry and Flint, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Well, I'm thinking about all these Piston trade opportunities and the assets we have, and I'm just like, as I told the guy, it's like Ron Holland can't shoot threes. Alstar Thompson can't shoot threes. Jaden Ivey's the best of the three. I don't see how we can keep all three going forward and having, an NBA championship caliber team. I think he's got to figure out which of these assets I think they're going to extend Duren, right?
I think they will try very hard, yes. I suspect that they will.
Right. Because he can get an offer from somebody else and we'll have to match it or let it go, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it seems to me like we've got all these middling prospects, but I don't think any of them are going to be the one we need to keep.
Interesting. I don't know if I would use the term middling. I think that's.
Well, I
think they're better than that.
Is Ron Holland a starter? Is he going to score 20 points a game?
Well, I think they envision Ron Holland being a starter.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to be role players or are they going to be starters? I don't know.
Well, again, I would suspect that they know, and I would suspect that they're. You always hope that your team has a finger on the pulse of their own guys better than everybody else does, and they know which ones to move on from. They know which ones. We do this with the Tigers, who have redundancy at a number of positions in the organization. Do we keep Lorenzo? Do we keep Briseño? Do we keep Rayner? Do we keep who's a stud?
McGonigal.
Thank you, McGonigal. Good God. I'm out of baseball mode. Although we need to get back into baseball mode. It's right around the corner.
Coming around.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Those are great questions.
He's
right, but I think you can have three guys in your lineup that don't shoot threes. I mean, we're about to find out, right? This Piston team doesn't rely heavily on the three.
I was just going to say,
they're having a great regular season. Will it translate to the postseason?
The Pistons are not your conventional NBA team in 2026. They're not.
Nope.
But if they traded for Porter,
they'd be going more along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, this team, what are they, 31 3-point shots a game or whatever? I would see that going closer to 34, 35 a game if they had him, which gets you more to the average in the NBA. And that's a guy who can knock those shots down at a higher clip than anybody else is shooting right now.
It's Carson Anderson. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1. Got a couple of stats that are like, wait, what? Kind of hard to believe. We'll get to them today at 12:53. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 on a Wednesday. Gator, the gray of this winter is depressing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is right now. The forecast is gray. Just give me. I know people don't like snow, but give me seasonably appropriate weather. This is worse than snow. I'll argue strongly that this is worse than snow.
You're not going to get much of an argument on that. Look, I don't like driving in the snow. I don't like the havoc that it wreaks out there, or wrecks, however you want to pronounce it. I don't like the slipping and sliding, the accidents, cars in the ditch, the whole bit. I think it sucks. What I like is snow on my terms, as I like to say. I want it covering the ground before Christmas. I want it to stick around through the month of January, perhaps even into the first couple weeks of February, and then enough.
Mm-hmm.
But it never works out that way. Instead, what we have is, a day last week, like I remember doing a show last week when you were out, and I think we were supposed to get like an inch of snow, and we got like 4. And it just snowed the entire time during the show, and it was difficult driving. I'm like, well, here we go. And what I don't like is then you wake up this morning, and the rain is just, it's knocked all the snow away. You look on the ground, and now you see the gray-green grass, the brown-green grass, and it sucks.
Sun.
Yeah, there's no sun, and it's like 42 degrees, and it's a wet sneeze.
Yep.
That's not fun weather.
So in snow, there are things you can do outside in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
In this, is anybody ever look forward to weather like this and say, "Oh, cool, I can"? You can what? There's like, am I wrong? Is there anything that somebody's, you know what? This is perfect weather for what?
Going to a movie.
Staying inside.
Yeah. What, Kenny? You like this?
I don't like this, but when you put me to the question of would you rather have this or snow, I would rather have this. As a guy who has had multiple flat tires because of snow season, as a guy who has slipped on ice many times because I'm poorly coordinated, I will tell you this is much better than snow. And also, snow weather lasts for days on end. This, I mean, it sucks, but at least there's a chance that tomorrow you might have a blue sky. Maybe.
You can have blue skies with snow. And what is the correlation? Help me out. What is the correlation between snow and flat tires? Because isn't this weather bring out
the thaw and the potholes?
Okay, this is the pothole.
Yeah,
See, we're in the pothole. This is the thaw and the pothole.
Caused by?
Right, but
the snow.
But you're more likely to get a flat tire in this than in snow.
Yes, that is true. But if there was no snow, it's a chicken and the egg thing is what we're talking about.
I guess you're right. But you know what they're not going to be out there doing today? Repairing the potholes. But, hey.
Maybe they should.
I don't disagree with that either.
I don't know when the right time is to repair a pothole. Fix the damn roads.
And is this a little bit warmer than peak winter time? Yeah, it's a little bit warmer, but it's not useful warm. There's nothing useful.
Well, no, and it was like yesterday, for instance, it was supposed to be up to the 40s, right? And it wasn't. It hovered around freezing, just a little bit above freezing. And that means the ice doesn't have a chance to melt. So what looked like it was iced over overnight the other night because of a little bit of rain we got, ends up being treacherous, on your driveway or on the roads or whatever. And you don't see, you hit the brakes and next thing you know, you're going sideways. That sucks.
Yeah.
I guess this is a little bit better because now it's okay. It's officially I don't know if it's past 40 degrees or not at the current time, but it certainly looks that way outside. But I want it to get completely dry before it gets cold again and then freezes whatever moisture's there freezing over.
The truth is driving in snow, is a challenge. But we're Michiganders, hardy people, we're adaptable people. We've done it for years. I just don't know what this is good for. This kind of weather is good for nothing. 248-539-9797. Okay, I guess we are going to talk about this. I was just a little aside, but we go to Joe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hi, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
So weather like this brings on seasonal depression, and everyone gets in a funk.
So you hate it too?
Oh, I absolutely hate this. I'd rather have snow every day in the winter instead of this crap.
Yeah, I mean, look, the seasonal depression thing, that's never really impacted me, but I know that it's a very real thing. Like there are some people that really, really get down in the dumps, and it gets dark early and all that. But so I understand it. But
Appreciate the call, guys. Thank you so much for taking me.
Yeah, appreciate it, Joe. It's good for nothing. It's good for nothing. 248-539-9797. Terrible, terrible weather right now. Let's go to Adam in Ann Arbor. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Adam. Adam, are you there?
Hi, are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in and say this is perfect weather for backyard football. I remember being a kid and playing after school. My mom would basically strip us down in the garage because we got so muddy, but perfect weather for backyard football.
I will agree with that. When you're a kid, backyard football was great. You wanted to get as dirty as possible, and I certainly did my fair share of that when it was like this.
So let me ask a quick question. Is anybody playing backyard football these days? And I don't mean I just mean
question to ask.
I don't mean these days in general. I mean on January 7th, are there going to be kids outside truly playing backyard football?
And I haven't seen any personally myself, but I definitely, when I was, in school, we played all around, in the mud, with February, March even. Whenever we go out and play, we would.
Yeah.
And then when it would warm up, we'd graduate to, basketball outside in the driveway and stuff. But, yeah, as far as kids playing football in subdivisions, when I go, to certain subs to visit family friends, I really don't see any kids out there playing it anymore, which is kind of
that's a whole different thing. But back in the day, we would. Every chance you could get to play a game of backyard football, you would do it.
As a kid, I would be playing backyard football in a foot of snow.
Yeah, we enjoyed it in the snow, too.
Before I do it in this weather.
Snow was pretty great for backyard football.
Backyard football in snow is elite.
You rub somebody's face in the snow.
Mike is next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
Well, I work outdoors, underground utility construction, and frozen ground frost is a pain in the butt. So I'll take this weather any day all winter long.
Mike, you have a skill set and a job where you are probably in the category of preferring this. I can respect that. People who work outside, that I can see it. I can see it. It's better for you for sure.
Yep. That's all I wanted to say. I love your guys' show. I listen a lot. Have a great day and a happy new year to you.
I appreciate it. All right, Gator, don't look at the call screener. Somebody has found something that this weather is perfect for. He's on hold.
Okay.
And I have no idea why. I can't even begin to imagine why he says today is a perfect day for this.
Very curious.
Well, I want you to now look at the call screener and just your reaction. Matt in Detroit.
I have no idea. I'll trust you, buddy.
Here we go. Matt in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hi.
Hey.
It's a perfect day to shoot archery. I'm retired. I'm shooting archery in Rouge Park today.
What about this weather makes it ideal for shooting archery?
It's just a beautiful day to shoot archery. You gotta keep the positive mindset.
So, Matt, let me just ask you a quick question based upon your enthusiasm here. Is every day a beautiful day to shoot archery?
That's a great question.
Well, for me, basically, I'll shoot in 10-degree weather.
But I prefer the 40-degree.
I go out there we got the old guys. We're all retired, and we go out and shoot on Wednesdays and Sundays.
And so, if it were colder, it wouldn't be as good?
Well,
would you want to be out there
this way? We're putting the bows away at maybe 30, 40 minutes earlier than we usually do.
All right, there you go, Matt. I suggest that everybody find a hobby that you're as enthusiastic about as Matt is about archery.
He's enthusiastic.
Mark, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up?
Today is the perfect day to take down your bloody Christmas lights.
Oh, the outdoor decorations.
I don't want to.
Yeah, but here's the question about that. It's actually better weather in the spring to do it, and you don't. Is there any rush to take down the outdoor Christmas lights?
I am in no rush.
They become annoying.
Do they? Okay. No.
Yes.
Gator?
I'm tempted to leave them up all year long just because I love the lights.
Really?
It's not about
leave them up and leave them on?
Yeah, the thing is, look, I can be as lazy as it comes. I fully admit that. my desire to leave the Christmas lights outside has nothing to do with laziness. It has everything to do with my peace of mind, and I'm in a happy place when I could look out in my backyard,
really
see the dog running around, and
Christmas lights.
I've got Christmas lights around the pond.
Interesting.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Vincenzo, you're on 97.1. What's up, Vincenzo?
What's up, guys? Long-time listener, second-time caller.
Great.
Just wanted to say it is an absolute beautiful day outside. It's 43 degrees, January 7th, 2026, and you know what? I don't see anybody outside playing, doing anything. Obviously, kids are at school and stuff, but when the kids get home, they're inside. They're on the tablets. They're on, it's just a different generation that we live in, and I feel bad for the kids.
But the weather sucks.
No, it's all what you make it, man. It's not freezing. It's not, negative. It's not under 30 degrees. So I feel like us as kids back in the early 2000s. I'm 30, going to be 34 this year, and we would take advantage absolutely of any time that it wasn't freezing outside, and anytime there wasn't snow on the ground.
See, when I was a kid, you know what I was doing? I was waiting for it to snow so I could go sledding. I would lean into sledding. I love sledding when I was a kid. Guess what kids aren't doing today? Sledding.
No, and then you got a little older and you stopped sledding. You did other stuff. You would go play hockey, pond hockey, or you'd go snow skiing, or cross country skiing.
We kind of got hijacked by this. Didn't expect to get as many calls as we had. I just said this is the perfect weather for absolutely nothing. And apparently, it's good for archery and taking down Christmas lights. Straight ahead, let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That on 97.1. The holidays may be over, but your rewards are just beginning. Make your money work harder with the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card. You'll earn a consistent 1.1% cash back on everything you purchase. There are no rotating categories to track and no spending limits to worry about. Just unlimited earning potential on everything from groceries to gas. And best of all, your rewards are automatically deposited into your account. It's a simple way to earn while you spend. Visit umcu.org cashback for details. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Taking your calls and text 248-539-9797. And this did kind of take a left turn. We didn't expect this. You were complaining about the weather, complaining about how this there's nothing to do in this weather. And I
there's
tend
no
to
upside.
agree.
There's no upside to
Yeah,
this. Like even if it's snowing, like your kids can sled, you can go skiing. You know, if it's cold, you can skate out. I get not everybody likes to do all this stuff. Ice fishing, blah, blah, blah. Like I don't ice fish, but I respect that there are people in our state that do it. And at least the snow, I mean, it is pretty. It's better than this.
Well,
we have a canvas of gray and darkness.
Look, this is what I expect to see on like February 18th.
There's nothing appealing about this weather, but little did we know, archery. We'll take one more. Don, you're on 97.1. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I just want to let you know I left Michigan in 07, grew up in Northville, and we've gotten no snow in Idaho this year. Christmas didn't feel like Christmas. I'm honestly really jealous and miss complaining about the weather like I used to.
So my son went out to Winter Park, Colorado, and they couldn't ski. There was no snow. I hear Utah's getting killed because there's no snow.
There's no snow out west. So you guys, I'm jealous. I miss it. I brought my kids here to get some snow, and we're still waiting.
Yeah, well.
I guess go to the UP.
I got a bunch of ski trips coming up in the next, I got 4 coming up in the next 2 months. I have concerns. Grave concerns. All right. Ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes, I'm hungry.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Another edition. Are you going to eat that? Let's. These are new menu items, things that are out there and available. Kenny will sit in. Kenny out sick today. And we will start with the following. Starbucks Gator has a new breakfast item on the menu.
Okay.
It is the truffle mushroom and brie egg bites. The new truffle mushroom and brie egg bites are hitting the menu for a limited time only, so grab them while you can. Made in the same sous vide style as the regular egg bites, these new items are made from cage-free eggs, black truffles, brie, and mushrooms. The chain is also returned. Well, that's something different. So there you go. The truffle, mushroom, and brie egg bites, Gator. Are you going to eat that?
No, I'm not. And I was all excited about breakfast. I don't go to. I can't tell you the last time I was at a Starbucks. But I was excited here. Like, we're going to get something to get me to go.
Nope.
No, this isn't going to do it. I do not like mushrooms at all. The truffles. Yeah, it's just a fancy mushroom. No, don't care. Brie, I love brie cheese. Yep. I do enjoy brie. Brie on a cracker with a little bit of like some sort of preserve is delicious as long as the brie is melted. It's really good or warmed. But the egg bite itself doesn't really appeal to me, and I like eggs a lot, but I'd rather just give me scrambled eggs.
Kenny, you're going to eat that?
The egg bite I do actually enjoy, but the mushroom is a bit of a non-starter for me. Yeah. Also, I've never got truffle. I've never gotten the appeal. Everybody seems to like it, but nobody seems to like it at the same time, so I'm out.
Yeah, I probably won't eat this. Although, as DET...
Wow, this sounds like you.
I know, it's not. From Det313, I give him credit, but it sounds so pretentious. Is there anything more pretentious than truffles mushrooms and brie?
and they're going to do it sous vide style.
This is like a Starbucks.
Let's take a look at that.
They sat down and said, what is the most pretentious sounding food we can come up with? How about the truffle mushroom and brie egg bite? Yeah. You win. Next up, Applebee's.
Mocha latte.
Applebee's. Has a new burger. The OM Cheeseburger. Have you heard about this?
I haven't, but all right, here we go. Let's see how much more crap we can throw on a burger.
Okay, this burger is an all-beef patty, topped with American cheese.
Sure, good start.
Applewood smoked bacon.
Okay.
Spicy honey mustard.
All right.
Cut in half. And put face down or sideways into queso cheese.
Oh, yeah.
It's a burger served over queso sauce mixed with melted cheese in a sizzling skillet. Here's a picture.
I did not expect the drool.
Here's a picture, Gator.
Yeah.
So imagine a burger cut in half and then sitting on its end in queso.
Okay. All right, people.
Artery clogs come separately.
You know how I feel about bacon.
Yep.
I like bacon, but I like bacon as a side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love bacon on burgers, but typically when I hear bacon on a burger, it's like bacon and then, 10 other meats that are stacked on top, and the next thing you know, the burger is 8 inches high. This is just a simple bacon cheeseburger.
Yes, simple as in as simple as it can be, dipped in queso.
Well, yeah, but it's a bacon cheeseburger, but that's it. And then you got the dipping sauce. It's not like the bacon cheeseburger with everything, all these other items stuffed into it. Yeah, I would do this.
You're in.
This is the bacon in moderation for me. The idea of it's just sitting in the queso. Oh, Kenny, I mean, come on. Are you kidding me with this?
When Doug said, then we're going to turn it sideways, I started to get a little worried.
I didn't. I'm like, oh, it's resting in some. What's in it? What's it?
It's a 90-degree now parallel.
Yeah, I was worried about the turn it sideways. What's about to happen to this burger that we're turning it sideways? But the queso, yes.
Are
it's
you kidding?
It's a bacon cheeseburger with more cheese. Yes. 100%.
Yes.
I'm 1,000 times no, but hey, good, whatever. To each their own.
I don't believe it.
Next up, Girl Scouts have come out with a new cookie.
Okay.
Now they are replacing 2 retired flavors, the s'mores and the Toastiers, which they ended after last season. And they're bringing in something called the Exploramores. This is a sandwich cookie which draws inspiration from Rocky Road ice cream, combining chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond flavored with a toasted almond flavored cream. Gator, the Exploramore from Girl Scouts. Are you going to eat that?
Yes. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And so we're officially into, is it, if we started?
Yeah, I think we are in Girl Scout cookie season.
I haven't gotten the email from our friend Lisa yet with saying that her daughter is ready to fire up the Girl Scout cookies.
Right.
So the bat signal's out there.
You're making a public plea to get in touch with
I'm
you.
just saying, I got the email last year. I was all about it, and I expect the same one this year. You know me, I like a Girl Scout cookie.
You're going to try the Exploramore?
I am, and I'm not really a marshmallow guy, but this is just, there's some flavoring in there, and the Rocky Road thing sounds good, and the almond flavored cream, the toasted almond flavored cream sounds
intriguing.
Really good.
It's intriguing. Kenny?
I am loyal only to the Thin Mint. That is my Girl Scout cookie. Also, follow-up question, Doug. Are the discontinued ones that you had said before, are those ones that you would like? Does that add to the list of things that Doug liked that got people got rid of?
Great question.
It is a great question because everything Doug likes disappears. I will say this about Girl Scout. I'm the same with you when it comes to the Girl Scout cookie. If I get a box of this is a box of Thin Mints I'm not getting. And so, I don't have any need for... I don't need to branch out. I think the Girl Scout cookie has been perfected.
Are you
with
a freezer
the
guy when it comes to Thin Mints, or are you?
I'm definitely a freezer guy.
Yeah,
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons are favored by 10.5 points tonight at home over the Chicago Bulls per FanDuel Sportsbook. Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris will be absent with injuries tonight for Detroit. However, that did not cause any problems in their last 2 games as they took down the Cavs and the Knicks. The Pistons also have a few players listed as probable in Cade Cunningham, Duncan Robinson, and Karis LeVert, who could return after missing the last 4 games. The injury front does not look great for Chicago either, as the Bulls could be without their top 2 scorers in Josh Giddey and Kobe White. Giddey is confirmed to be out with a hamstring injury, while White is listed as questionable with a right calf injury. Zach Collins is also out, while Matas Buzelis is probable. Tonight's game begins from Little Caesars Arena at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Mark Ryan will host pregame coverage starting at 6:35. Former Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs committed to Northwestern officially today. He threw for nearly 1,400 yards with 10 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in East Lansing last year. He was the first of 2 big-name in-state transfers to depart today, as former Michigan linebacker Cole Sullivan also committed to Oklahoma moments ago. Sullivan had 44 tackles, 2 sacks, and 3 picks last year with the Wolverines. He'll be back in Ann Arbor when the Sooners visit Michigan next September. And Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press reports today that the Tigers have signed right-handed reliever Birch Smith to a minor league contract with an invitation to spring training in 45 days. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Hard Out World, and we missed it, and sorry. Suppose I didn't have to tell the audience that, but we do have a couple more things for Are You Going to Eat That? Gator, I'll never forget that way back in the day when we used to get emailed press releases from organizations that would announce all their signings. We got one that we didn't even mention on the air, and it was that the Detroit Tigers had signed J.D. Martinez. And it didn't even seem worth mentioning.
Right. It was big deal.
I got some guy borderline minor leaguer. Is he? We ever going to see this guy?
And he was outstanding.
Ever since then, I always try to make note of. Remember when I first heard the name Birch Smith, right-handed reliever signed to a minor league contract. Let's go, Birch. Can Birch Smith be to the bullpen what J.D. Martinez? No, probably not. But every once in a while, you go get that guy.
Yeah. Or if every once in a while, I mean once.
Yeah, well, whatever. Dude, we got Birch Smith.
Well, I mean, look, the Tigers have resurrected some careers. That would be one. They resurrected Jack Flaherty's career.
Yeah.
And there've been a bunch of misses as well.
I mean, look,
who am I to question Birch Smith?
Indeed, who are you to question Birch Smith? Has Birch Smith, he has pitched in the majors. Has he? Yeah, he's pitched in the majors for a couple of organizations, but hasn't really made much of a mark. Well, he is 9-12. So there is that. All right. More Are You Going to Eat That? Are you ready?
Yes.
Next up from KFC. New to KFC, the cheese curds featuring battered and fried Wisconsin-style white cheddar cheese curds. A 10-piece costs $4.19. Gator, the Wisconsin cheese curds from KFC. Are you going to eat that?
I do enjoy a cheese curd. So, yes.
Kenny, the cheese curds?
I have a potentially unpopular opinion.
Oh, my.
Okay.
I am not a fan of cheese curds. In fact, I have a resentment towards cheese curds because if you're going to give me fried cheese, give me a mozzarella stick because it's much better. It's superior in every possible way. I will not eat this.
Here's what I'm going to say. It's not superior in every way. And I would rather have a mozzarella stick than a cheese curd. Sometimes they'll mess up the mozzarella stick and they'll cook it for too long and the cheese is gone on the inside. You know what I mean?
Could you not say the same thing about a messed up cheese curd?
I don't know. I don't know if I've had a messed up cheese curd.
Yeah, I mean, Gator, you basically said if they cook it wrong, it sucks, which is true of every food.
I feel
literally
like
every
there's
food.
less option for error with the cheese curd. Plus, cheese curds are used for poutine.
I'm a no on the cheese curds. Also from KFC, the Maddie's Cheesy Nuggy Gravy Bowl. This is a real name. Maddie's Cheesy Nuggy Gravy Bowl. Created in partnership with Canadian chef Maddie Matheson, the Cheesy Nuggy Gravy Bowl takes inspiration from poutine and features the secret recipe fries topped off with chicken nuggets, fried cheese curds, and a brown gravy. There's a lot going on there.
I mean, come on. You got to try. It's poutine with chicken.
Now, I'm relatively new to this. Are you going to eat that game? I rarely participate, but when I do, is there a rule that you can just exclude an item because of a word in the name? Because the whole nuggy thing's got to stop. We got to stop with the nuggy thing.
But Andy Reid said it.
All right, that's a good point.
I'll
try.
Oh, you're gonna try it?
Caves because of Andy Reid. The nuggies.
I actually think I might try this because I love poutine.
Poutine's great.
And it throws chicken nuggets in there.
It's
and
protein.
Yeah, it is protein-ish.
It's just protein.
It's chicken-ish. So I would give that a shot. And finally, Poppi launches a new Shirley Temple soda featuring the ideal balance of bright citrus and grenadine-style cherry sweetness with a bold, crisp flavor on top of this, and different from the 7-Up Shirley Temple that has been introduced. This has 5 grams of sugar, 30 calories, no caffeine, and includes prebiotic fiber for added gut-friendly boost.
Are you just making that up?
No, it says it right here. Prebiotic fiber. See? Right there. Prebiotic fiber.
Yeah.
I don't even know really what that means.
Yeah, but you're already intrigued. I think you're more inclined to try this than I am.
Are you a yes?
I'm a no.
Okay.
I'd try it, but if you throw a scoop of protein in it, Doug, is that
even better?
Even better for you?
Yeah, I'd give us a shot. I'd give us a shot for sure.
If I'm gonna have a Shirley Temple, I'll make my own. And I'm old to have a Shirley Temple. I don't need to do this anymore.
No, you can have actual alcohol, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But for those of us in the throes of dry January, which gets more and more fun. Actually, it's funny. The dry January thing.
It's your own rule.
I've been doing this forever. The only, like, it's literally like the first weekend, and I was hanging out with people serving drinks. They were at our house, and I'm like, okay, all of you better get messed up because I'm not drinking at all. Here, have another drink. Have another drink. No, it's dry January. Get realigned, man. Holidays are something, my friends, aren't they? 248-539-9797. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, so we started the show with this, and obviously by 1 o'clock, we got a whole bunch of new listeners. Big news between our Tuesday show and our Wednesday show is that Dan Campbell followed through on something he said was first things first when it came to off-season for the Lions. It was to take care of the staff issues and any staff issues. And the breaking news was that John Morton, who was the offensive coordinator, officially fired to the surprise of exactly no one. Now, that means another member of the staff will be added. It very well could be an offensive coordinator. In listening to his news conference Monday, Gator, I came to the realization that I had probably discounted the idea of him staying on as offensive coordinator more than I should have. I think this is more probable. I think before that news conference, I thought it was like a 5% chance. Coming out of it, I think it's probably north of 25%. I think it's something he's really considering, staying on as the play caller. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly how would you feel about it?
I think it's a strong possibility he stays on as play caller. I don't think I'd be upset if he were, but I do think there's an opportunity here. You've cleared the slate by letting John Morton go to bring somebody else in. And as each year you get a new cycle of head coach openings and jobs, it means that there's also reshuffling of coordinators and potential coordinators. And, there's some names out there that I'm intrigued by, some more than others for sure, but I'd prefer to get somebody here who is versed in play calling and not just trying to promote somebody who might be the next wonderkind or whatever. Let's either go with somebody that's got experience or let Dan Campbell just keep calling the plays, and then he can promote somebody in title only who's not calling plays.
It feels really weird to me because I didn't hate him as a play caller, but I'm not sure I liked him as much as a head coach when he was a play caller.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's worth it, but you don't force a fit here. Like Dan Campbell, if you think about Dan Campbell as a play caller, many offensive metrics said he was better than John Morton, except one. That was points scored, which should be the ultimate measurement of how you do as an OC, right?
Well, I don't know if it's the ultimate measure, but it's a key one. It's definitely key. But if you look at, I think it has to be relative to, okay, our team's scoring more points in the first quadrant of the season than they are in the second half of the season because teams are still trying to figure out who they are. Maybe they don't have guys back or whatever the case is. I think everything is kind of relative. I think generally speaking, yes, I would look at points for as probably being the number one thing you're going to look at. And then you start to look at yards and other metrics as well. But there's no question they scored more points with John Morton as the OC than they did with Dan Campbell. But keep in mind that 52 points came in one game that second week of the season.
So another thing that can impact that, of course, is special teams and defense. And the Lions got one touchdown out of their special teams and defense. And what else can impact it is your defense giving your offense short fields. So there's a lot of variables that impact your points per game. I think if you think of where the bar is for the Detroit Lions offense and the personnel deficiencies they had, I actually think you can make a case that both John Morton and Dan Campbell did a pretty good job of calling plays this year for a team that had nowhere near the offensive line to build successes off as they had in the past. They had a top 5 scoring offense. They had a top 5 total offense. I mean, they one of the better passing offenses in the league, all without great offensive line play. It's hard to call successful plays when you aren't getting the job done up front.
Yeah, and I think one of those things that I look at there that matters to me, I guess, would be third down conversion rate matters to me a lot. I think it's one of those areas that they did improve with Dan Campbell. And that is something that definitely matters. Getting off the field is very important. Making sure, this just in, but also your offense keeping teams on the field. Look how important it was against the Bears the final week of the season. And what the Lions were able to do in the first half of that game, they had 2 monster drives that ate up a mess load of time that ended up in field goals. They had a touchdown, and then they also had a missed field goal. I think those were the 4 possessions they had in the first half of that game. They didn't punt, and they controlled the clock, and they controlled the score in the game too, even though they had 3 field goals to go with the touchdown. There's a lot to look at, a lot to decipher, but I don't have a problem with Dan Campbell if he's going to stay on as the play caller.
I just want to make sure that as head coach, his position as head coach, that things don't slip, right? I mean, if he's going to be the primary play caller, where does that change his normal game day duties? Because here's the one thing about Dan Campbell, as much as we like him, he's made 3 hires at play caller as for offensive coordinator, and 2 of them didn't make it through a season.
No. Obviously, Anthony Lynn did not work out. Then Dan Campbell took over the following season. The combination Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson turning things over. In the second half of that season, they really started to take off. And then Ben Johnson left to take the head coaching job, and we start this year, and we start with the bar being extraordinarily high. What John Morton's offense do? They average 29 points a game. And, he gets relieved of his duties because the bar is set so high. Now, it's not just the points per game. It's a lot of other stuff that goes in there. But
248-539-9797. So what do you want in an offensive coordinator? If Dan Campbell called you intentionally or accidentally, and you were a confidant of his, and he sought your counsel, what would you say to him? Here's what you need. Here's what I want in an offensive coordinator. What would you say to him? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from casino classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797, talking about the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator position, which is now open. And we're asking people, look, what do you want? What do you need? It is one of the positions, and I find this to be a fascinating question for a couple of reasons. It's one of the most scrutinized jobs in sports, the offensive play caller. And I'm not sure people have an answer to what do you want. If I base it on calls, I want unpredictability. I want creativity. I want explosive plays. What else? Unpredictability, creativity, explosive plays. What other calls do we get? Complaining about play calling.
I mean, decision making on going for it all the time and fourth down.
But that's not the offensive coordinator's call. That's the coach's call.
Coach's job. Yeah.
So I think it's a hard and
giving Montgomery the ball more.
Well, I feel like it's on the what we're talking about is all those things that I just mentioned: creativity, trick plays, explosiveness. That's all on like the cover of the book. But there's all kinds of chapters in the book that have nothing to do with the cover, and that's the nuts and bolts and the meat of being an offensive coordinator and a play caller. but everybody, you get drawn in by the picture on the front of the book or whatever's on the marquee of the theater, right? The movie poster. It's the movie poster stuff and the trick plays. But it has nothing to do if the movie poster doesn't always represent it being a good movie, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and the cover of the book doesn't always represent that it's a good book.
I wouldn't know.
Because, book.
Book.
Yeah.
Reading.
But at the end of the day, we're asking you, what do you want? What do you want? Now, Dave Burkett put out a list, beat writer for the Free Press, put out a list of 12 different guys that could be candidates for the offensive coordinator job. Let me go over that list right now. And neither of the guy you and I identified are on the list. So either we don't know what the hell we're talking about or we're just getting super creative.
Yeah, that's it.
Scotty Montgomery, who's the current receivers and assistant head coach. Hank Fraley, who's the O-line coach and the run game coordinator. Brian Daboll, who is with the New York Giants. Declan Doyle, who's the offensive coordinator with the Chicago Bears. David Blau. There's a lot of smoke around David Blau, the former Lions quarterback who's now the Commanders quarterback coach. Davis Webb, who's the Broncos passing game coordinator, and they certainly have done good things this year. Kevin Stefanski, if he doesn't land another head coaching job. Tommy Reese, who's the Cleveland Browns offensive coordinator. Shane Waldron, who's the Jacksonville Jaguars passing game coordinator. Nate Scheelhaus, who's the Rams passing game coordinator and perhaps is more well-known around here as the old quarterback from Illinois, which it doesn't seem like he should be old enough to be an offensive guy. Wasn't he just a quarterback in Illinois like a couple seasons ago?
Well, wasn't David Blau just here 2 years ago?
That's true. Greg Olson, who's a Las Vegas Raiders interim OC, and Ronald Curry, the Buffalo Bills quarterback coach. I was going after looking at staffs of people who just got fired. I was going after Zach Robinson, who was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, for a couple of reasons. One, a couple of years ago, Atlanta's offense was really good. They had a great tight end. They had an immobile quarterback. And he was on the Rams staff when Jared Goff was there for a couple of years. So there's a familiarity there that might work in your favor. What you have to remember is it also might not, right? Just because two people are like he was a quarterback when Robinson was on the staff doesn't mean it's going to necessarily work.
Right. And John Morton had worked with Jared Goff prior to getting the offense coordinator's job. So if this makes you feel better, the Detroit News has also published their own list of potential coordinates. Nolan Bianchi had this out there, and Zach Robinson is one of those names that would make sense. And I do think the name makes sense. Look, just because it's from the McVay coaching tree doesn't mean I'm going to eliminate them. I just don't like Sean McVay because the guy that I picked is also has some time there, and that's Wes Phillips, the offensive coordinator from the Minnesota Vikings. Now, he's still under contract for another year, but he doesn't call plays there. That's Kevin O'Connell's job. So could they get him from Minnesota? And the reason I like him is because he has worked with Goff in the past because he started it and coached tight ends for a little bit with the Rams when Goff was there. And it's been the offensive coordinator for a number of years here with Minnesota and has worked with immobile quarterbacks, like Jared Goff. No one's going to say Sam Darnold's incredibly mobile or that Kirk Cousins was. And I think Jared Goff is far superior to both of those quarterbacks. So it's an offense that had a lot of weapons to work with in Minnesota. Detroit has a lot of weapons to work with in Detroit. So I just think that would be an interesting matchup. But I don't know too much about him other than that, and that he's Bum Phillips' grandson.
Joe in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hi there. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm in my car.
Yep, sound good.
Thank you. So I think this has to be somebody, number one, that can work well with Dan Campbell. And somebody who has energy, can be somewhat creative, and very organized and experienced. There's a lot of options out there, but I don't think we should take a flyer on somebody new by any means.
So anybody who doesn't have OC experience, you don't want to get the bump up.
Exactly. I don't want that. I want somebody who knows how to run plays, get the players in and out of there, make sure that they're tight, no penalties, that type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. It feels like there's this isn't the beginning of something. This feels like it should be the end of something. Like we should be talking about taking those last steps to win a Super Bowl. So unless some brilliant mind comes along that you just can't let get away, you're probably more right than wrong, Joe.
Yeah, thanks.
And Gator, you said pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep. 248-539-9797. What do you want in your new OC, Detroit Lions fans? And how do you feel if it is Dan Campbell? It seems like that's maybe a bigger possibility than we thought. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What are you looking for in a new offensive coordinator, and how do you feel if it indeed is Dan Campbell? Feedback coming in. Dan is a good player. But whenever he does call plays, the other aspects of his head coaching seem to go by the wayside. Okay, I think what this person meant is Dan is a good play caller, but whenever he does call plays, the other aspects of his head coaching seem to go by the wayside. I don't know if they go by the wayside, but I have concerns about that as well. Go by the wayside is pretty strong in terms of the impact it has, but it spreads him thinner, and I don't love that. Unnamed texter, Dan really needs to focus on coaching and barely knows the rules. He needs an offensive coordinator that calls plays. He barely knows the rules. Do you think that's a bit of an overstatement?
I think it's a ridiculous overstatement, but there are haters out there. There are people that, I shouldn't even just say haters. There are people that aren't completely sold on Dan Campbell, and that's fine. You can have your opinion on that. I think he's a hell of a coach. I think he's great for this team. And I think if he ends up calling plays, they'll be fine. I'd prefer that they had somebody else call the plays because, like you, I go back to the time when Dan Campbell was just the head coach of this team. When you got the right guy calling plays, I feel like it's CEO time.
It's the best. Yeah.
Yeah, he can just kind of go over and float wherever he needs to during the game and talk to who he needs to, rather than, hey, shut up, I got to call the next play. We're at 3rd and 5 here, and I've got 4 seconds before the communication cuts out because we're at the 15 seconds.
Next text. Who really cares who we hire as offensive coordinator? We all know it will be an underwhelming hire who is one of Dan's boys. That's all Dan does is hire his boys instead of actual qualified candidates.
Okay. Has it worked out?
Yeah.
If that's
if they
I don't know if that's entirely
think about
true,
what
but
this
has it worked
person
out?
thinks. Where would they be if he was truly hiring unqualified candidates? I mean, maybe that person would say they'll be 9-8 and out of the playoffs. But if that's all Dan has done, Dan's regime has gone pretty well. Not so much this year. But you know what coaches do? They hire guys they know, and they hire guys they work with. It isn't particularly unusual to hire people you've worked with in the past. In fact, it's more the norm than the exception, isn't it? Like, where is this coming from?
I don't know.
Was Scotty Montgomery? Did Scotty Montgomery have a big history with Dan Campbell?
I don't know, but I mean, look, I think there is a tree with roots that branches out, right?
Yeah.
And you look at Dan Campbell, and he has time with New Orleans and at Miami, and people that he worked with at New Orleans and whatever. And you get at the time the Aaron Glenn tree, and then he's going to go with guys Aaron Glenn went with. I mean, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
And of course, I think if you look at the vast majority of coaches throughout the league, their staffs are made up with their boys because that's who you're hiring. You're hiring guys that you know.
Yeah, and Scotty Montgomery he never had any stop with Dan Campbell prior to him being hired by Dan Campbell. But hey, whatevs. What else do we got here? I agree with Gator. We need experienced OC. That's from an unnamed texter. Next text is needs to be an OC with an impressive resume. Kim in Sterling Heights. I want David Blau. We don't need a retread. Ben Johnson was a new face.
But what is it about David Blau that intrigues people?
Good question. Familiar name.
I mean,
quarterback coach with the Commanders.
He played with the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure I understand.
Didn't he have Josh Johnson? Wasn't he his quarterback at the end of the year? But hey,
But he last played in 2022. He was with Arizona in 2022.
Yeah.
He's young. He's 30 years old. And where is he? Is a quarterback coach?
Yeah, with Washington. Right?
So, I mean, that's where he's a quarterback coach. You want to give him the offensive coordinator job when he's been a quarterback coach for a team that floundered this year. And I get it. Daniels got hurt. But beyond that, is there something that really intrigues you there about it?
Well, here's what Burkett wrote about him in part. Ex-NFL quarterback with a creative mind. Though at 30 years old, has limited NFL coaching experience. He spent the most of 2024 and 2025 season as Washington's assistant quarterback coach before being promoted to quarterback coach in December. NFL Network reported Blau is a candidate for the job. So he must have impressed Dan in his time here.
Well, I'm sure he knows. I mean, look, he played the position. He wasn't like this starting quarterback in the NFL, but he's backup, and there's nothing wrong with backups. Often make pretty good coaches or coordinators. We've seen that a ton. You'll see offensive coordinators all the time. Like, who the hell is that guy? Did he play in the league? And like, we had a cup of coffee with somebody. But he's a hell of a coach.
Yeah.
It works all over the place. But so would I take a chance on Blau? Not at this point. I want a guy that's got experience. I'm either going to stay with Dan Campbell or I'm going to give it to somebody that has play calling experience. I don't really want to take the chance on the David Blaus, the Scotty Montgomerys. I mean, Hank Fraley, I might be willing to take a chance on because Seattle wanted him.
As a head coach.
As their
coordinator.
As their coordinator, they wanted him. So I was thinking, if Seattle wants him, wanted him last year, would that make sense that the Lions could give him that promotion? But then are you creating another issue because he's so highly regarded as an offensive line coach, but making him coordinator, would that change things up? I don't know. I mean, there's the minds in Allen Park can figure this out, but this is what I would prefer, I guess, is the guy with experience or stick with Dan Campbell, who, by the way, has experience calling plays.
Well, a 9-year offensive coordinator with 5 different teams who eventually got elevated to being head coach is Brian Daboll. There's your guy that's got a ton of experience.
Yeah, Daboll's got a lot of experience, and his experience came working with Josh Allen. And it's different coming here working with the Lions, but look, you'd have to assume that you can adapt. And Daboll has experience working with Nick Saban at Alabama. If I'm
I'd
not
have to
mistaken.
go back and look at all his he was a coordinator in Cleveland for 2 years, the Dolphins for a year, Kansas City for a year, Buffalo for 3 or 4, and then the Giants head coach.
Yeah, they weren't all his coordinators.
Yeah, they were.
At Kansas City?
Yeah, Kansas City. It says he was right here, 2012, offensive coordinator.
Oh, 2012, okay.
Yeah. Mike, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. How are we doing today?
We're good, Mike. Thank you.
You must have just heard my point. On the coordinators, I do agree with experience, and I don't want to lose them like we just went through. So Brian Daboll, I'm making the call for the OC. I mean, look what he did with Josh Allen. Yeah, they added Diggs, but he's a great offensive mind. Can't run a team, but he's a great OC. And I'm calling Jim Schwartz. Come back, Jim. The guy, he knows us. He knows how to coach defense. And again, 2 guys that have already had cracks at head coaching jobs. We don't have to worry about losing them. You've already had those opportunities, and they didn't go so great.
Schwartz is going to get interviewed for head coaching jobs this cycle.
What if definitely he doesn't get one?
Well, listen, if he doesn't get one, I absolutely, you know me, I'd love to bring Jim Schwartz back. But he's definitely getting an interview with Cleveland for sure. And rumor is that he'll get reports are that he's going to get other opportunities to interview.
We want Stefanski, the fired Browns coach, as our offensive coordinator, and Schwartz, the fired Browns defensive coordinator, as our defensive coordinator.
I would make one more call. I know the quarterback doesn't maybe fit him, but I'd call Cliff Kingsbury also. Another great OC, can do a lot.
Is he a great OC?
Yeah, yeah.
Is he?
I mean, didn't we see what he did to us last year in the playoffs? We couldn't stop it.
Different style quarterback. Like it's kind of like Todd Monken with the Ravens, who had Lamar Jackson, and you look at 3 of his previous stops, he had mobile quarterbacks and really well respected guy, but I'm not sure the right fit for Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark on a cell. Hi, Mark.
Hey guys, how you doing? Happy New Year.
You too.
Hey, I wondered what's going on with Brunell, the quarterback coach in Detroit. Why is he being considered for OC? I mean, he's got a great relationship with Goff, and you don't hear his name being brought up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if he has ambitions to be an offensive coordinator, if he's just happy in his role as the quarterback's coach. I don't know. I've thought of that as well. He was a heck of a quarterback for a period of time in the NFL, and he does seem to have a pretty good relationship.
I do think it's pretty telling that when Dave Burkett, who was pretty good at his job, put out his list of potential candidates, he had 2 Lions assistants, and Brunell wasn't one of them. And I wonder why.
Maybe he's just not interested.
It might not be.
Like you said. Yeah, but, they overlooked him when it came open last year. So, I just don't understand. It must be his decision. Could be my only guess.
Could be. Seems interesting that he wouldn't be out now. I mean, Burkett might have just swung and missed on this. Maybe he is a candidate, but I tend to think Dave knows what he's writing.
Oh, he knows.
248-539-9797. Tim's in Sterling Heights are next. Hello, Tim.
Hey, guys. I was listening to the rewind, so I'm not caught up with everything you talked about. But one of the things I heard was you talking about golf doesn't get as many injuries because he's not as mobile.
Well, that was a caller's theory, yeah.
But it made me think about our secondary injuries. You said you think it's just bad luck. But we play far more man coverage than anybody else. When you play man coverage, you're putting a lot more stress on your body with twisting and turning and trying to stay tight with the guy as opposed to just playing zone. And I thought we played about the highest man coverage the last couple of years than the other team. Could that be a possibility?
It could be, I guess. The one thing about zone coverage is you have your eyes in the backfield. And so you probably are quicker to respond to run support. And so you're taking on pulling guards more, and maybe not more, but you're more likely to be up and run support quickly, and you might have to take on a pulling guard. I don't know, Tim. That's a great question. It's something they could look at.
Yeah, but when are they getting hurt? They don't seem to get hurt in them. They're getting hurt downfield when they're doing quick turns and knees and all that kind of stuff. So
Meek Robinson got hurt making a tackle, right? And Brian Branch was downfield. When did Tyron Arnold get hurt? I think he was downfield
He hurt his
in
shoulder,
coverage.
and then it became a lingering thing, and then became let's put you on IR.
Hey, it's worth a study because let's face it, they played more zone against the Bears. It went well.
It went very well.
If you could get some data that supports zone coverage is better for longevity of defensive backs, I'm open to anything to try and bring them back healthier. 248-539-9797. All right, we got sidetracked a couple times today. I got some stats here that make you say, whoa, wait, what? We'll get to that today at 1:50 on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so still feedback coming in on this Lions thing. One of Dan's biggest problems is that he stubbornly sticks to calling plays that go against conventional wisdom. But he's unpredictable. It's funny. I don't judge play callers based on calling some bad plays, because they all do. The ultimate judgment of a play caller, to me, typically, is really just the offensive output. I know it's oversimplification. And you can look at things like third down conversions, like the money downs. What's your menu like? How successful are you on some of those plays? But there's so many variables that go into play calling. And I remember once, sitting down and had the luxury of speaking to an offensive coordinator and saying to them, look, we get all kinds of questions about play calling. Can I ask some of the questions of you? And they say, oh, I don't really want to do that. I don't want to answer fan questions. Okay. If you don't, then guess who's answering them for you? Me. And I can do that. I don't mind. It's part of my job. But if you provide a little insight, maybe I know what criticisms of you are valid and which ones aren't. That's when I got a guy to agree to talk to me. And so I said, what about this play call? People didn't like this play call. And he said, okay, what hash was the ball on? And I'm like, well, I don't remember. And he goes, okay, what personnel did the defense have on the field? I don't know. What formation were we in, and how did they react to it the previous time we ran that play? I don't know. Did the quarterback change the play at the line of scrimmage? I don't know. Did the quarterback or center check us into the correct protections? I don't know.
What do you know?
But that's where I'm like, all right, the successes and failures of a play have a lot to do with a lot of people doing the right thing, or the defense not doing the right thing. Sometimes the defense calls a defense that dooms your play call, and it might be out of character for them to do it. Like they broke their tendency and surprised you with a play call that made sense against what they typically do against 13 personnel with the ball on the left hash on third and medium, Offensive coordinator John Gruden, end of story. I don't think Gruden would accept the position as an offensive coordinator, and I think he'd be a distraction. A name I haven't heard, what would be interesting looking at is Eric Bieniemy. Somebody brought him up earlier, yep. Here's one. Honestly, I'd be okay if Dan continues to call plays and be the defensive coordinator and be the coordinator for the offense, but I would then need a much stronger defensive coordinator than we currently have. I'd like to hear more. Like, why? What is it? How are they related? What?
Well, if yesterday announced that they were parting ways with John Morton, the offensive coordinator, would you have expected if they were going to part ways the defensive coordinator happen on the same day? Or,
I would have, yes.
So I don't know if that's going to happen. And it didn't sound like that they were of that mind in the post game, in the postseason press conference. It just didn't. It sounded like Calvin Shepard is going to come back for another year, and that he was up against a little bit with all the injuries on the defense, particularly in the secondary. And what your eyes saw last was a really good defensive effort against the Bears.
Yep.
But it was one game. You look back to the games previous. I guess you go back to the Vikings game. Well, the Vikings had Mac Brosmer at quarterback, but the defense was very good against the Vikings. Prior to that, against the Steelers, 3 monster plays sunk them.
Okay, Gator. A couple things here. We were talking about some wild stats and trends. First of all, everybody ask yourself, what organization do you think has the most postseason wins in the history of the NFL?
Most postseason wins in the history of that. Yep. Green Bay?
It is not Green Bay.
History of the NFL. Postseason.
Green Bay, by the way, is tied for second. It's a good guess.
The Bears?
It is not the Chicago Bears.
How about them Cowboys?
Cowboys are fifth on the list.
I'm thinking of the team that's been around forever. The Giants?
No.
All right, why don't you just tell me?
According according to Pro Football Talk, the San Francisco 49ers could become the first team to win 40 postseason games if they win this weekend. Here's the list of the top 6. Okay.
Uh-huh.
At number 1 is the San Francisco 49ers at 39. Number 2, the New England Patriots at 37.
Sure.
Tied with Green Bay at 37. Pittsburgh is next with 36. Pittsburgh and Cowboys are next at 36. And in sixth place, Tom Brady with 35. Tom Brady has won 35 postseason games with 2 different organizations. And it's more than 26 other NFL teams.
Yeah, well, when you spend most of your career with the one team and you're ultra successful doing it for that long, sure, I could see that.
Kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy because, you start to think, you got to win Super Bowls. Well, when you win 7 Super Bowls, you're going to start off with 21 wins right there, more than likely.
Yep.
So, I think that's a baseline.
And next up from the world of college basketball, if you did not see this is wild. According to Jeff Borzello on Twitter, Georgetown lost yesterday to DePaul. In that game, Georgetown went 1 for 23 in the second half.
I saw that.
They made one shot after the 17-minute, I guess it was 3 minutes and 41 seconds left in the first half. From 3 minutes and 41 seconds left in the first half to the end of the game, they made one shot.
Wow.
Their last basket came at 10:07 remaining. You talk about...
What was the final score?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know what the final score was.
So I think back my freshman year of college when I was at Central, watching Central, and I think it was Western, in a basketball game at Central, and the first half score was something like 16-12. Like, that's how it was awful.
Was that pre-shot clock era?
No, I think that was shot clock.
Dude, they went 1 for 23. They scored one basket in the entire second half. Georgetown, Rico's favorite team.
Why you have to focus on the negative? The positive is the one guy made a basket. You're always so negative.
That's dogs.
That's a good point.
It's a midday show. You guys are so negative.
We really do try and bring people down. One basket. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Hi, Rico.
It's like Cohen Carr shooting threes.
Is it that bad?
Well, he made one the other night.
Did he?
He's been working on it.
Cohen, when no one's around you for 20 feet, it probably means you can't hit those.
Yeah, there's a lot of times the guy with the open three is the guy that the other team wants taking the open three.
The coach is yelling like, "What are you doing?"
Yep. I remember. Do you remember Robert?
This year, though.
Robert Tractor Trailer.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
First time he touched the ball for Michigan, he launched a 3 from the top of the key. It's like he's a little excited. What do you got planned coming up next?
We're going to do a little bit of a NIL story, the crazy story coming out of Washington, and then talk about the Lions OC. What does the next OC have to be? What do you want? What does he have to be?
Got a lot of traction with that. People got opinions, and I think it might be Dan Campbell. But
And then Big G. I had a conversation with Big G, and I'll talk about
really?
And his dream.
Anything
candidate.
that gets into the psyche of Mikey, I love. I don't know if you talked about Mike at all.
Text me at late night. I'm like, oh, Mike must have told him quick text.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Pistons host the Bulls tonight at LCA. Cade Cunningham has been downgraded to questionable. Tobias Harris and Jalen Duren are out. Duren was at shoot-around this morning, however. Karis LeVert is probable after missing the last 2 games. Chicago falling below expectations again this season. That's Bulls voice Chuck Swirsky. Here, the 7 o'clock tip here on the ticket. Former MSU QB Aiden Childs is officially committed to Northwestern. Meanwhile, the Spartans gain Hank Fraley's son Trent, a center who chose East Lansing over Penn State and Florida State, who is all FCS at his position, allowing just a single sack and 800 snaps. Alabama QB Ty Simpson is declaring for the NFL draft. According to Free Press writer Evan Petzold, the Tigers are signing righty reliever Birch Smith to a minor league deal with an invitation to spring training. Smith has pitched for 7 different MLB teams and holds a career 5.79 ERA. PGA CEO Derek Sprague has stepped down after 1 year on the job to take care of a pair of his family members. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all. I have to tell you, those of you in Detroit are familiar with our update guy. If you're around the state, respect. I know you don't know him. Jeremy Otto's the best. Otto's a pro, man. We mess with him, and
I like the fact you guys have come full circle. Like you forced him, Mike. Like, I did. Like raw steel.
That's what we do. We break you down to build you up.
A couple times, I was just here to be entertained. Well,
So-
what do you want me to put in the updates, Mike?
Hey, and now we've gotten to the point where you can hip check him like Darius Kasparaitis in 1993, and he maintains focus on the update. He was also intently looking down when he told us of this minor league deal the Tigers signed, and I flipped him off so close to his face that when he came up, he almost hit my hand with his nose, and he was like, no, I'm going to focus on the update. And he slated it.
He did.
He was like a gymnast. He
stuck
slated the landing.
He did.
And then produced this sound at one point. All right. I want to have some fun.
Okay.
And I genuinely enjoy surprising Rico with what we're terming Today in Portal News. And I try to have these stats and different things. And look, Rico, you're a lot of your career, and you've always been a grinder. You've always had multiple things going on, but like you spent a lot of time in recruiting and in college football and high school athletics. So to see where the sport has gone, you bring a different perspective than me because you've seen it through different lenses.
Okay.
But the portal is starting to get to you. It's starting to get to our man here. So I have 2 stories, and you can choose, but here's the question I'm asking everyone as we start today on January 7th. When will we reach the bottom of the chili pot? Because I kind of feel like we've slammed balls first into the bottom of that pot. And then, but wait, there's more. The entire stove falls through the floor, and you need to find the bottom of a different pot. So I have 2 stories. Now, do you want a stat or a story?
You know what, Mike? Let's start with the stat first.
You want the stat?
Let's start with the stat first.
And Kenny, I want you to participate, even though I know you have a SEC approach. It's starting to affect you. So here's your stat. And I didn't put this, once again, that was about the New York Giants. We have to have context. There are drops, and then there's things like what he's playing.
Well, like the whites are better?
NC State football helmets, right? When you're playing things that are salacious, NC State's white helmets are better. So here's
Happy
the point.
January 6th.
Listen, February is your month. Watch yourself. This spaceship's not getting off the launching pad today, is it?
Yes, it is. Let's go.
All right. Let me give you the stat. Did you know there are enough FBS players, meaning Division I, not 1AA, 2, 3. No. Just Division I players.
Okay.
There are enough D1 players in the portal today to fill the entire roster of every team in the SEC, every team in the Big Ten, and 3 other teams of your choice.
Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark?
Surely you can't be serious. Don't call me Shirley. Oh, I'm serious. So when people say there are X number of players in the portal,
the entire SEC, entire Big Ten,
and 3 other teams of your choice.
3 independents.
Yep. Wow. Every spot of every team of both of those conferences. Every single. If the rosters of every Big Ten and SEC team were wiped off the face of the planet, Thanos style, Spider-Man just disappeared. The whole, hey, ready? Auburn, Michigan State, Northwestern, gone, ether. The portal could simply restock the entire shelves.
That would actually be fun, but wow.
Okay. That's your stat.
Dude, it's a lot of bad decisions being made every day for guys going into the portal.
Now here's your story.
Okay.
Today in Portal News. Story came out last night that I know you're familiar with, Rico, because we talked, but I want to lay this out for the people. So Damon Williams is up-and-coming star quarterback for UW.
Kid I actually like.
Okay. And he re-signed, can't believe I'm saying that, with UW 4 days ago. Allegedly for about $4 million.
Yeah, $4 million.
Okay, so now we're talking top half of the first round of the NFL draft. Sure. Last night out of ether, he's leaving UW. One problem. The school is not having it. So the school is going to take the unprecedented step of trying to sue a player who don't want to play for you anymore. And you go, okay, well, hold on, that's backwards. No, you've just described corporate America. But fine. Damon, you wanted big boy money. You get big boy consequences. Why would he leave $4 million on the table in a matter of, say, 72 hours?
Suggestion, somebody offered him more.
That is correct. Allegedly, and by the way, it's LSU offering $6 million. So remember when we had Brendan Sorsby getting $5 million? Huh. Yeah. Well, we've now reset the market. So Damon Williams would have made top 10 NFL draft pick money. But wait, there's more.
Oh, by the way, they only offered Sorsby 3.5. LSU did. Wasn't enough.
No, because Texas Tech and the cast of Landman and Allie Larder paid him $5 million. So you go, okay, so LSU made that offer. But wait, I thought LSU was hosting Sam Levitt last night.
They were.
Oh, wait. So Lane Kiffin courtside with Sam Levitt. And the reports come out all over that Kiffin had offered Damon Williams $6 million while sitting next to Sam Levitt.
Well, I can actually add another layer to that story if you would like, Mike.
Please do.
Talking about a deck.
He likes adding layers. Yes.
The announcement from Damon Williams came during the funeral of a University of Washington athlete, I think a goalie, soccer goalie, who had died of cancer. And he announced it during the funeral while his other teammates were at the funeral. So, yeah, just wanted to add that layer on to it.
I mean, that's as bad as Wedding Crashers when they crash a funeral.
Yeah.
Do you have a drop for that one, Mike, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He's actually a genius.
The only way it's worse is if Damon was like giving the eulogy and tweeting out his hey, all glory to God, respect my choices stuff.
I mean, wasn't that Sam Levitt at the banquet?
He didn't show.
Sam?
I'm asking you, have we hit the bottom of the chili pot? Because I'm running out of ways this could get worse.
Man, Mike, we are so close. There are a few, there's really only 2 things, maybe one, that can happen.
Let's
that
hear
would be
it.
the bottom. It's you start off the game playing for the University of Iowa. And at halftime,
Diana Ross wardrobe change?
You transfer to Illinois.
I'm ready for it. And there were a number of games I watched this season for MSU. I would have supported mid-game transfers.
Well, you know what? You'll be happy. Fun fact. 3 former MSU quarterbacks will be playing in Spartan Stadium next year for different teams.
Oh, boy.
Noah Kim, Caden Hauser, and Aiden Childs.
Where's Noah Kim?
He's at Eastern. He got an extra year.
No way.
He did.
What did he get, a waiver? What is he, Danny Glover?
He got
38?
He got the waiver and came out and told everybody. So, yeah.
You know what's about to happen next year, at least once.
TJ?
One of these former players is going to come back and look out.
But that's the only thing that I'm waiting for is the player to transfer or mid-season, where you start off 3 games at this school and then you finish off your final 9 games at this school. Or in hoops, you start the year off and then at Christmas break, you're at another school.
So let me ask the question to you guys. Have you had enough? This DeMond Williams story is just about as bad as it gets. There are no winners.
Because if they win, then he has to come back and play for a team that he's already openly
Well, no,
said,
if he wins, then DeMond Williams is one of us. He's going back to a gig that he would rather be at the beach.
Right.
I mean, it's just what it is.
So, all right, hey, I need you at film sessions. Yeah, well, I bet you do. I'm not coming. What are you going to do?
He pulled a Kang. He called in sick.
Right. I'm not feeling good. Unlimited sick days.
Woo. All right, so I want to ask the question to you guys. I have to. You had enough yet? Or are you thirsty for more? I'm Kevin McAllister over here. Seriously, because I feel like college football fan, you are the wet bandits. Harry, have you had enough? Because the paint cans are flying down the staircase. DeMond Williams signs. Just kidding, I'm leaving. Just kidding, I'm getting sued. Just kidding, I got tampered with. Just kidding, the other coach who tampered with me is courtside with another QB.
Because, right, if I'm Levitt, I'm like, what? We just had dinner. We shared a dessert.
Who's Jacqueline?
Yeah, this is bad.
You told me you love me.
This is bad, man. They have to have somebody. You have to have a commissioner. You have to have a unified somebody that will just come in here and say enough foolishness, common sense will prevail. No to any of this. If you sign a deal, son, you signed a deal. 4 days later, you don't get to renege.
But here's the problem. I don't think that contract is going to hold up in court. I don't, Rico, you're not wrong.
Okay, but if the
Let me
contract,
say it.
But when people say, well, the contract won't hold up in court, so then if the person just stopped paying you, you can't sue. If the contract won't hold up in court one way.
Kenny, once again, remember the question about have we hit the bottom of the chili pot? When this is the answer he's giving you, you know what my answer is. Because he's not wrong, but everything he's saying is, if that makes any sense.
You look like a scumbag. Oh, you didn't pay this kid his money.
Right. 248-539-9797. Have you had enough yet? Here's Rico about his basement.
Let's go one more time. All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren, start your year off with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, so it's time to hit the road in style. Go see my guys at Hamilton because Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles, sleek savings, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton has all of them, from the fuel-efficient compacts to the rugged SUVs. Heck, they've got EVs as well. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, man, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience, a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2026 Chevys right now because the selection, man, they got it all right there on the lot. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Okay, so we're opening with a little bit of fun, and it's become kind of a bit. I know the ticket texters, which is a level of our audience, enjoy it. Today in Portal News, the Damon Williams thing, you can react to any and all of it. The fact that the new quarterback market is being set at now $6 million. So Damon Williams, UW, would be making more than kids drafted at pick 9 or 10 in the NFL draft. Probably higher than that. I could pull it.
So more than, like for you, like Jackson Dart, he's making more.
100%. Yeah. Not even close. Jackson, I mean, he's making more than double. The fact that he agreed to stay at UW and make $4 million and signed a piece of paper, but yet that paper won't hold up in court, according to experts. So then he could be tampered with and leave. And all the while, it's Lane Kiffin at LSU sitting courtside with Sam Levitt while all this is going down. So,
see, to me, Lane Kiffin is just out to destroy this sport. I don't know what the end game is, but he's Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight. He's just want to watch it all burn. That's it. There's really no rhyme or reason to this. I'm going to take out Ole Miss. I'm going to take out LSU. I'm taking out any and every person I can. I don't understand why. I don't understand his end game. But Mike, watching that story unfold last night was I'm watching the Michigan Penn State game. Bryce Jordan, center. Told you, don't fool around there.
You were right. Is that what you'd like to hear?
Yeah.
Can we get a Rico placemat that says you were right at the Coney? There you go, buddy.
All right, give me those crayons. But no, and then I'm reading and I'm like, okay, did he declare for the draft? Like he's leaving UW? Well, why would he leave UW? Like that offense is perfect for him. He's going to LSU. Wait, he's being sued. He did it at the funeral. What is going on here?
Damn you, Roger.
Right.
I'm asking, have we hit the bottom?
We're close. The bottom is going to be when you see a person switch teams mid-season, where all of a sudden there is Bryce Underwood at Michigan, and then there's Bryce Underwood at University of Florida. Well, same year.
I also continue to come back to this, and I know you've gotten some of the same feedback in your circles like mine. There's donor fatigue. Why am I spending this money if the word of the person I'm giving it to is absolutely no good? I get no return on my investment. I have no guarantee like, what deliverables are there? I can pay you, but you can opt out of the bowl game. I can pay you, but if the season's not going the way you like, you can take a red shirt and sit. Hell, I could pay you and you could go home for Christmas break and simply not come back to work. That happened this year. Yeah. I could pay you and 4 days later, you're getting a 25% raise to $6 million. Newsflash. This is the bottom of the chili pot.
Or, you know what? You could be professional portal player and I'm going to hit 4 or 5 schools because that's what you are. You're not a professional football player. You're a professional portal player. Oh, because, hey, guess who just hit the portal, Mike? And I'm not joking. Come on. Here's your surprise play. Come on. You can guess.
Yeah, but I need a hint.
Every year he hit the portal at MSU.
Just hold on. All right, hold on. There's been a lot because they're dog water. Give me a side of the football.
Defensive side of the ball. He made an iconic play in a game his freshman year.
Stop. I got it. Is this player from the Deep South?
Didn't give it.
Chuck Brantley. Yes. Yes.
He went back into the portal.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Man, you got to keep the locks on the door.
Well, Chuck's got another appointment. He's got to go over to Mandalay. There's a vacuum salesman who needs his pipes cleaned, right? He's just a hoe. All these players, they're hoes. They're hoes during Vegas convention season. They belly up to the bar, and they see who wants to play. What a joke.
It's not like his team's playing in the college football semifinals.
This sport is everything McConaughey described in Wolf of Wall Street. It's fugazi. No, it's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the air. It never was.
See, here's what I'll say for this. And then we'll get to the text, and then we'll get to the call.
That's fine.
But I can't fight you when you get angry and say, I don't like this sport. It's nothing that I saw because of things like this. Because for years, college was just that one pure thing that it was loyalty. There was hatred. You loved whatever colors that you wore.
That's right.
You flew that flag, and you're never going to go to another school. I remember what was it Justin Bourne when he transferred.
Oh my God!
From Michigan to Ohio State, and
it was an international incident.
Right. Oh my God! He switched sides.
How
you
dare
don't do that. And now you literally have to bring in a guy like Max Buller to give the TED Talk every year of what it means to be a Spartan. Because I think that's part of his job description.
Can you imagine Max Bull with a flow chart on why you don't like Michigan? That's what you have to do now.
Here's some incidents, and here's what you don't like. Here's what this chant means when you hear the crowd say that. This is what this does. But you have to.
Crazy.
Because they have there's no loyalty. They don't know what a tradition is. Tradition is going into the portal every year. I'll spin the wheel and see what happens next year.
Chuck Brantley.
This is simply why we're rooting for Laundry, though. I said it earlier this week, it doesn't make any sense.
No. Kenny, but that's just it. Fans still love their teams. Fans don't hit the portal, but when the players are constantly, you lose less interest because, well, if they don't care about the program, why should I care about the program? And then pretty soon when the big time donors are like, well, if these kids don't care that we're paying, why am I giving you the money? So when he says all the stuff that he says, I can't fight it because every day there's a new example of Boy, that was stupid.
We'll get a few of the calls in a minute. If you're just joining and you're going, what the? Why are these two old men bitching about the portal again? No, hold on. Because last night's story and the stat I presented were so absurd, it warrants a discussion. This DeMond Williams thing is absolute absurdity. Not only, and two, I'm sorry, I can both say I'm fine with players making money, but also be appalled at a college quarterback who hadn't won a damn thing getting paid $6 million.
I was okay, and I'm not trying to cap players, but if you told me, okay, star quarterback's going to make $50,000, blah, 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 get a car, sure. But now, like, what, Levitt is getting $5 million? And if it doesn't work out, you don't get your money back. You're stuck. You still got to pay him. He's no good.
But now Washington is going to sue their quarterback. That's where we've arrived at. Because okay, we'll get to the people in a second.
Wait. So I wonder if it drags out until the fall. Is he in court Monday through Friday and then playing for Washington on Saturday, only be back in court on Monday?
How do you go back into the locker room? How do you go back into the locker room?
Hey, Captain, can you give us a speech? I didn't want to be here.
Oh, by the way, while being at the funeral, his teammates found out about him leaving via social media.
Yeah.
He didn't even have the guts to tell them.
Yeah. Welcome to 2026.
Kenny, ticket text.
NIL and portal need a serious regulation change. We need contracts and a governing body. That's
Oh, really?
Phil.
Oh, that's good, Phil. Who's going to do that? The CBA ferry? We can have somebody float down and collectively bargain it all? How?
Give it to Herb Street. He doesn't like picking a side. He can be neutral.
Hey, by the way, can I? I'm going to say this too, and nobody likes dogs more than me, but F Kirk Herbstreit and his dog. I'm tired. The dog everyone loved died, and we were all sad for you. Now he's running another grift with a new dog.
But he's on the plane.
I'm tired of it. And take that credential off. There's no such thing as the president of Snuggles or whatever it is. Enough.
Do you know schools fist fight because they want to give
It's
that
a grift.
credential?
It's a grift. Enough. Tired of Herb Street. Guy, his next opinion will be his first.
I can't pick a game.
Oh, I can't pick the game. I'm calling it. You know what? Buzz off. You and your ugly dog. Get out.
Hey.
Get out. I don't like
There
retrievers.
will be no dogs.
I don't
tonight.
like retrievers.
Why?
Too much hair.
Oh, Kenny, add it to the list.
You can't win with a retriever.
Dude, we live in Michigan. You can't have a retriever. You never keep the thing clean. It's a liability. It's common sense.
It's called a groomer.
Bro, that's called a second mortgage. Kenny, the text.
Have you heard of more Valenti thing than retrievers
I
are
don't
a
like
liability?
And no.
I don't know when it come back
I'll
from this.
say it again. Retrievers and labs are spazoids. They're goofballs. Not
They
my
have
kind
a lot
of
of energy.
And I don't like that. You will stay calm and you will watch football.
They have energy. Here's tennis ball. Throw it to me about 300 times.
Oh, here's a private plane, and you got a grift for your human. Poor dog's being exploited. Carry on.
This one I actually agree with, and I probably shouldn't, being a fan of the team. We've lost it.
Damn you, Roger. Damn you.
The Georgia high school situation was the bottom of the chili pot for me. As a Georgia fan myself speaking, I thought that was crazy. I love that they're doing it, but I also hate that that's where the sport is, that's a thing you can do.
The best thing you could do is commit to Georgia super early and collect $20,000 a month and continue them until you go to Georgia.
Right after your freshman year. Go Dogs.
Right. Is this committable? Signed. Right. You're the guy in the office. Sick 'em. That honestly sounds like some of our sales meetings here. Sick 'em. Hey, you got an idea? And it's just inaudible noises. Kenny?
Way to go, Bark Boy.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll get to the calls next. We got a lot of people who want to say something. 97.1.
We'll go right to the people. Just having some fun with the portal headlines, including a new one I've curated. There are enough Division I, so this doesn't count 1AA guys or D2 or 3, just Division I players in the portal that you could fill the entire roster, all starting from zero, of every team in the Big Ten, every team in the SEC, and 3 teams of your choice. Nice sport.
Well, I do think, and the bottom of the chili pot to me is when you have a player start at one school at the beginning of the year, finish at another school at the end of the year, or, Mike, when the money matches up and you just say, we're going to make a trade.
Mid-game?
No, just mid-season.
Like a jersey swap?
Mid-season. You could have our backup QB. We're going to take your star wide receiver.
Let's go to our people. Let's go to our Notre Dame correspondent. It's Rob in Brighton. Rob, what's good, buddy?
How we doing, guys?
Hey, Rob.
Considering the subject matter? I mean, come on.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Rico might know. I'll be quick. Like my career, I'm in the commercial relocation industry, moving companies, and I've been lucky enough. I worked my butt off for it, but I've made connections at Michigan State, and I've had the opportunity to work with the basketball and football program with moving coaches in and out. Move the entire Smith regime for Morgan State. Yeah. So really connected to just the current landscape. And last night was the first time I've gotten a call from a player. And, typically with these relocations, they're super expensive and it's, high end and white gloves. And we have players calling now. Mm-hmm. And it's you think about college moves, right? Like whoever went to college, throw your stuff in your car and go home, right? Like
Bro, I had a beanbag.
Yeah, yeah, in a IKEA desk, right, like that kind of a thing. We got E-classes, we got Benzes, we got cars to just multiple vehicles. It's a different era, guys, and that, like you had asked, Mike, are you tired of it, or like when did it hit you? Like when did you have the realization? It was last night when I got that phone call, and couldn't have been nicer. Very professional dude. Super nice, super humble. This is his fourth stop.
So, Rob, when you gave the price and you're thinking, okay, once we give the price, he's going to be like, well, thanks anyway. He's like, okay, when can you get here?
The text that I got back was, am I reading it right? Is that it? Meaning he was like, that's not that expensive. And
So can I ask you about this DeMond Williams thing? Because, Rob, you're one of the college football elite. I've heard you call the morning show before, and, like, you get it. You know the sport. Like, Rob, the guy's getting $6 million after signing 4 days ago with UW. Now a school is suing the quarterback, all while Lane Kiffin was sitting next to Sam Levitt. Like, that, for me, represents absolute rock bottom.
It's a bummer. I mean, Michigan State's going to be playing 3 of their former quarterbacks next year. Aiden Childs, Caton Hauser, and Noah Kim. They're playing Eastern, Northwestern, and Illinois, I believe. Yeah, and so now we're rostered quarterbacks within the last 3 years. They're on your schedule for next year.
A quarter of your season is former players at quarterback,
and yeah, and how many more of those players on the defensive side of the ball are at your opponents? Like it gives me goosebumps because, Mike, and I know the three of us love the pageantry and love the pride you have in your schools and stuff like that. It hit me last night, guys. It's gone, but it's a new roster every year.
There's the point, though. See, and I want to say this, and you and Rico can yell at me, but Rob, the spinal column of college football or college basketball was a level of loyalty. There was a level of dedication to it. It made the laundry, as Kenny puts it, mean something.
Kissing the Spartan, floor, right? Cassius,
running down the stairs at Notre Dame. It's supposed to matter. It's a privilege. It's not a right. You're not entitled to it.
And it's a blessing to be at those institutions and wearing that uniform that former players did. And that's it's all about money now. Mark Cuban came out today and said the guys in the portal are much happier here this year because he's funding the whole IU thing. I mean,
make no mistake. Make no mistake. he wrote them a very nice check because some of the things Rico and I are hearing about what Indiana is spending, and you can't corroborate it. That's the problem. But if the numbers are true, yeah, forget about it. I mean, it's absurdity.
Because Indiana's walking in saying, how much are they offering you? Okay,
we'll double it.
Have you guys heard? I have not, and I'm genuinely curious what Marsh, what the rumors are, or what Marsh received to go to IU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what is it?
How do you want to approach this, big dog?
A lot.
Is it over,
you know what, Mike? As you would say,
million?
He probably would be a top 8 or top 9 NFL draft pick. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we've lost cabin pressure, guys.
Yeah, no,
that's.
Rob, I'll put it to you like this:
MSU,
MSU, and Notre Dame, if the numbers we've gotten are right, made very, very quality offers.
Good offers.
Indiana turned their hats backwards like Sylvester Stallone and over the top, and hit the double up button. How about that?
Yeah.
Best way I can explain that to you.
Pat Fitzgerald and his staff have been doing a heck of a job in the portal. I'm wondering if Marcus Freeman's awake or what's going
Rob,
on in South Bend. So,
Rob, in all fairness, State lost 35 players. He couldn't take the day off. They had 35 players. So,
Rob, we're down to 27 scholarship players. I'm pretty sure I think roster retention, and you got a hell of a good program, and you know my affinity for Marcus Freeman. You're fine. Just let us. We're in the DVD bin. Rico and Fitzgerald just picked up a discounted copy of Avatar out of the bin. All right, you're going to be okay over there.
Well, they actually just lost a 4th linebacker, Notre Dame. I didn't have the heart to tell.
Any of them coming to State?
Maybe.
Don't care. Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
The whites are much.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm a little old school, fellas. Like I'm sorry. Like I feel like there was a reason why the NIL thing didn't take place till 4 years ago. The transfer portal, there was no transfer portal. It was you transfer schools, you had to sit for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got the money flying around. You got the kids going to the transfer portal. There's no loyalty to the school. It's like almost living in a parallel universe. It's like, I mean, where do we go from here? Like, how can we bring it back in? How can we reel it back in? There's no governing body in place. There's no landscape. There's no guardrails. Like, we need some lines on the street. You know what I'm saying? We just got blacktop, and you need some lines on the street to guide this thing because it's out of control.
It is.
It is absolutely out of control, and there's no way to monitor. I was watching the Michigan game last night against Penn State on FS1, and I was watching it go across the screen, and I saw a transfer portal update. Like, these kids, they're showing the kids what schools they're going to and what school they came from. And it's like, these kids haven't even arrived yet. Like, I don't know who any of these kids are, and I really follow the sport. And it's like, okay, such and such is transferring from this school to this school. It's like these kids haven't even arrived at.
Or the best part
but
is
they're getting this.
You can come to an agreement. You can sign a piece of paper. You can do one of these stupid announcement picture things that kids put out there. And 4 days later, you can leave.
And just back right out of it.
It's insanity. Yeah, Chuck, and again, for people who enjoy it, that's cool. But, Chuck, you're in the boat with us. We're the old heads. Yeah. We're floating out to sea together because I
Chuck,
can't.
Until the NCAA is afraid, stop being afraid of their own shadow and actually come out and say enough's enough.
But they'll lose. This is fellas, they'll lose.
Then you know what, Mike? Then close up shop. If you're afraid of losing.
They are closing up shop. That's what you don't get.
No, I'm saying, but. Okay, if you're going to lose, who cares? Let's just go out there and lose. But
go out with a blaze of glory.
Guys, if we shut this thing down, nobody gets anything because we'll all go away.
But then the lawsuit, it's Rico, my point is you're right. In essence, the law is wrong. Like the NCAA in matters of money, in matters of.
Right, because you're afraid of the one guy who wants to play in college for 20 years because he can't get anything else. The Al Bundys of the world.
That's no way to talk about Diego Pavia.
He's Al Bundy. I know I can't go anyplace. I'm too short for Canada, so let me just stay in the NCAA. I'm sorry. I'm not going to bend over backwards for that one player.
I agree.
When everybody else is trying to play by the rules.
Agree totally. I just can't change that they lose every lawsuit that guardrails would present.
Oh.
What?
Looks like your guy Adam Trick, Texas Tech.
Miami, Ohio, edge rusher, one of the best players I saw in the MAC outside of Nadane Tucker, number 11 for Western. Adam Trick's he's a force.
Texas.
Really, and by the way, also at some point, I'm going to need you to dress like Chuck Martin for a game. I need you in that sweater vest. Chuck Martin, turtleneck sweater vest for no reason. The guy thinks it's 1960. Texas Tech can do whatever they want. They got more money than God. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have everything you need all the time and at the lowest prices. Northville, guys, it's very simple. Call them today. Better yet, stop by, see the Trex showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's touch table on some football, get some music. Kenny?
Well, Mike, as you know, yesterday around 5 o'clock, we found out that John Morton was released by the Detroit Lions. They're going to need a new offensive coordinator. So what I thought I would do was gather up some names, and we can kind of go through and tell me whether you think it would be a good fit for this guy to be the next offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
All right, fair enough.
All right, let's start off with some up-and-coming guys. We'll go with Chargers passing game coordinator Marcus Brady. He was under the Colts OC, under Frank Reich for a while. Now he's hired by Harbaugh in L.A., and he's, helping out with Justin Herbert.
Indifferent. Don't have an opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
I don't want to lie to the audience. I mean, my problem is, I don't know, what have the Chargers done offensively that I'm so stoked about? Is that really the tale of what he would do here?
No, but could he be the next Ben Johnson, a guy kind of sitting there and waiting?
I will never put that on anybody.
Okay.
But I'll just say indifferent, neutral.
Davis Webb, Broncos passing.
Oh, God. Former failed New York Giant third-round draft pick from Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Abnormally long neck.
6 years in the NFL.
Oh, God. Great.
Yeah.
You know what, though? Yes. Because former quarterbacks, they see the game different.
Mm-hmm.
They plan it different. And you look at, like, for instance, I know he just got fired, but he'll get another job. A guy like a Cliff Kingsbury, quarterback. Like,
Well, yeah, we'll get to that. But now here's the thing. Would you be going back to the well because Davis got his job because John Morton came here? So you'd be going back to the Broncos.
yeah,
back
but
to
has
Sean
Davis
Payton.
Webb ever been in this building? No.
But Sean Payton.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm fine drawing upon the Peyton tree because of Dan's time in New Orleans. What I'm not fine with is more of this incestual, insular, only our guys can be elevated crap. So Davis Webb, sure. He screwed the Giants. Maybe he'll help you.
Okay.
He was one of the worst third-round picks in history, along with Ryan Nassib.
Last one, and then we'll get to some bigger names.
All right.
But this guy took a ginger quarterback, and he took this team to the number 1 seed in the NFC. I give you Jake Peets, Seahawks passing game coordinator.
No, because Clint Kubiak is the magician out there.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
I just threw that one in there.
That's fair. But Clint Kubiak, again, I want the Giants interviewing for their head coach job. He's done a wonderful job there.
And now we got some former OCs, Kevin Stefanski.
Sure, but he's getting a head coaching job. Like, I will be in stunned disbelief if he's not a coach.
We talked about this one yesterday, and I know the answer is no, but it's Cliff Kingsbury.
No, because you don't have the type of quarterback that he needs. His systems require mobility. You do not have it. It's not a shot at him.
Mobile golf season.
Yeah, for 4 yards, not 40. The thing with Cliff, he'll be good for a year, and then people figure him out, and then he's dusted. Bonus points for having a Bond mansion as the coach of the Cardinals, but I'm going to say no to it. I think Cliff would be great for a Cam Ward.
Okay.
Get his career going in the right direction.
Brian Daboll.
Lacks emotional control, man baby, bad temper, doesn't play nice with others. But I could imagine Dan Campbell punching him in the face by week 4.
But not asked to be the head coach. Just can you run your offense?
Everything I know about Brian Daboll, I'm telling you. Conflicts with multiple staffers, lacks emotional control. There's no way he and Dan Campbell coexist without a physical fight. And that wouldn't work out for Daboll.
Well, let's stick with the Giants. Mike Kafka.
No.
Okay.
Because everything else I'm going to say would be insulting. Like hyper insulting.
Okay.
So how about we just say no,
all right,
and we just move on.
That's why I love you, buddy. Todd Monken.
Intriguing. I still think Monken belongs back at Georgia because Mike Bobo is a CIA operative sent to destroy the Georgia Bulldogs. That's my story.
Can I have him somewhere? Bring him back to Georgia, put him on the line. I don't care. Just bring him back. He's
I
the
think
only
Monken
good
is
thing.
better in the college game, but he might be the OC of the Giants if John Harbaugh gets the gig next week. So I'll say no.
Okay. Zach Robinson, Falcons OC.
I could live with it. Again, former QB, outside eyes, outside ideas. I like a lot of what Atlanta does offensively. I would be okay with it. I want someone who hasn't resided at Rotunda Drive.
Well, funny you say that because I have two more for you.
What?
David Blau.
No, absolutely
Commanders assistant QB coach.
Nope. Well, he played quarterback here. No. I don't want him.
No?
No, because I what's the resume? These other guys have done it for a long time. What's David Blau done it for? 10 minutes?
Well, yeah. He's never called plays.
Great. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. No, because then it would speak to Dan Campbell leering over his faux OC and firing this guy by week 6.
No,
I don't want that.
But former Ben Johnson said he, gave him credit for suggesting plays to him.
That's great. That's like giving Kenny credit for suggesting what to order for lunch. No.
Okay.
I don't want it.
Last one I'll give you, Scotty Montgomery.
Assistant head coach,
Yes.
wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
Shout out ECU Pirates.
He's here already.
Yeah, don't love it.
Hire from within.
Well, and it's the same thing. Hank Fraley's here. And Hank Fraley got offered the OC job in Seattle last year, and he turned it down. But I don't want in-house suggestions. I really don't. That's just me.
Why not? Fresh eyes?
Yes. They're turning into a cult down there.
All right. I just wanted to throw some names at you, and I
That's
knew you would
football
know
today.
these names. So.
That's football today.
Pistons star Cade Cunningham is questionable to play tonight against the Bulls with a wrist contusion. Jalen Duren remains out, although he was at shoot-around this morning. Tobias Harris remains on the shelf. Detroit has won plenty of games this year with injuries. That's the head coach, J.B. Pickerstaff. Chicago has lost 4 of their last 6, and their fair share of injuries tonight as well, including leading scorer Josh Giddey. He's out. Second leading scorer Kobe White is questionable. Here, the 6:35 pregame here on 97.1. Former Michigan State QB Aiden Childs officially announced his commitment to Northwestern today. Trent Fraley, the son of Lions offensive coordinator Hank, is committed to the Spartans, on the other hand. He allowed just a single sack in over 800 snaps. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs is declared for the NFL draft. Alabama QB Ty Simpson is joining him. The Tigers have inked a deal with pitcher Birch Smith. He'll be the 8th team who's had in his MLB career, including a career ERA in the high 5. I'm just expecting something here. Red Wings are off until tomorrow. They're at full strength in the morning skate. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. We kind of want to build off of that football today because Rico brought up Lions offensive coordinator stuff. So how do you want to do this where it's like, what do you want out of the new OC? Because mine is the same. I don't even care about playbook. I don't even care about offensive idea. I don't want them to be from here.
Well, no. I think that's fair because I would just say, what does this next Lions OC have to be? Not just sound like. Don't go out there and win the press conference type of thing. Does this OC have to be a Jared Goff maximizer where you take Jared Goff and, you know what, Jared, we're going to make you the best Jared ever and we're going to build everything around you? Or is it going to be a quarterback challenger? Hey, Jared, we're going to take you out your comfort zone and we're going to try to get you to new levels. You want different results? Some we're going to do different things. Okay, you haven't made it to the Super Bowl yet. What do you want out of your next OC?
I want a guy like a Kellen Moore. When Kellen Moore was taking these jobs, he eventually, he was Dallas's OC, then he goes to the Chargers, then he goes to the Eagles. And now he's the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. I want an outsider.
And he's actually turning around in New Orleans.
Right,
Saints.
but my point is he went to Philly when they needed a coordinator, and he didn't have some big backlog of history there. Neither did Vic Fangio. And what'd they do? They went and hired 2 really good coordinators, went out and won the damn Super Bowl. I want the Lions to stop smelling their own farts and hire somebody from outside of the building.
You know what?
Tired.
You know what? Can I add upon that? Because I see where you're going with that. If you bring somebody outside the building, then we're not going to do things that way, the way it's always been done. I'm going to bring in new ways. Well, why did you bring that in? Because it works. But we don't do it that way here. Well, we will now.
We do now.
Do you want to win? You going to listen to me? I got the OC job, right? Let's run it this way. Yeah, but that's not how, because I think the biggest temptation that this next OC has to be, and I think we kind of found this out with the last one, with John Morton, you don't have to be a Ben Johnson clone. You don't have to do everything the way Ben Johnson did it, because Ben Johnson is going to be the ultimate, well, that's not how my daddy did it. And don't get treated like don't treat this guy like a stepdad. Like, let him come in here, let him do his thing, let him run his program, let him run his plays, and get this thing going, and quit trying to compare everything to Ben Johnson.
Yeah, and again, like Vic Fangio, I think he was like a consultant for 6 months in 2020 or something. But they went and got Vic Fangio to be the DC. He had never held a full-time coordinator or high-level position there. Don't give me some retirement analyst thing. The whole idea is they knew they needed help, and they went out and got the best coordinators. Why is it in this town I have to accept, okay, well, you know what? Kelvin Shepard was new last year, so decorative play sheet. I'm fine with Kelvin Shepard, but if there's better out there, go get better.
Did you get better, or did you just hire somebody?
Now, the OC part, I'll be very serious about, because it's clear they're going to keep Kelvin Shepherd. That's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. Then I want a high caliber, beyond reproach, experienced offensive coordinator to come in here. I do not want Dan Campbell calling plays, and I don't want Dan Campbell to even have the option of firing an OC midseason next year. I want stability, and I want him to do his job, be the CEO, quality control, and get this team's mental state where it needs to be.
See, another characteristic in 248-539-9797, another characteristic for me, Mike, I need an OC that can adjust on the fly. When you don't have all your pieces, that's okay.
Dave Warner.
We could adjust.
Sorry.
We could adjust this playbook. Okay, the O-line is down. Okay, we're going to move the pocket. We're going to do whatever we have to do, that we're not going to be so reliant on, well, we don't have our pieces and hashtag injuries. And, you know, if we would have had everything there, it would have worked. I don't want to hear that. I need somebody that you can score when things aren't perfect. So 248-539-9797, asking you, what do you want the next Lions OC to have? What does he need to bring to the table? Plain and simple.
And if you think I'm mean or unfair, just say why. I do not want any more promote from within nonsense. Don't want
it. That is fair because, yeah, I mean, if anything, it was funny because, you know, when the Eagles did that and they broomed them all out and said, yeah, we're going to just bring in some people, fresh thoughts, fresh eyes, fresh ideas. It's okay to go that route. And the biggest thing for me, I don't need a Ben Johnson clone. I don't need to hear, well, Ben Johnson did this and Ben Johnson, we scored some.
You're never getting
points.
another Ben Johnson. So as much as you hate this man now, and as much as I think you got more jollies missing the playoffs and beating him than you would making it, because I'll tell you, that was a joke. That was a joke.
That's only funny because I think it's true.
Well, the players acted that way, and the fan base trying to do some kind of peacocking. It was the weirdest thing in the world. You're never getting a coordinator as good as Ben Johnson. Full stop. It's done. So don't try. Go get the best that's available. I do want things to be a little different because I think you said something that's very important. If you can, if the only functionality of the quarterback is going to be with a top 5 O-line, well, then that calls into question the quarterback.
Yeah.
And I do believe Goff's good enough to win, but this idea of, well, we got to just go back and do what we used to do. Well, you can't. You don't have that offensive line. You're going through what Dallas went through. God, Rico, what would you say, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Like Travis Frederick retired out of nowhere at center. Tyron Smith got old overnight. Zach Martin ended up leaving a few years later. They've rebuilt the offensive line. They're not great at pass pro, but they're fabulous run blocking.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's where you're at. So let's get someone with different ideas. And if you don't like that and you want to be insular and they got to be a Lions man, you're welcome to it. I want the opposite. I think NFL teams get way too insular.
Well, here's the other reason why I want somebody outside of the Lions organization, because I do think that teams have caught up on this your game plan. And you saw it at the end of the season with call that running play. Yeah, we're in the backfield. You guys are still running that play. I didn't think this was going to work when coach implemented it in practice, but it actually worked. They just shut down the running attack. Why? Because you didn't give them anything new. So we're going to shut that down. If you can't run the ball, your play action doesn't work, and we don't have to worry about you taking it off down the top because we're just going to bring pressure. We're going to pin our ears back.
248-539-9797. I want to hear from you. And again, you know, I would, if I were running the team, I'd probably blow out both coordinators. I would go out and spend a ton of money, and I would copycat what the Eagles did. I'd go out and hire 2 big-time coordinators because I don't have time for slippage anymore. And no disrespect to anybody. It's not that I think Kelvin Shepherd did a terrible job. I don't think he did a great job. And great is the only thing I'm after. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. I'm not paying you to learn on the job.
Did you bring in the best DC?
No.
You brought in a good one. You didn't bring in the best one.
That's my point. So, again, if I am to assume they're keeping Kelvin Shepherd, then that puts more of a focus on the OC position, which just heightens what I want, meaning outside influence, outside eyes, outside ideas. It's like hiring a consultant. Sometimes you don't know that your company's rotten until somebody rolls in and tells you. Well, that's what I want. I want someone to walk in with a paintball gun and start making it happen. They need a shakeup.
No, they do. I do. I think the same thing. And yeah, I need somebody who's gonna challenge Goff. If Goff's gonna be your guy for the next 3-4 years, if you said you're gonna restructure his deal, you need somebody who could bring the best out of him. I think Goff got comfortable. And well, look at all the yards. It was empty calories, folks. Okay. They had more yards after the catch than anybody. So yeah, he had big numbers, but look past that. You had 9 wins. I need somebody that's going to challenge him.
Well, it's more look at they were a schoolyard bully. Yeah, they put up about 40 a game against terrible teams and put up 20 a game against good teams. Go look at the numbers.
Yeah. So that's
that
what I'm
doesn't
looking
impress
for.
me.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We'll get the people in the mix. I like the conversation. And again, I don't think my opinion's really provocative. It's just that's what I want. You see what other teams do. I get tired of the all in the family crap. FanDuel, giving all customers profit boosts every college football playoff game day starting tomorrow. That means more chances to level up your picks and have bigger wins. So whether it's the favorites, dogs, totals, you name it, FanDuel's got you covered. Best place for all the football action all playoff long. And when you win, you get paid instantly. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college football playoff boost today. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So the question is simple to you Lions fans out there. What do you want from your next OC? What do you need? What are the characteristics that you want this guy to bring to the table? There's so many different things out there. 248-539-9797.
Kenny, what did ticket texters say initially? Let me hear all this.
Ticket texters are kind of all over the board, but the main theme of it seems to be one that is run-centric. So this one says, the next OC strength should be elite running game scheme protection. So it seems to be that's the common thread of all of these texts, seems to be they want the run game to be better. Agree with Mike, need outside eyes on this team, can't have anyone from within. Promoting from within made sense last year because the Lions were so successful. Promoting from within this year makes no sense because of lack of success.
I like that.
And the last one I got here just says, bleep Ben Johnson. I don't know who that's from. They didn't sign their text.
You people are strange. Okay.
Yeah, it was his fault, That's why he lost.
Got it. All right, we'll go to Tyler, 97.1. Ty, what's good, buddy?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Good, Tyler. What's on your mind?
No. So, Mike, 100% agree with you. First off, if they hired David Blau, which my brother texted me yesterday, and first of all, I didn't believe him. I was like, that's got to be fake news. But have they hired Dan Orlovsky? To me, that's the feeling of watching Dan Orlovsky. I'm sorry, David Blau. The sense of watching Dan Orlovsky step out of bounds in the end zone. It's a big oof. What has he accomplished besides being a backup quarterback and not a good backup quarterback? Honestly, they need someone fresh. They need someone outside the box, and to bring something new to the organization. That's why I can't say about Michigan. Is they hire their guys within. It just tells me you're not serious of looking outside the box.
Well, and that's also, too, what I like is when you bring in outsiders, they have new opinions on your blind spots. I think the Lions have gotten way too in love with their own players. Bring someone in from the outside that may offer a different perspective, because I like look at their free agents right now. Who am I running to bring back?
Not a soul.
No, I mean I want changes. So yeah, Tyler, you and I are aligned on it. I want the different ideas. I want someone from the outside to come in and drill down on this and go, you know what? You're too in love with this. You're not in love enough with this. This is a way to do things. Like it feels like we need to spark this thing.
You have a great base. You have a great base with players offensively. Now let's take it to another level. Let's add new wrinkles to this thing instead of, it seems like, trying to come up with the best pitchy woo-woo play and let's do this trick play. Or how about we just come up with a new scheme and a new system and a way of doing this to add a new wrinkle to what we're already doing?
Let's go over to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. You know what I want? I want an OC that can teach Jared Goff how to check out of a bad play. There's been multiple times this year, the Minnesota game and the Chiefs game, where Jared Goff, this goes back to the days with McVay, gentlemen, where he got rid of Goff because of this same issue.
I'm going to tell you something, Jack. You're right, because people always want to blame injuries, and they want to blame that offensive line. That Minnesota game, one of the games you highlighted, to me, a lot of that's on Jared. They were doing things. You're familiar with Flores' scheme. You're familiar with the mug look. You're familiar with the pressures. Did they ever check to a screen? Did they ever use a little smoke route on off cover? Did they go to a slant? That's on Jared.
It was like at the end of the game they did something.
But at that point, and guess what? I want to back Jack up on something else too. I get tired of hearing about, Jared's so smart. His hands are all over the offense in the game plan. Well, then guess what? You want the credit, you get the blame. He wasn't good enough in those spots.
No, he was not. And, Mike, Goff's making $55 million a year. I expect way more from him than that. And, they can hire. He needs a top 3 offensive line. They got to get that line fixed. And Mike, Harbaugh is on the market. Why can't we fire Campbell and get him? Because I know that's a crazy take, but man.
Well, because I want him to be the Giants head coach. How about that? Can you just, Jack? Do I get one nice thing, please? Please.
Yes, Mike. You got the UMass OC as your quarterback.
You're right. Things are really looking up at State. No, Jack. Listen, Dan Campbell.
I'm fine. I'm multiple years away from having that conversation. And
Okay.
again, I think this.
Can he please kick a field goal, Mike?
He did against the Bears.
But Jack, what you're saying is interesting. I mean,
hold on. You want to have this conversation?
No, I'm just saying when a guy like Harbaugh is there, like, do you take a look and say,
okay, so I'm going to give Jack credit.
I mean, think about it.
I want to give Jack credit. He's sparking a convo here. Go ahead.
It's like Calvin Shepard. Like, he's good, but can we get better?
Okay.
And it's not to take away and say, oh, no, I'm not saying he needs to be fired. He's good. But when something all of a sudden unexpectedly pops out,
let's go.
And I'll give Jack credit.
Let's go to Kenny for this.
Okay.
Kenny.
But we can always go better than this.
Can you get better than Dan Campbell?
Yes, I think you can, objectively. But I also think the O-line is more
Who are the
play.
coaches you like better in the league than Dan Campbell? Let me hear this. Take your time.
There's not a ton.
Who are they?
I have a tough time naming coaches right now.
Is that because you have like brain freeze?
No, it's because I think Dan Campbell represents this culture the best. So if you're going to make a change, you have to have a proven winner. And what proven winners are available? If you want to say Harbaugh,
one just became available.
That's exactly my point. Is I have a hard time naming guys that are available with that resume that are as good or better than Dan
It's
Campbell.
like if all of a sudden Andy Reid became available, it's like,
all right, well, hold on, time out. So hold on. Kenny, right here, right now, you'd realize this is absurd, but I'll indulge you. You can have John Harbaugh today. You want him?
I would say no, but my
Thank
point
you.
in this was I don't think you're crazy if you say yes. That was my point to
No,
begin
the
with.
difference is, for me, I'm replacing a man baby in Brian Daboll. John Harbaugh is a no-brainer. You have your coach. This is an absurdity.
But Mike, it's not to say that I want him fired. It's
I
just
don't
one of
know.
those. No, it's one of those. Well, I do think you have to give a serious conversation. Okay, guys, could we do better?
You do have your coach.
Meet me in the middle.
You do.
Now, you may end up saying, you know what?
right.
Let's just get.
But meet me in the middle. Then fine. Then get him high. Then for this. See, well, now we're going to get to the ownership thing again. This is what bothers me. This is where, in certain situations, ownership would make demands. You are going to go out and we are going to have high-level hires this offseason. I saw enough last year with your golfing buddies.
Okay.
We're going to do this a different way.
You know what?
Do we have that here?
We can shake hands across the table, buddy. There you go.
And by the way, it's like you're reading off the ticket text because that's basically half of them after this conversation we've just had about coaching is ownership needs to step in and make demands.
And I'll give Jack credit. This wasn't on the sheet, but it is. Once again, Andy Reid becomes available. You have to sit there and say, hey, even if it's Brad and Chris Spielman in a closed-door meeting at another Coney Island that nobody knows about, hey, do we make a pitch for this?
Go to Antonio, 97.1. Antonio, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
I would like to give my reason as to why I think Dan Campbell is going in-house, and then I would like to explain the type of offensive coordinator I'm looking for. I have a theory. You know, coaches have egos too. And the most prestigious coaches in the league are the ones with trees. Shanahan, McVay, Andy Reid, they have trees. And so maybe Dan's feeling himself. He lost a guy, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and maybe he wants to develop a tree. So he's recognized as one of the good coaches in the league. You know, he wants people to know, hey, these guys I developed into something.
Well, he's got a good start with Ben Johnson in Chicago. So I'll give him credit for. But, yeah, other than that, he's fired more coaches than has left and gone on and done great things.
Well, I mean, that's true. But, I mean, again, when you get guys hired from your staff, you know, it makes you look good. But the type of offensive coordinator I'm looking for, the other guy hit on it perfectly as far as Jared Goff being able to check in and out of plays. You know, I'm not comparing Goff to Brady, but one of Brady's super strengths even if it was just a 3 or 4 yard play, he didn't take negative plays too much, unless he was just totally, totally overpowered, which was very far and few between. More cases than not, he knew, what can I do? Where's the soft spot in the defense? Where can I get a little 4 or 5 yards? Edelman, and you name the guys. He knew where to check and get the ball out quick. The pass rush couldn't even get there in time because he didn't diagnose where the ball is going now. Jared Goff, he seems lost back there sometimes.
Well, look, I mean, this year, that's where I took issue with what Campbell said, where he's like, oh, he played better this year than last year. The hell he did. No, the answer is absolutely not. I mean, I know you want to support your quarterback, but
tell it all in this.
This is going to be a bit. See, this is the funny part, Antonio. This is going to be a big year for Jared Goff, and I don't think a lot of fans realize it. Like, the NFL's security is fleeting, and you've lived in a dream state the last couple of years, where even haters like Jim Costa got on board with Jared Goff. Newsflash: this year didn't cut the mustard, and if he looks like it again, forget about the pretty numbers. Remember what I said. Bodies terrible teams, turtles against good ones. Mm-hmm. If you do that again,
you find out why the Rams got rid of him.
You don't make the playoffs again, they ain't going to be chanting your name at a grocery store. So that's the whole point. Like, they have a huge offseason ahead, including restructuring his deal because he can't make that amount of money, and they got to improve what's in front of him. You know the deal you made. If you're angry that the guy makes a lot of money and he has to be insulated, I'm never going to be able to help you, and you're never going to be happy. I have come to peace with what Jared is, and I think you can win a Super Bowl with him, but he has to have all the right stuff. He's not going to be able to break that mold and take the game. It's just not who he is. No.
That's why I said I think the next OC, going back to the original topic, has to be somebody that pushes him, gets him out of his comfort zone, and adds a new element to his game. Guys, I am not saying that he's all of a sudden going to turn into Lamar Jackson and just run the ball down the field for 30 yards. But what I will say is I need to see something new out of you, Jared. We're going to evolve your game and take it to another level. And I don't think that's asking too much.
97-1.
Hey, have you ever wondered why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, most sportsbook, their rewards are just flat. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose, that you can unlock the world of Fanatics with profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. And the real value is your sports fandom. And did I mention that they're giving away millions of Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drops that's offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday. Switch to the Sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Get back to the people. Are you okay over there? Hey, I got something for you.
What you got?
I got you $1.
Okay.
We started the show today where I had Today in Portal News. I'm going to get back to the OC calls. Don't worry. It's getting worse.
Okay.
This, you know how they say bad things happen in threes?
Yes.
Okay, so we started the day with a stat and a story.
Okay.
Stat. There are enough players from D1, not 1AA, not D2, D1.
Okay.
Enough players are in the portal to fill the rosters if you started from zero. The entire roster of every team in the SEC, every team in the Big Ten, and 3 teams of your choice. That was one.
That was a great stat by you.
Then we got to a story. DeMond Williams, UW quarterback. Apparently a $4 million stay at UW. Oh, all glory to God. I'm back, y'all. Okay, cool. 4 days later, tries to hit the portal at a funeral. Teammates find out on social media because he's getting $6 million from LSU. One problem, Lane is courtside with Sam Levitt when the news breaks. Yeah. And the school is going to possibly sue DeMond Williams.
Yeah. Because when he hit the portal, he put do not contact tag on there, meaning
he already knew where he was going.
I know where I'm going.
Well, Yahoo Sports has decided to really bleep in the punch bowl.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I mean, this is right here. Right in the punch bowl. Yahoo Sports, Oregon running back Jaden Limar is entering the transfer portal during the Ducks playoff run. Before you say, well, he doesn't play, he had the longest gain of the day on offense against Texas Tech last week. And to make this even worse, let me add this.
I think one of their backs is hurt.
Davison is hurt. Mekhi Hughes, who they got from Tulane in the portal, is in the portal again. Now Limar's in the portal. Your top 3 running backs are in the portal or hurt. And guess what? They only have 2 running backs on the roster now. They play Friday. You're in a playoff run.
They're going to say, well, we have limited time and we can't wait. And yeah, guys, actually you can. Because you could, if you're that hell-bent and going into the portal, wait till your season is over because the football season will be over and you still have a day to jump in there.
But here's what it tells me is you don't have to be in the portal today. You got to be in the portal by January 15th.
Yeah.
You can play this game. Here's what it is. The agents are pimping these kids. He's getting a back channel offer, and the offer is this. Leave your team now, take this money.
Early enroll, and you're at the spring practice.
You can have it. Take this sport and launch it to the sun.
Here's the thing. This is where common sense, this is where a commissioner. I like the fact they went to one portal. Problem is the timing of it. And then we'll get back to the Lions stuff. If you want to do this right, take the portal season, move it to end of May. Spring practice is over. All of this stuff is over. There are no bowl games. And you transfer, and then you go and you summer enroll.
How does playing for a title not matter?
Because you're out for money.
Yeah, but here's the problem now.
It should, Mike. It should. This is why I can't fight you.
This is where you need to look at the video clip of NIU head coach Thomas Hammock before the season. And he said it best. This bleep is too hard to make a couple of bucks. You may as well go get a job. It'll be a lot easier to make money. Yeah, you got to want to learn the lessons of life, and you got to play for the guy next to you, and you've got to want to win. Like he played.
No,
he was a really good player.
Yeah, here's the thing. If I'm a team, I don't want any of these players who bailed on a championship because why are you coming
This kid was
here?
going to get major snaps against Indiana Friday night. Now he's opting out of a playoff run.
No, but think about this. Why did you used to go to a school? To win titles. You go to Georgia, Alabama and Georgia, it seemed like, and LSU had the market cornered because people wanted to win a title. They wanted to win a championship. Now it's how much money can you pay me? Because, son, you're one of the 4 teams left. You could possibly win a title. Nah, I don't want the title, but can I have a little more gravy on this steak? How about that?
So there's your update. We'll get right back to the OC calls now. I just wanted to throw that out there. We asked.
I'm fighting a losing battle with this. I realize that.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. Just real quick before I get to the Lions, it's like, beam me up, LSU. It's like the transporter room on the Enterprise. You know what I mean?
It's insane.
The portal's worst thing ever happened. College football, they need to give Jim Thorpe his gold medals back. But anyway, as far as the Lions are concerned, listen, I'll be 64 years old in a couple weeks. It's the same old Lions. They could bring in Parcells and Belichick in their prime. It doesn't matter. Barry Sanders, Herman Moore, Chris Spielman, Benny Black, you could go on and on. They've had teams that could have got there. But it comes down to the organization. No matter who they bring in or what they do, they're going to get that far, and then that's it. And if you look, I worked out in Boston. I used to go to the sports bars before all the streaming crap just to watch the Lions. I'd wear my swag. People would buy me drinks because they felt sorry for me because I was a Lions fan. You know what I mean? And so I had guys I went to high school with, never got to see the Lions go to Super Bowls. They're dead now. So,
Dave, what you're expressing is deep down the fear of every Lion fan when we talk about going for it, we talk about going all in. They are all you, and you are all them. They are afraid of this going back to what they've seen the rest of their life. I understand what you're saying, but my point is, if you believe in mystical curses and stuff, there's nothing I can do. We're never going to be able to talk football. But my whole thing is, okay, you say ownership, right? What is ownership not doing right now that you feel that they should be doing? I know there's one thing I'd love to see a little bit more of would be just a report or two of Sheila driving the bus, demanding a little bit better. I'd love to hear more talk about Super Bowl. But outside of that, you can't say they don't spend money. That's for sure. So what is it?
You know, that's the $1 million question, or maybe the $1 billion question nowadays.
Okay.
It's just crazy.
I'm not mad at you at all. I'm making a point. Look, believe me, I don't like owners. I don't care what city it is. I mean, honestly, all we do in this country is billionaire welfare. That's what sports is. So you're never going to hear, I don't want to defend owners ever. But they hired the right people. They had a down year. Now they've got a right to go and fix this damn thing. But what I'm not going to do is paint a picture of the Lions. Well, they're the lovable losers. I guess the dream's over. Why? You still have the players. You still have this coach that just moments ago, I asked Kenny, go ahead, name how many coaches you'd rather have than Campbell. You can't. I don't, you know me. I don't like that SOL stuff. I don't think it's fair.
Look, the Harbaugh thing, it wasn't about an SOL.
No, you were trying to hurt Big G.
No, I wasn't trying to hurt Big G.
You know that's who he wants for the Giants. And you're hurtful.
I absolutely do know. That's what he wants for the Giants.
More on that at 4. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's good, buddy? Joe.
Hey, guys, can you hear me out there?
Loud and clear, Joe. What's good?
Hey, first-time caller. Thanks for all the amazing, insight over the years. It's been great to listen to you guys. First-time caller here. So really, as a lifelong Lions fan, I've been listening for weeks and months, and obviously a disappointing season for all of us out here. I know some people will say, hey, winning record, 3-4 years in a row. We've never done that. But the reality is the window certainly feels closed. And while we all want to applaud Holmes and what they've built here for the last couple of years, rightfully so, in the category of what have you done for me lately, outside of one big draft when he had what felt like about 150 picks, what has he really done and why is it not? I mean, I think it is talked about, but why not talked about more? Is the one big thing out there and the expectation in the offseason is that Holmes earns the reputation that maybe has been overblown a little bit based on the success of 1 year. 2023, 2 playoff wins, nothing to show since, yet we applaud him as if he's one of the best GMs out there, and I very much don't feel that way, and I think there's a lot of Lions fans who, if they look in the mirror, would say the same.
Yeah, and guess what? I'm so happy you said it, and that's why I'm so fired up for tomorrow. Tomorrow begins the accountability offseason. Brad Holmes has got to get in front of that microphone, and there are not going to be any receipts, and we're not playing dress up, and you don't get to ask, is it like this in other markets? And if he gets up there and blames injuries, or he gets up there and tries to tell you, well, we were 5th in sacks, and deny the reality of not in fast pressures, not in quick pressure. Look, every bad draft you have undoes a good one. So to your point, Joe, yeah, he walked into town and he went 3 for 3 with some bombs. Last 2 drafts have stunk. Yeah. Stunk.
I can't remember a player making an impact last 2 drafts. Can you?
No, because I mean, if you want to say Ratledge, he was a rookie finding his way. I'm not down on him. I'm not saying he's a future All-Pro.
I'm not saying that he's not an impact.
Terrion Arnold stinks and he's hurt. Rakestraw is a myth. The Tesla thing, maybe, but the problem is he'll never be a top 3 target share guy on this team. It'll always be J-Mo, Laporta, and Amon-Ra ahead of him. Plus, you overpaid to get him. Tyleek was fine enough, but again, wasn't a huge difference maker. And just go down the line. No, I mean, Manu, like start looking around at this stuff and you go, yeah, no, he needs a big draft. He needs a big offseason. And Joe, look, I'm actually happy fans have arrived at that point because, Joe, we sit here every day. You know how many times I've had to listen to Let Brad Cook? Oh, my God, it was like robots. No.
Yeah, the kitchen's on fire.
Yeah, you're only as good as your last move.
Correct.
Like, I don't want to hear about what you did 3-4 years ago. Nobody cares.
No, and I'm not saying we need to go out and Brad Holmes needs to be Howie Roseman, but there's a certain model that works. And what does Roseman do well? Why do they win the Super Bowl? Maybe they miss it a year. Then they're right back in it the next year. They're acquiring big free agents. They're willing to pay and mix in great drafting and do the two together.
Their chaos year. Yeah. Their chaos year still has them in the playoffs as a division winner. I just want to throw that out there.
And yeah, they don't get married to certain players. They realize, okay, we're going to have to let these guys go, bring in young guys in order to keep this thing going for a long time instead of having a team. It's like they're building a program.
Well, this is and we're over time. Let me just take care of some business here. Yeah, okay, thank you. Big game coming up. Best viewing experience. Big game. Paulson's Audio Video, Farmington Hills. Paulson's helps design the perfect setup for game day. Big screens, immersive sound, professional installation. You name it, they got it. So if you've considered a man cave upgrade, maybe even for March Madness, Paulson's. It's so simple, guys. PaulsonsAV.com or go see the showroom. Get a free consultation. It's better people. It's better pricing.
Great TVs.
It's the truth, man. Just go. That's how they've been in the game since 1991. No big box stores putting them out because they don't have any knowledge. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Paulson's, this is their life. It's PaulsonsAV.com. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Started a show, by the way, Odyssey.com Rewind. We did. We had some wild portal stories of the day. If you're interested in that and whether we've hit the bottom, it's there for you. We're talking a little Lions OC right now. Brad Holmes will speak tomorrow at 4. We're going to carry it live. I can say I am eager to hear this because I think it will set up the offseason. Remember, the Lions, if anything, are very honest. They're going to tell you what they're going to do. They're going to tell you who they are. If Brad gets up there and he's smelling his own scent, you know you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So, okay, floor is yours, Brad. 4 p.m. We'll carry it live tomorrow. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good, Jeff.
I just want to know two questions. The one thing is there any chance that we could please get Brian Flores, number one? And the second one is Dan Campbell. I agree with you 100%. I've heard you say this 3 times in the last week. I agree with you 100%. He's a great head coach. You're not a play caller. And if he gets a play calling and he insists on doing this, you realize that Dan Campbell is pushing himself right out of Detroit because he can't play call.
No, I was fine when he tried it because we didn't like the results early on. It was the only move you could make. But now that we've seen it, no, I don't want him to call in plays. I'm with you. And if he's stubborn about it and continues to do it, well, then that's fine. And if you have another down season, it'll be your ass in the jackpot. So, yeah, no, Jeff, I want him to hire a real coordinator and let him do what he does best, be the CEO of this team.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, because he's a great CEO. And the other thing that scares me is he's a great role model for us in Detroit. What kind of football we stand for, and if he does this play calling stuff, he's got no one to insulate him. He's got his OC. Let him do the job.
Now, as far as your Flores thing, I'll answer it, Jeff. It's really, really simple. With 7 coaching openings, and it's weird, you read some of the Harbaugh stuff, there are 7 openings, but there are 9 teams interested in John Harbaugh, meaning someone is snaking their own coach. I believe Flores will get a job. I wouldn't be shocked if he landed in Vegas. But if he doesn't, I would make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in football. I would hurt my rival and help myself. But they're not doing that. It just seems like, sounds like, feels like they're committed to Kelvin Shepherd. So that's why my focus has gone to the OC. But, yeah, the fact that the Vikings don't have a contract extension on the table for Flores, the fact that he is a free agent. And, look, he didn't sue you. He sued the Giants. He sued other teams. So, and again, you can't punish someone for suing you, as awkward as the job interview would be. From a legal standpoint, you can't offer retribution here.
Right.
So you're clear of that, even though that would be illegal. I think we know Flores won't be interviewing with the Giants. How does that interview go? Hey, you're suing me. Congrats. But, like, yeah, those are the moves to me. If you're serious about winning a Super Bowl, you do. So everything should be on the table for them. What?
No, I got a little stat for you.
Let me hear it. What do you got?
Remember Jalen Phillips? The trade.
Yes, the guy that me, you, and TJ Lang wanted.
Yeah. 8 games with the Eagles. 41 pressures, 32 hurries, 2 sacks, 7 quarterback hits in 8 games.
We didn't need him, bro.
For a 3rd-round pick.
We got Tommy Nowoski.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh, wait a second here. I've just received a missive. We have breaking news. A missive by way of Jeff Rieger, by way of Evan Petzel. The Detroit Tigers have made a free agent signing.
Okay.
Birch Smith on a minor league deal. Hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2024.
Birchie!
I quit. I give up.
The Birchie kid?
You call him whatever you like. I almost feel like I'm getting trolled at this point.
It feels that way.
Okay. Let's just go to Mark. We'll move on. I have nothing to say. Guy hasn't pitched in 2 years. Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Love your show. I just got 2 questions. 1, who do you think is the top candidate for the OC job? And 2, I have a really good target that I think that the Lions should go after. And he used to be a head coach at Dallas, and he used to be a head coach at Green Bay. And that's Mike McCarthy as offensive coordinator. He's outside the Lions organization. He has a great offensive mind. He has a great playbook. He developed Dak Prescott. He developed Aaron Rodgers, and I think he would be a great fit for Jared Goff.
I love the idea of it, but the indications are he still wants to be a head coach. I'm not mad at you at all, Mark. It's creative. It's different. It follows kind of what we're looking for. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think you can have two big personalities in there. Again, if a guy still wants to be the head man, you're going to have a hard time taking orders from somebody. So I'd say no there.
Well, but
I just
hold on, Mark. Let me help. Mark may be on to something, though, but think about this. McCarthy doesn't want to be here. So he's going to come in here trying to fix this thing almost instantly.
What a sales pitch. Guy doesn't want to be here.
No. That's the best type of assistant coach that I want, because you don't want to be here. You want to be a head coach again. So you're going to come in here and you're going to flip this thing around. And, guys, you're going to be the best offense ever, because I want everybody trying to hire me next season.
I like this revolutionary way of thinking of bringing guys that don't want to be here. I like that.
Guys who don't want to be here because they want to be they know what it's like to be the head guy. So, yeah, that's their motivation.
Bert Smith. He's 35. Tigers just signed a 35-year-old who didn't pitch in MLB last year, hasn't pitched in the big since 24. He spent all of last year in AAA with an ERA of 7.
At least he's not retiring.
Well, they tried to retire him. He got released in July and ended up in the Dominican. Awesome. All right, 97.1.
The Pistons host the Bulls tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Cade Cunningham has been downgraded to questionable. Tobias Harris and Jalen Duren are out. Duren was at shoot-around this morning, however. Karis LeVert is probable after missing the last 2 games. Chicago falling below expectations again this season. That's Bulls voice Chuck Swirsky. Here, the 7 o'clock tip right here on the ticket.
That was word soup.
Former MSU QB Aiden Childs is officially committed to Northwestern. Meanwhile, the Spartans game Hank Fraley's son Trent, a center who chose East Lansing over Penn State and Florida State. He was all FCS at his position, allowing just a single sack and 825 snaps this year. Michigan starting right tackle Andrew Sprague announced he's returning just minutes ago as well. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. They announced details for Sergei Fedorov's jersey retirement next Monday. They plan to open the LCA doors an hour earlier than normal at 4:20. They're encouraging fans to be in their seats by 5:35 for the ceremony. They'll also hand out 91 pins at the door. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Touch table on some football. Music, please.
So, the death march of the NFL season has finally come to a close. We approach the playoffs, and we talk about all these matchups here. I want to talk to you about each team's fatal flaw. Bleacher Report came out with a list of all the playoff teams and each of their fatal flaws that could possibly stop them from making or winning a Super Bowl. I wanted to get your guys' opinion on each of them. So, if you had to guess, let's look at matchups here. Let's start with the AFC. Chargers, Patriots, what are you thinking?
Chargers pass protection. It's just not good enough. The offensive line has been so banged up all year. Harbaugh's done a fabulous job, but they're just incredibly limited due to injury up front.
Yeah, eventually the bill will become due when you have that many injuries. For the Patriots, experience in the playoffs?
So the Chargers, Mike drilled that it was the offensive line. The Patriots is red zone defense. So that I feel like that's valid.
Well, it is. And look, Patriots need to be careful. The Chargers would not be a team I'd be excited to play. They're going to drag into the mud. That defense is going to play. I think that's a low-scoring game.
I was about to say, yeah, it's one of those games that at the end you're like, wait, how come we didn't blow them out again with all the injuries?
Let's go to the 5-4, the Texans and the Steelers.
Texans, O-line again, same deal. Steelers, it's
Can't
just
score.
no verticality in the offense.
Yeah.
Passing game is a train wreck. I think the Steelers go on the road win the game. I do.
Really?
The Texans. I think the Texans.
I'm
sorry. I apologize. Texans go on the road and win the game.
Okay, I was like, wow.
I think that's a nightmare matchup for Pittsburgh.
Yes, the Steelers are very similar to the Chargers. They want to drag you in the mud. They want to keep the game in the teens, and then they're winning. But
unless it's against the Lions, then they'll drop 40 on you, rushing for 230.
You know what?
The only one that they disagree with you with is the Texans' lack of explosive plays would be theirs.
Yeah, and part of that is they can't protect Stroud, which means you can't run vertical routes. You can't run those deep crossers. You can't take your time.
This is one where I would take the under because the Texans' defense will stop the Steelers, and the Texans' offense will stop the Texans.
And now it's to Mike's favorite, I'm a cowboy, yeehaw. We got Bills, we got Jags.
Bills can't stop the run. Jags don't live without turnovers. Those would be my two.
Yeah.
It's basically like you read off what the Jags said in this because it says sloppiness, which...
Oh, it's just I watch football for 18 weeks, and this is my life. It's just you get to know these teams.
Bills' defense, not that great.
They can't stop the run.
They cite dropped passes and turnover-worthy plays as their biggest reasons.
Yeah, if you want to go to something other than the defense that we talked about, once again, they do not have a wideout one. Shakir is a slot weapon, right?
Keon Coleman's finally back in the mix, but...
Nope, DNP. And then you end up with what? The dead body of Gabe Davis? Yes, I like Dawson Knox. Yes, Kincaid is good. Those aren't wide out ones.
Right.
And as far as the Jags go, they're the Bears in turquoise.
Need turnovers in order to win.
Have to. And yes, they're a penalized team. Yes, they'll do some stupid stuff. Remember, we talked about it. Everyone talking about Trevor Lawrence. He only had 7 games this year without a turnover. That's not good enough to be an elite quarterback, damn it.
And the 1 seed bye week, obviously, is the Broncos.
Bo Nix. 2 words. It's quarterback play.
Really? Quarterback play?
Yes. For the Broncos? Bo Nix.
I would say for the Broncos, Kenny, I would say you can't always perform fourth quarter magic. You can't let yourself get down and then bounce back. It's going to be the same flaw I'm going to have for the Bears a little bit later on. You have to be able to just go out there and beat teams.
Yeah, so I think you're both kind of right, but they said sloppiness, but they also in that little blurb there said Bo Nix is part of that sloppiness.
Yeah, I was going to say sloppiness is this article. Have an opinion. How about that?
All right.
You're writing what's the weakness, and the best you can come up with is sloppy.
Well,
what the hell are we doing?
Somebody may read it and get offended.
Too bad. Bo Nix.
All right, let's go the 7-2 in the NFC. We got the Packers and the Bears.
Packers, the defense, tons of injuries, and your quarterback situation. For the Bears,
turnovers, Jaguars.
Yeah, and you can't keep falling behind and then have these amazing fourth quarter comebacks.
And you need to be +2 in the turnover margin again. If the Bears don't turn you over, they can't win games.
Fair.
Their defenses. Woof.
Both of them have their quarterbacks cited, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, as the biggest issues.
How is Caleb Williams an issue? How's Jordan Love an issue?
They said completion rate and bad throw rate.
I got to tell you.
I would say Jordan Love.
This article blows.
Jordan Love for the fact that he's been injured a lot lately, so he may not be playing.
Jordan Love in his career, week 11 on in the NFL, like 40 touchdowns to 5 interceptions.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about what he does on the field. I'm saying, can he stay on the field is the biggest thing.
Fine enough. But how is Caleb the Bears' issue versus reliance on turnovers?
Because Caleb is just an easy pinata to hit. Caleb, he's weird. He does a lot of weird plays and he scrambles around. No, it's the defense needs turnovers, plain and simple. And I'll say it again, you can't dig a hole for yourself and always expect to come back the way they did it almost against the Lions, being down 16-0 in the fourth quarter.
Okay, let's go to Carolina and the Rams.
Carolina, you're a Panther. You came from the worst division. I mean, for Carolina, it's look at Bryce Young. I don't think that he is an effective quarterback that can lead them to a victory. Very streaky.
Very short.
See, I don't want to make it personal.
Pocket-size game manager. No, they're very limited offensively. Outside of Teterow and McMillan, there's really nothing I can count on in the passing game. I'd say limited offensively. And for the Rams, look, for the Rams, Davante Adams. If he's healthy, we good. If he's not, they're screwed.
I would say, and for the Rams, I guess the flaw is you already went to Carolina and lost this year.
This is as if you were reading off of the article. Good job. So we have the birds and we have the privileged. What do you got?
Broke penis offense for Philly and
a defense that everybody's injured. For the Niners, they can't stop the run. They can't stop anything. It's a bend but don't break.
What he said.
I'm looking at this list. It doesn't say broke penis anywhere.
I don't know what you call their offense. It's in dire need of some schematic Cialis. There's an issue.
All right. It's actually, you know how sometimes you have good versus good? In that game, you're going to have bad versus bad. Philly offense versus Niner defense.
And the Seahawks are the 1 seed, obviously, with the bye.
Go ahead, Mike.
Ginger Jesus.
There it is.
It's Sam Darnold. He's got to prove he can rise to the occasion. He didn't do anything in that game against San Francisco.
No, if you go back and watch it, he had under 200 yards passing. It was the Seahawks defense that won the game.
Correct. It's about Sam Darnold in a big spot. That's all. That's it. Beginning, middle, and end. If Darnold can be Jared Goff, they can go to a Super Bowl. I know fans here don't want to hear it, but Jared Goff's a lot closer to Sam Darnold than he is Josh Allen.
And I would say I guess another flaw is if you stop their running game and force the ball, flow chart back into
rise
Darnold.
up and earn your money.
Yeah.
This one says turnovers for this one. I guess they have 26 turnovers this year. I wanted to ask you guys this to close this out. If you have a pick from if you have an early lean from the AFC and the NFC.
I'm stupid. I like the Texans. I just wonder if they're going to ride that defense in a wide open. Remember, no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow. You got limited high-level QBs, and you have that defense. That's kind of a recipe to go on a run. But I'm stupid.
No. It's not stupid. And this is where C.J. Stroud would rise and come back to being one of those. Remember when people thought he was going to be an elite quarterback and he kind of fell off because of injuries and stuff?
I still do.
Here's your chance to prove your point. I like that. I'm stupid because I'm going to say Buffalo because
you're not. They could easily do it.
If you don't do it now,
you're never going to.
Close it down. Shut up. Close shop. You're done.
You both can't call yourself stupid in one segment. That's not how this
sure
works.
We can. Why not? Trying to predict the NFL playoffs? Good luck.
Especially the AFC. Watch it be Pittsburgh.
I'm
Just
with
despite
you.
David.
Oh.
And that is in football today.
Wild card round is here. FanDuel turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL game day, each game day. During the wild card round, you take a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts and do whatever the hell you like. Rico likes the Bills. No harm in that. They have the best player on the planet. I like the Texans. They have the modern equivalent of the 2000 Ravens defense. Whatever you like, FanDuel's got it. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. People, we have some interesting news. Evan Jenkins is going to solve 2 problems with this news update. Evan, welcome. And I think if you're a fan of sports, you're going to want to hear this for a second. Evan, go ahead.
Or sound. We're all big dorks. We like our sound bars, right? Well, Peacock.
What sports fan doesn't like good audio?
Oh my goodness, I was going to surprise you with this. Go ahead, Evan. I added it to the sheet at the last second.
It's the best news he could ever want. So Peacock has teamed up with Dolby. Dolby is like the industry standard for surround sound. Like you've seen
You
it.
go to the movies, that's what you
yes.
hear. Yeah.
Well, Dolby just released a new thing with Dolby Atmos. It's the Dolby Vision, right? Well, what they're saying, Mike, is that they're going to integrate it into the sports programming in the year of 2026, which is now.
Yes.
The ability to mute the announcer and bring up the crowd noise, Mike.
Yes. But I like Tirico, so I'm going to mute him.
He can stay.
No, but there's this little bird that flies around
Nepo
on Peacock
baby
that he can't handle.
And that artificial hairline, gone.
You know, the eagle.
That is real hair.
I don't know. No eagle's hairline is too perfect.
He's grown on me, but he does sound so much like his father, and he's trying to be his dad. But anyway, Mike, that is news that you can use.
Just tell
and
me
be
when
happy.
Fox brokers that deal, and I get to silence
But
those
nobody
2
streams for Fox
doorknobs.
games. Like nobody. They've never put anything exclusive on their app.
Right, and Peacock, you know, they're known for the picture quality and everything like that.
Why is the picture quality better on Peacock than
They
Fox?
shoot in 4K.
Everything's
Well, how
in
come
4K.
Fox isn't doing that?
It's too expensive.
So it's weird.
Well, I have a way
No.
they could afford
No,
it.
because
Just fire Gus Johnson.
Peacock goes to 1 game normally, where Fox has a bunch of games.
Oh, what do you mean? It's called Big Noon.
Well, Big Noon, 4K every week. That's their big game.
How do I
NFL,
turn
they haven't
off
integrated it.
Gus and Joel?
You
Get
just
me
hit
that
mute.
technology.
Oh, my
Hit
God.
mute, and then...
Can I raise the volume of the crowd?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm in.
But-
I'd pay extra.
Dude, you
I
know
would
that's
pay
a-
extra for this.
That's a slippery slope, though.
What?
Raising those crowd mics.
Why? What's the problem?
Oh, I'm sure nothing bad ever comes from
As
the
long as
crowd.
Paul Davis isn't sitting there, I'll be fine.
Or it's entertaining.
Yes, depending.
Hey,
Right.
ref, your mother.
Yeah, here's the other thing. Do you think I'm not going to be
Well,
offended. Anything to get rid of these idiot announcers, I'm in. I'll
I
pay
bet
extra.
streaming, they don't have to abide by the FCC. So maybe they can get away with it there.
They probably could. I mean, but who cares, really? I mean,
Well, I'm
you
sure the
hear it-
fines.
No, you hear it on regular TV when they chant things. It's
Sure.
not like you. Oh, well, did they just? And the announcers are. I think they're a little unsatisfied with the refs. Yeah, we all heard what they
Right, because
said.
the hot mic's on and the ref was called an MF.
Right.
And you're like,
telling
ooh.
me when the Pistons play the Knicks in the playoffs and the games are on Peacock, we can turn up that crowd and really hear what
Turn
the
up the
Pistons
crowd,
fans-
turn down the announcers? Absolutely.
It is so funny because I saw that and was like, you know what? I don't want to tell. I wanted that organic thing. I'm not going
This
to
is
tell
awesome.
Mike.
He hadn't known.
I waited
So-
till the show started.
The
If
only
you
thing
look
I
at the
wish-
sheet and I added it to the bottom.
But I need that technology for every sports broadcast.
But here's the thing.
I don't want announcers anymore.
But TV is a copycat business. If all of a sudden everybody likes this, then Fox and CBS are going to say, and ABC, well, we need to get this too.
Can I turn off the entire pregame show?
Well, yeah,
That's
you
just
just
called
don't turn
the
it
channel.
on. Yeah, just
no,
don't
but
turn it
now
on.
Well, I
yeah,
just hit
you're
the
right.
mute button for it anyways.
I may be able to watch Big Noon games if I could just lower the volume of those two. Yeah.
What they need to do is be like Apple with their baseball games, and you can choose to listen to the home broadcast if you don't want to listen to their announcers.
No, baseball, I'll tell you what I would choose to do. I would listen to the game. I don't need announcers.
Yeah, or ESPN does that with the Homer thing if you
Oh,
want.
yeah, and Peacock
like for the
had-
Final Four.
Is it Peacock or Roku? One of those has a baseball game a year where there's
Oh,
no
good.
announcers.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Listen
It's
to the crowd.
Just crowd noise. Yep.
But
there's
yes, I
nothing.
saw that. It's at the Vegas convention right now.
Half the
Yeah.
TV announcers in baseball think they're Ed Sullivan. I just
go
want to
ahead.
watch the game.
Well,
Hit the bar. You can turn the announcers down, turn
Love
the
it.
crowd noise up.
Yeah.
But let me ask you guys this question.
Mic up some vendors. Hot dogs here.
Right. Well, as long as it's not that annoying one that used to be at Comerica, the hot dog guy who yelled at me.
What about the dancing usher?
There we go.
Listen, I want to bring this up to you guys. Okay, wild card weekend coming up. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 6 games. Do you know how many different streaming providers you're going to need to watch these games?
I know it's going to cost you
I
$100.
have to Evan Jenkins myself.
Yes. It's Prime, ESPN,
Everybody gets one.
Peacock, Man, what am I forgetting?
Evan, it's 5.
Fox,
it's 5 different
CBS.
Oh, yeah.
applications for 6 games.
Yeah, it would cost you $100 if you cut the cord and you wanted to watch all of them.
Yeah. So
Hello.
I guess the good news is they're not competing with each other. So you don't have to like flip back and forth between games because it's just
You really
this
are
game.
a whore for the networks. You know
I'm
that?
convinced they're all
You
working
really
together.
are.
Well,
Look at
Michael-
Rico selling that, Kenny. Well, actually, listen, it's you wouldn't need to turn the channel.
Think about it. The amount of weeks that we did that Sunday night show, so we really paid attention to the last game. There was never competing games on, ever. At the end game. It was what they all sucked and one good one.
Because we're here for you, Michael.
Thanks.
We're here for you.
Find me the technology
Keep
to mute
streaming.
Gus and Joel. Those two
No.
doorknobs.
Here's the thing.
Ooh,
No.
I got it. When Pete Sap. Listen to it in Spanish.
No, I actually just
Hola, senor.
No, I by the end of the season yeah. In closed caption. Ha ha. But like,
could you imagine?
how would the closed caption do Gus's moaning anytime Michigan does anything?
That's a great question.
It's just in parentheses, sex noises.
Hola, senor. When he welcomes him in.
And like anytime they put Bryce on the screen and it's Gus, parentheses, sex grunts.
You know what you do? When Peacock comes out with this, make sure you watch it because then if people watch it, Fox will say, we got to get this too.
I love it. I'm here for it. I was muting games the last 4 or 5 weeks of the year.
So you just sit in silence?
Yeah. Or I'd put a game on my iPad
yeah,
and work on some game capsules that way and just not deal with things that anger me.
Very low. Yeah. So, like, if the crowd cheers, you could hear that and you'll know, okay.
Why do I need to listen to the game for Gus to do this? Or this?
Well, I mean, how else would you know? Well, you know, John Elway threw fastballs, too, to his receivers. And, you know, he's a Hall of Famer, Mike.
You think Bryce will be drafted by the Yankees?
Sure. He's the alpha and the omega. Okay. Evan, tremendous news.
Absolutely.
News you can use. I love it. And it will make Peacock watchable.
Evan,
by the way,
you snuck me, man.
that was awesome. Because, again, we joked around about Noah Eagle because I can't do it. Blackledge is no better. Todd Blackledge, go away.
If this thing
How
works.
boring is that guy?
If this thing works, now the announcers won't like it, Mike, but every channel and every streaming service and every station will say, you know what, we got to add this to this.
I'm good with
because
it.
People are, but yeah, when I saw that, I was like, whoa.
Amazing.
Are you serious that you could turn it down or turn them off?
Oh, I wish I could do that for any these NFL crews. Like, could I mute Jonathan Vilma?
Well, I mean, but what about his interview with the president? You wouldn't have heard that.
That's fine. We took the drops from the president.
I
He
know,
throws
but
a
I'm
ball
saying-
you can catch.
Right, but you.
Can I mute Brady but keep Burkhardt? See, if you let me do my own broadcast, it'd be perfect. Just I can mute one of them.
Interesting.
Tom Brady was awful this past weekend.
Yeah, I don't.
What about Red Zone and I get to mute Scott Hansen?
Well, no,
Heaven.
that's his channel. So,
But he's terrible.
but I think
He doesn't own it.
Well, I mean, he owns it as it's him as the host.
Hey, I got bad news
It's
for
the
you.
witching hour.
Scott Hansen could disappear tomorrow. Nobody would know. They'd replace him with another robot.
It's the witching hour.
Siciliano was way better than Scott Hansen, and you
He
know
was.
it. You
He
know
was.
it.
No, he was.
Damn it.
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. I don't have DirecTV, so he's on that version of it.
Oh, okay.
You know what? He's,
Yeah, because that's where he went. Okay,
he's the good Scott Hansen.
I did like him, but yeah, Hanson, the witching hour.
He sucks.
Where wins become losses and losses.
I also
become-
love when Scott Hansen's offering football opinions. Make me a bike clown. Just show the game. Who the hell are you? Kenny, ticket text? Excuse me, texts.
He's gonna put a big thing right there. Saying text.
I've been doing it for 20 years. It's a hard habit to break. Texts.
I
Hey,
will give
Kenny,
you some-
read words from listeners
Hold on.
from their phones.
Hey, Kenny, hold on.
Wah. 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 Wah.
I will give you some texts.
Give us communications from people's phones sent via text.
Live from the wire. Announcers have been awful for so long. This is a welcome change. I like this broadcast idea. That's from Bob.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, you were right. Brady was just really trying to tell you should applaud the Lions because they're trying.
This one says, didn't they try this with baseball? I remember Peacock trying this with baseball, like just ambient crowd noise.
Yeah. Fine
And
by
I
me.
liked it. I thought it was cool. Did you guys watch that broadcast?
Yeah. Because, again, go around the league watching game. It's rough out there.
And if you're watching the game, you know the sport. You don't need somebody to you don't need somebody to tell you the obvious. You don't need the sideline reporter talking to the coach at halftime. Coach, what do you need to do?
God.
What adjustments do you need to do at half?
Watching the college football playoff.
We need to score more points.
And they're getting the side more budget constraints. Yeah, sideline reporters. Hey, coach told me if they score more points, they got a great shot at winning. Let's go over to Tom Rinaldi.
Well, you know what? The coach said if they could stop the other team from scoring, they'll get right back into this game.
Wouldn't you miss the All-American girl, though?
Jenny Taft.
Man, woman, child, I don't care what they put on the sidelines. They're all useless. It
Okay, you know
provides nothing.
I'll keep Jenny Taft, and we'll get rid of the other two.
I'll take that. That's a good trade.
Yes. She stays, Gus
She
and Joel
stays.
go. Yes, I'm in.
I just got to hear at halftime. Here you go. The Jenny Taft minute. Go.
She can just do whatever she likes for that amount of time. I like that.
I
That's
talked
a great.
to both coaches. This is what they said. Back to
They
silence.
said we have to score more points than the other team, and eventually that will lead to a win.
Kenny, that is, if you really think about it, that boils down to every sideline report.
When was the last time you got something good from a coach out of a sideline report?
Was it John L. Smith?
Right, but you got to go back that far to actually come up with, I remember that.
Kids are out here playing everything. The coaches are losing it, or whatever he said. That was probably it. Occasionally, you'll get a coach who blows up. But other than that, it's, well, we either have to stop them from scoring or we got to keep scoring more points.
That or I'm going to kiss you right now.
Oh, Joe Namath?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yikes.
Joe had a little too much to drink.
All right, 97.1.
All right, well, here's the beauty. We talked about watching games. I can do it in the basement, Mike. You missed it. I thought you were going to set me up for this. Guys, if you want to have what Matrix Basements did for me, for you, it's very simple. They're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. It's no interest and no payment until the year 2028. Did not stutter. Why wait for your dream space? You can have it done right now. They took a totally unfinished basement for me and tricked it out, and I absolutely love it. Watching all types of football and basketball games in my basement. The same thing can happen for you. Go to matrixbasements.com, set up your free consultation. They'll design a plan for you. And if you hurry up, you'll be watching the Final Four in your brand new basement, built and designed by Matrix Basements, with that zero payment, zero interest until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
Okay, we'll get back to business here momentarily. I have one call we got to get to, and then you said you had something, apparently major communications with my dad. So we'll get to that in a second. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, great. How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
I just want to say I watched the game Saturday, the Tampa Bay game. I had to turn it off because Riddick wouldn't shut up. All he did was talk. I didn't even know Orlovsky was on the broadcast till they showed his picture. It's just terrible.
It's gotten to a point where you feel like you can't just watch the game. They're selling you narratives instead of just call the game. I'm here to watch the game. They're telling you 800 stories. Stop.
Right. And to go back even further, years ago, they did a football game. I think it was the Jets and somebody else, but just no broadcasters. All you heard was those stadium announcers. And I don't know how well that went over. That was years ago when I was a lot younger.
Yeah, but I think we've become so accustomed to having announcers that it almost feels like, okay, something's wrong with the TV. There's silence. I need people to fill this space.
You're right. You're right. Yep. It's because a lot of times it's just background noise anyway.
Right. Like I would love to be able to, there's certain broadcasts, Steve, that, yeah, if I could turn them down, I would, and turn the crowd up. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Because then in my world, it feels like you're actually at the game, especially if you got a nice television. It's being broadcasted in 4K. Okay, you're at the game, except for you got your own private bathroom.
And a nice new basement.
And a nice new basement.
My goodness, Steve wins. Steve wins. Now, you had this on the sheet, and yes. I don't know what this is. I know I was busy yesterday. My dad was all over my phone wanting to have a John Harbaugh consortium, and I'm like, dude, he's not going to get hired till next week. The NFL hiring rules, and you got to do your Rooney interviews, and you have to have.
Well, you don't have to do the Rooney interviews.
Yeah, you do. Unless you want to
fine.
Do the interviews.
You got the money. Well, here's the thing. Apparently, I'm like, okay, Mike must not have had time for Big G because Big G just started texting me late last night.
He was desperate to talk to somebody about this.
So I'm watching the Michigan game. My phone starts buzzing. Like, who's texting me at 10 o'clock? Okay. Oh, Big G pops up on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Harbaugh to Giants, blue, let's go.
Oh, God. I'm sorry.
3 exclamation points. So I'm like, okay, Big G, let's make it happen. And then he's just going on. Big G was so excited. But, Mike, I was excited for you and excited for him because at this point, there's no excuse. You got Harbaugh. He's going to come in and fix the program. But Big G was on his –
You got to hire him first.
I was like, apparently Mike is not talking to you, so I'm going to talk to you.
I didn't have time. Okay.
I'll be your favorite son, Big G.
That's fine. You're the adopted one.
But Big G, man, he wanted him hired last night. I was just like, Big G, man. And then I was like, hey, he could turn your season around the way the Patriots did in one season. And at that point, it was like, let that Holy Ghost language go through you.
But like, let me ask this question. Like,
and like you, he even had a shot at the Jets too.
Well, is it wrong to have this much fandom tied up into hiring a specific coach? Because it's the opposite of how I normally am. But if they don't land John Harbaugh,
you know what it feels like?
Or Kevin Stefanski, like, I don't see a point. I'll be baptized as a Lions fan after that. Like, you can dunk me in the Detroit River.
You know, here's what it feels like. It feels like when colleges hire a coach. And fans become so...
Yes, and I don't do that.
We have to have this coach. This coach is going to turn the whole
program around. But this is a have-to-have-it guy. I still think John Harbaugh is an elite NFL head coach. I think the Ravens I think they backed the wrong horse.
Well, here's the thing. I did a little research. Kevin Stefanski went out to dinner on Tuesday night, and he was there Wednesday. He got interviewed, so there you go. Also, other names of note. Mike McCarthy. He's coming in next week.
No thanks.
Vance Joseph.
Having the time of his life. No.
Lou Amarillo.
It's Anarumo, and I don't care that he's from Staten Island. No.
Clint Kubiak.
Yes.
And I thought of this and said, well, if you can't get Stefanski and if you can't get Harbaugh.
Why can't I get those people?
you can get this one, and you'll fulfill your Rooney Rule. Raheem Morris.
Immediate. I would disown the friend. I can't. I'm telling you, if they don't get Stefanski or John Harbaugh, I want to be baptized as a Lions fan.
Really?
Yeah. I
If you're the Giants, is this kind of how we talk about college coaches? You just give John whatever he wants.
I think John Harbaugh's like Lane Kiffin, but a better human.
Whatever you want. Whatever staff moves you want to make. You want to change the team colors? Sure.
Yes. He was 8-4 in the playoffs before Lamar. He's 3-6 with Lamar.
The bigger question is, why weren't you talking to Big G?
I had things to do. I told him I can't do this right now. I told him, phone a friend. I can't do this with you right now.
And all of a sudden, my phone was like,
oh my God.
Is it big? So first I'm like, oh my God.
But
no, because I'm thinking, well, it's late, so hopefully nothing has happened.
The listeners know what I'm talking about. Like my dad, when he has this sports bug, he's relentless. I'm like, you do realize I may have a couple things going on here. Like,
Big G,
can I get back to you?
Big G, your good son says you can talk to me anytime.
That's fine. That's fine.
I was a little worried because I was like, okay, this is late, so.
No,
because I was like, okay, Big G's, okay, what's going on? Oh, it's Giants related.
You know how many times he reached out to me and I'm doing the Sunday night show? I go, hey, newsflash.
During the show?
Yeah, I'm on the air, just like last week, and the week before, and the week before, and the 15 weeks before.
Okay.
Like, dude.
Okay, I hope you don't get mad at me. Nothing was funnier, Kitty, than earlier this week when Mike's phone rang. And you're like, Dad, you called me.
Go ahead. Say it really happened.
It really. Mike's like, yeah, what do you want? And he's like, no, Dad, you called me.
Have we met? You know what I've done between 2 and 6 the last 20 years?
Big G.
Please hire John Harbaugh for the sanity of my father, okay?
I say that to say you can reach out to me anytime. But I just thought it was funny. Like, this man has to have John Harbaugh.
He's at a breaking point.
I don't need you walking 94 in a robe. Okay?
He's at a breaking point.
I want this to happen for the like. If we have to, we'll have a prayer circle. Whatever you need, Big G.
When David comes back to work, it's going to be the first thing I ask. I need those Dionne Warwick prayer beads or whatever they are.
Right.
What do I got to pay David to pray for John Harbaugh?
But I need you to start talking more to your dad.
I talk to him all the time. It's what you don't get. I'm not movie phone. There's not a prompt. You can't just call anytime you want. And I got 20 minutes.
Mikey, answer the phone.
Yeah, Dad, I want John Harbaugh. What do you want to talk about? Kenny, text communications, please.
Dad, you called me.
On the air.
This one just says, poor Big G. This text communication says, poor Big G.
He wants this coach badly, Kenny. I mean, badly. I'm not going to read all the texts because it'll bore people. Like, he is really invested.
Well, what kills me, he hits me like 17 times yesterday, and then he finally hits me with one like, what is it? You can't call me back? Has it occurred to you I might be busy? Possibly, maybe. Seems like, sounds like, feels like.
Well,
I want to call you, but I am indisposed at the moment.
Big G, I'm never too busy for you.
Okay, good.
The phone lines are always open.
Phone a friend.
I'm here for you.
Go ahead, Kenny.
It says, Mike, why are you so mean to your father?
I'm not. You have to understand.
Boundaries.
He gets relentless with this stuff. And it's, okay, how does it mean if I am on the air and I'm like, are you feeling okay?
What do you mean? You called me. What do you want, Mike?
Mike just dropped a chair on Big G.
Kenny, like David, it's why I'm the good son.
Right. Go ahead, Kenny.
That's what this one says. I think I'd rather have Rico as my son than Mike.
That's just not fair. You're not seeing my side of things here.
He was excited, man.
Here's an idea.
He really needed to to talk.
How about for the 19th week in a row, you hit me up on Sunday night? This one I'll answer because we're not doing a Sunday night show.
This one is a little unfair. This says, I literally am a ditch digger and I have called off work to answer phone calls from my family.
Okay. Unbelievable. That's fine. I'll be the foil. That's fine.
Hey, man, that man is excited. He needed to talk. I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to sleep. Let's talk. Let's go.
Good for you.
Let's go because I'm here for you. I don't need you walking 94. I need your mental health perfect.
It's funny you say that because somebody said Big G's walking down 94 and Mike hits him with his car.
Big G. I will tell you, there are times when Eli was the quarterback, I wanted to run my father down in a motor vehicle. Because he would defend him. Eli could go 5 for 30 with 4 picks, and my dad would find a way to defend him. Yes. So in a sense, did I want to hit him with a vehicle? Yes.
Big G, half the people in the studio love you.
Mike flipped off Big G like he did Jeremy Otto.
Kenny was just funny, like, why isn't he talking to Mike right now?
Is it Step Brothers at the Catalina wine mixer, the Dan band, and he goes up to the old man and he's like, boom, and he's singing the candy shop. That's it. Bang! Right
It's like, did he say that? No, I don't think he said that.
No. Oh, good gravy. Okay. Thank you for that. Be sure to call him after the show. All right. If you're looking forward to the big game, or you're like my dad, watching John Harbaugh news 24/7 in your man cave, Paulson's audio video can get you. Just go to Paulson's, buy something, please. A TV, a sound bar, get a consultation, get playoff ready. Hell, get ready for Pistons and Wings playoff drives. Whatever it is, paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's audio video. They've been best in class since 1991. Call them today. Best products, best people, professional installations. It's Paulson's audio video.
Well, Mike, as you know, yesterday around 5 o'clock, we found out that John Morton was released by the Detroit Lions. They're going to need a new offensive coordinator. So what I thought I would do was gather up some names, and we can kind of go through and tell me whether you think it would be a good fit for this guy to be the next offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
All right, fair enough.
All right, let's start off with some up-and-coming guys. We'll go with Chargers passing game coordinator Marcus Brady. He was under the Colts OC, under Frank Reich for a while. Now he's hired by Harbaugh in L.A., and he's, helping out with Justin Herbert.
Indifferent. Don't have an opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
I don't want to lie to the audience. I mean, my problem is, I don't know. What have the Chargers done offensively that I'm so stoked about? Is that really the tale of what he would do here?
No, but could he be the next Ben Johnson, a guy kind of sitting there and waiting?
I will never put that on anybody.
Okay.
But I'll just say indifferent, neutral.
Davis Webb, Broncos passing game.
Former failed New York Giant third-round draft pick from Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Abnormally long neck.
6 years in the NFL.
Oh, God. Great.
Yeah.
You know what, though? Yes. Because former quarterbacks, they see the game different.
Mm-hmm.
They plan it different. And you look at, like, for instance, I know he just got fired, but he'll get another job. A guy like a Cliff Kingsbury, quarterback. Like,
we'll get to that. But now here's the thing. Would you be going back to the well because Davis got his job because John Morton came here? So you'd be going back to the Broncos.
yeah,
back
but
to
has
Sean
Davis
Payton.
Webb ever been in this building? No.
But Sean Payton.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm fine drawing upon the Peyton tree because of Dan's time in New Orleans. What I'm not fine with is more of this incestual, insular, only our guys can be elevated crap. So Davis Webb, sure. He screwed the Giants. Maybe he'll help you.
Okay.
He was one of the worst third-round picks in history, along with Ryan Nassib.
Last one, and then we'll get to some bigger names.
All right.
But this guy took a ginger quarterback, and he took this team to the number 1 seed in the NFC. I give you Jake Peets, Seahawks passing game coordinator.
No, because Clint Kubiak is the magician out there.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
I just threw that one in there.
That's fair. But Clint Kubiak, again, I want the Giants interview him for their head coach job. He's done a wonderful job there.
And now we got some former OCs, Kevin Stefanski.
Sure, but he's getting a head coaching job. Like, I will be in stunned disbelief if he's not a coach.
We talked about this one yesterday, and I know the answer is no, but it's Cliff Kingsbury.
No, because you don't have the type of quarterback that he needs. His systems require mobility. You do not have it. It's not a shot at him. It's
Mobile
not
golf season.
Yeah, for 4 yards, not 40. The thing with Cliff, he'll be good for a year, and then people figure him out, and then he's dusted. Bonus points for having a Bond mansion as the coach of the Cardinals, but I'm going to say no to it. I think Cliff would be great for a Cam Ward.
Okay.
Get his career going in the right direction.
Brian Daboll.
Lacks emotional control, man baby, bad temper, doesn't play nice with others. But I could imagine Dan Campbell punching him in the face by week 4.
But not asked to be the head coach. Just can you run your offense?
Everything I know about Brian Daboll, I'm telling you. Conflicts with multiple staffers, lacks emotional control. There's no way he and Dan Campbell coexist without a physical fight. And that wouldn't work out for Daboll.
Well, let's stick with the Giants. Mike Kafka.
No.
Okay.
Because everything else I'm going to say would be insulting. Like hyper insulting.
Okay.
So how about we just say no,
all right,
and we just move on.
That's why I love you, buddy. Todd Monken.
Intriguing. I still think Monken belongs back at Georgia because Mike Bobo is a CIA operative sent to destroy the Georgia Bulldogs. That's my story.
Can I have him somewhere? Bring him back to Georgia. Put him on the line. I don't care. Just bring him back. He's
I
the
think
only
Monken
good
is
thing.
better in the college game, but he might be the OC of the Giants if John Harbaugh gets the gig next week. So I'll say no.
Okay. Zach Robinson, Falcons OC.
I could live with it. Again, former QB, outside eyes, outside ideas. I like a lot of what Atlanta does offensively. I would be okay with it. I want someone who hasn't resided at Rotunda Drive.
Well, funny you say that because I have two more for you.
What?
David Blau.
No, absolutely
Commander's assistant QB coach.
Nope. Well, he played quarterback here. No. I don't want to.
No?
No, because I what's the resume? These other guys have done it for a long time. What's David Blau done it for? 10 minutes?
Well, yeah. He's never called plays.
Great. Yeah, we're good. Thank
per
you.
se.
No, because then it would speak to Dan Campbell leering over his faux OC and firing this guy by week 6.
No,
I don't want that.
But former Ben Johnson said he, gave him credit for suggesting plays to him.
That's great. That's like giving Kenny credit for suggesting what to order for lunch. No.
Okay.
I don't want it.
Last one I'll give you, Scotty Montgomery.
Assistant head coach,
Yes.
wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
Shout out ECU Pirates.
He's here already.
Yeah, don't love it.
Hire from within.
Well, and it's the same thing. Hank Fraley's here. And Hank Fraley got offered the OC job in Seattle last year, and he turned it down. But I don't want in-house suggestions. I really don't. That's just me.
Why not? Fresh eyes?
Yes. They're turning into a cult down there.
All right. I just wanted to throw some names at you, and I
That's
knew you
football
would know
today.
these names. So.
That's football today.
Pistons star Cade Cunningham questionable to play tonight against the Bulls. He has a wrist contusion. Jalen Duren remains out, although he was at shoot-around this morning. Tobias Harris also out for this one. Detroit has won plenty of games this year with injuries. That's the head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. Chicago has lost 4 of their last 6 and have their fair share of injuries as well, including leading scorer Josh Giddey. Second leading scorer Kobe White is questionable. Here the 6:35 pregame right here on 97.1. According to ESPN, Hawks star Trae Young prefers to be traded to the Wizards. Michigan offensive lineman Andrew Sprague announced he's staying in Ann Arbor today. Former Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs officially announced his commitment to Northwestern. On the other hand, Trent Fraley, the son of Lions offensive line coach Hank, has committed to East Lansing. He allowed just a single sack in over 800 snaps. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs is declared for the NFL draft. Alabama QB Ty Simpson is joining him. The Tigers have inked a deal.
Caleb Downs, future New York Giant?
Yes. The Tigers have inked a deal with pitcher Birch Smith. It'll be the 35-year-old's 8th MLB team at the Cornwall
I love
Sports
Caleb
Desk.
Downs. If that was a shot, you missed the mark.
It wasn't.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jeremy.
I'm Jeremy Otto.
No, I want good things for you and the
Okay.
Giants. You hate me and my team.
I love Caleb Downs.
That's for you, Big G.
Okay, then. I'm going to present now 3 god-awful things. People, if you're driving, I just want you to listen for a couple of minutes. I'm going to present these. They say bad things happen in 3s. Well, here you are. I want you to pick which of these is the most egregious, the most annoying, the most god-awful as we hurtle on the Death Star to Middle Earth of college football. One of these stories was during the show today. Okay. So I want to start with a stat and 2 stories. And I want to ask you, how much further do we have to go before we actually hit rock bottom college football edition? Ready? Okay. The stat. Rico's mind was blown. Current Division I players, not 1AA, not Division II or III, just Division I. Current players in the portal. There are enough that if you had to fill the entire roster of every Big Ten team, you could do it. And you could fill the roster of every SEC team. And you could fill 3 teams of your choice. That's if tomorrow, like in Rico's comic book movies, somebody snapped their fingers and turned to dust. If that happened to the roster of every Big Ten and SEC team, don't worry. The portal's got you. And with leftovers. Wow. That's 1. Number 2. Last night was something out of a movie. And if it were a movie, you'd say it's unrealistic. We can't make that movie. Washington quarterback Damon Williams signed 3 days ago for $4 million to stay at UW. Okay. One problem. It turned into Wedding Crasher's funeral. Damn you, Roger. Damn you. He opted out at a funeral. Teammates are finding out about it on their phones.
Social media.
And the word on the street is he was going to get $6 million from LSU. Well, there are 2 problems with that. One, Washington is going to take every legal measure possible to enforce their contract. So now you're suing. I don't even want to call them college students anymore, but you're suing your own.
They are, but
you're suing your own player to show up to work. All while Lane Kiffin, the man who seemingly did the tampering, and by the way, there you go. It's up on ESPN. We're not making up stuff now. This is a big deal. Lane Kiffin offers you $6 million, except he was courtside at LSU's game last night with Sam Levitt, the number 1 QB in the portal.
Who was only offering him $5 million.
This is number 2 now. And number 3, and I want to make sure I get the kid's name right. This is a new low to me. Oregon had someone go to the portal, and you go, all right, well, guys, kids who don't play, the playoff run doesn't mean a lot to them. Even that I don't think is a good excuse, by the way. If you're on a team going for a national championship,
you got no business being in the portal right now. You can wait because the portal closes January 16th.
Oregon running back Jaden Limar disagrees with you. And before people say, well, there's no way he plays, how would he hit the portal? He had their longest play from scrimmage last week against Texas Tech. He has multiple long touchdowns this season, and Oregon has a problem. Their starter, Davison, is hurt. One of the backs in the rotation with Limar is Mekhi Hughes. They got him from Tulane in the portal. Mm-hmm. Just kidding. He's in the portal. And now you're opting out and going to the portal. Oregon has 2 scholarship running backs in total for the national semifinal. So
if you win the finals. Yeah.
I want to know, choice A, B, or C, which of these is the most offensive? And why is it every day in college football we seem like we are redefining rock bottom? Mm-hmm. Rico, choose your adventure, and I want to throw the number to the people. 248-539-9797. Rico Beard.
It has to be B.
You're going to go DeMond Williams.
DeMond Williams, because it's just so ridiculous on so many different levels. Every now and then, there's a story, Mike, that if one of my students handed it in and said, I wrote this script, here you go, I would turn it back and say, unrealistic, try again. Except this really happened in real life, that while at a funeral for a Washington Husky goalie who died of cancer, this news leaks that he's leaving. His teammates are there. Everybody's sad, looking at their phone. What do you mean you're going? You're leaving? What? You're hitting the portal. You're going to LSU. Lane Kiffin, once again, I don't want to let him off the hook because Lane is trying to destroy this sport single-handedly. Not only, hey, I want all my Ole Miss coaches. Either you show up here or you don't have a job. Well, LSU's not playing. Don't care. You get here. But the fact that if you really think about this, Washington may sue DeMond Williams
to show up to work,
to play for them next year.
After paying him $4 million.
Right. Because LSU wants to pay him $6 million. You've probably lost that right of renegotiation. And, okay, let's say Washington wins the suit. Now you have quarterback who is angry because he could have made $2 million more. How motivated is he? Do you even play him? I mean, I guess you have to pay him, but do you even want to play him now because he hates you? Because you've made him come back here. He didn't want to be here. So that's how the story can get even more ridiculous. And the cherry on top, if it actually goes to court during the football season, that would be pure root for radio.
And the problem is, I don't think Washington wins the suit because these contracts aren't contracts. They're not collectively bargained. There is no union. What are these contracts? Let me ask you a question. Every time you see a player opt out of a bowl, aren't they opting out of their contract?
Yes. And no. But a lot of people now have made it so, okay, we only pay you up to this point. You play in the bowl game, that's the next paycheck period, and you get paid again. If you stop right now, we stop payments. So they've learned their lesson the hard way of players abusing this. So I will say, actually, this will work because in theory, if you're telling me the contract is not worth the ink on the paper, then I don't have to pay you anything. Because if you're going to sue me, I can sue you and say, well, the contract's not real. So at some point, an adult needs to step up. But I would say B. All three are ridiculous, but this one has the potential of going really bad for the Huskies and for DeMond Williams. And somehow or another, Lane Kiffin will sit there and get off scot-free.
And by the way,
swear up and down, I didn't contact this kid.
Limar played in 9 games, and he touched the football in all 9 games. He was hurt for a couple games. This kid plays.
Yeah, and the fact that and Oregon's like one of the running backs is hurt, so you would figure.
And one hit the portal. It's you and one other player in the national semifinal.
See, this is the thing that you're going to always win this argument, Mike, about how bad college sports are. Why do you go and play on these teams? Because it used to be, I want to win a ring, I want to win a natty. It's not that anymore because you are right there on the cusp of winning a title, And you're not a backup. You're not a guy who never sees the field. I get that. I understand that. Chuck Brantley leaving Miami to go into the portal, well, you don't play anyway. So that's fine. You're playing. It's like the only thing more ridiculous if Mendoza decide, you know what, I think I want to hit the portal.
I think for me, look, it's really hard to pick a winner here because in the end, we're all losers. Like, the idea that a player cares so little about winning a national championship as an active member of a team, it's bad enough if you're redshirting. Like, what's it all for? Like, Thomas Hammock said this best, and I played this clip for you the other day before the show. Head coach at Northern Illinois and a former player, a guy who played for 4 years, played in the Big Ten and played at NIU and was a really good running back. And he basically said it. He's like, if you're just doing this for money, you may as well go get a job. This is too hard to do it just for money. That's what people don't recognize. Players' families recognize it. This is a commitment. You are at Oregon. You are playing for a national championship, and you're bailing? Yeah. What now? Here's my question. Why would any school want you?
Right there. There's nothing you can tell me in that interview aside from I need to get back home because of sick family member or whatever. And then at that point, I need to see a doctor's note to make sure that your family member is really sick.
So which of the three stories is the worst? Choice A, there's enough players in the portal that you could fill the complete roster of the entire Big Ten SEC plus 3 teams.
See, that's stupidity to me.
Okay. B, but it's not about the wisdom of it, Rico. It's about what it does to the sport.
Right, but if I can make it here, if I go in the portal, Alabama's going to offer me $1 million.
No, they're not.
You're the third string tight end. No.
And let's be fair. I want to be fair. A lot of the players that are in the portal are being told to go to the portal. You don't have a home here anymore, which is part of why we need binding contracts 2 ways.
Or, we're going to cut your salary in half.
Damon Williams gets $4 million, tries to leave 4 days later for $6 million. School is going to sue him, all while Lane Kiffin is with another quarterback courtside. Yikes. And then choice 3, Jaden Limar, bailing on Oregon 24 hours, 48 hours before their playoff game, where he plays, and they only have 2 scholarship running backs with him leaving. Which of these is the biggest end of days of college football? A, B, or C? We'll get to it next. 248-539-9797. All right, David Femininio, call him if you're in an accident. But if you don't have to make that call, obviously that's optimal. It's David's Driving Edge. It's about keeping you safe. Prevent the crash. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. You'll find real tips, real reminders for the road because accidents happen. And when they do, David's here. The real win, staying safe in the first place. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, to the people. They say bad things happen in threes. Well, that sure happened in college football. And again, it's the last 24 hours, 3 utterly insane stories from Portal NIL land. I'm asking you to tell me which one offends you the most.
Well, see, story 2 and 3, that's
What?
new. Like every year, you read about the ridiculous amount of people that are in the portal, and then they become the portal homeless.
True.
Because now you don't have a team to go to,
But when you
can't go back to your old team.
When you contextualize it, though, it hits you in the face different. Remember when I said it to you at like 2:05 today? And you were like, wait, what?
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing for the audience.
Yeah, it is. No, the numbers are astounding. But every year, players are either told you can come back, but you're not going to make that money, or you know what, we really don't want you back here. And either you got to move down and swallow your pride, or you just quit football altogether. But like I said, the other story of you got $4 million, but then somebody offered you $6 million, and now you're going to get sued, and you're going to have to play for a team that you don't want to be there. What happens in the locker room? What happens in the huddle when you're trying to say, hey, guys, we can win this game? What does it matter to you? You didn't want to be here in the first place.
Let's go to Carlos, 97.1. Carlos, how you doing, buddy?
What's up? So I get you, Mike. College football needs structure. There needs to be some form of leadership. I get it. Like I think any college football fan, even the most diehard, is going to give you that. But at the same time, when people like you are just constantly negative about it, but don't want to talk about the fact that, I mean, Indiana has a chance to win the national championship. And maybe I'm overblowing that. I think as a Michigan State fan, I know you're a Michigan State fan, that means something to me. I don't know if it does for you, but it means something to me, right?
Well,
and
for explain, you and I'll tell you what it means to me, but I want to hear what it means to you first. Go, because I don't understand how Indiana's coming into the conversation. But go ahead.
Okay, well, hear me out. Michigan State obviously has been
garbage,
terrible, right? Obviously, right? I'm not saying they're close to a national championship by any means. They're far from it. What I'm saying is, if Indiana can turn it around in 2 years like that with the NIL era and the transfer portal era, as a State fan, it gives me a little bit of, like hope that, they can get this crap turned around, right? I don't think that's the case 10 years ago, especially not 15 years ago. Like that's not, that was not the case.
All right. One problem. 10 years ago, MSU was in a 4-team playoff. They won the Big Ten.
I agree. That's fair. But how many of those years were they actually able to win the national title? I'll give you the 2013 year for sure.
Yeah.
They had a good shot. Maybe 2014 if we didn't have insane coordinators. 2015 we were lucky. Let's get real here.
We also drew the worst team possible.
They also fixed it so that we didn't play the team we were supposed to play in the Orange Bowl. We played Alabama.
All right, so what you're saying is, okay, they had 2 or 3 chances 10 years ago to play with the big boys, and then, they made some bad hires and things fell apart. Fair enough. How does that relate to the 3 stories I'm bringing up, though? That's what I'm not understanding.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that those stories aren't legitimate criticism of today's college football, but what I'm saying is you also have to look at positives. Like this Final Four, Ole Miss never won a national title. Indiana has been a horrible football school, mainly a basketball school. You have Oregon, they've been a recent power, but they haven't finished the national title, right? And Miami has been distanced from that over 2 decades, right?
Yes.
I don't think you would see a Final Four like that in prior years. I just don't. And to me, that's cool. And if you can't find joy in that, then I guess you do hate college football as much as you say. But
I don't. Carlos, first of all, it's not a right or wrong. You're not wrong for feeling the way you feel, and I'm okay with it. I don't find the Final Four to be particularly interesting because it lacks quality. Like this is a watered down version of it. We have gone from watching college football teams that would have 15 NFL draft picks on them, playing high level football, and now look at what I'm looking at here.
No, but I think I think you two can meet in the middle. I think he's excited because there's new teams in there. You're
That's
saying,
fine.
but not. I think that, and we could talk about this another time, but I do think that for a lot of people, you need the villain. You need a team in there you either hate or you love, and they all got knocked out. Because think about it, on paper, if we did the old system of we're going to let the computers, we're going to let the voters pick the best 4 teams, Indiana's the only one that would be there right now.
Yeah, and
There'd be three
Indiana's-
other teams. They lost.
Indiana's
on the
by
field.
far and away the best team.
I know, but for this year, all the teams we thought were going to make it actually lost the game on the field where you're supposed to play it, not on paper.
Yeah. Evan, you've joined us. This is going to be fun.
Well, you guys are talking college football, so I thought there would be some news that you could use again.
Oh, boy.
What if I told you, Mike, that Michigan State is bringing back their former transfer portal cornerback and former Miami Hurricane, Charles Brantley?
No.
He committed to Michigan State. That is the problem with the school.
I wish Carlos were still with us.
Can you hit
Go ahead.
Can you go ahead and hit that? Just wait. Chuck Brantley is back at Michigan State.
He's back.
I told you. He said, I still got the keys to my apartment. Can I come on back? Well,
if he follows his behavior from his last time in EL, he'll be asking for a raise in 2 days.
How wild is that? That kid hit the portal like 3 times while at Michigan State.
Evan, I wish Carlos were still with us. I guess for me is I can't even get to the whole teams that have made it. I can't respect any of this. It is Rico we've lost Rico. He's in complete disbelief.
I think this goes back to the other previous conversation we had from Caller Rob. I think we've now come full circle. This is probably who called him.
Oh, so Charles Brantley is using Rob's relocation.
Right.
Well,
it's amazing, dude.
Yeah. And again,
just up and down 75, quick drive.
Just don't know. How do you take any of it serious?
You can't, Mike. He left and came back.
Again. Well, he left 3 times.
And came back.
And now has come back a 4th.
And then he left.
I can't wait till he leaves in spring ball.
It's amazing.
You can't. This is why he's stuck.
Sue me.
Well, no, I take that back. You get excited on January 17th because then the portal closes, and now he's stuck. Jeez,
How do you make that call? Hey,
Evan,
Coach, I know you don't know me, but I was there before.
Hey, check that Michigan game. That was my one-handed catch
That's
to
me.
end it. That's me.
Number 0, that was me. That was me.
Also, check the game against Miami where I tried to murder everybody I tackled, except I knocked myself out of the game.
Yeah.
That's me.
Wait. We got a bunch of receipts from a Charles Brantley who keeps trying to leave here. Is that you?
No, that's the other guy. Let's go to
Chuck. I'm Charles.
Let's go to Frank 97.1. Frank, how you doing?
Hey guys, Happy New Year to you.
Same to you, buddy. What's good?
Yeah, I just want to say this. I talked to Pat quite a bit in the evening, and I just want to pass my hopefulness to him. And
Yes.
I miss seeing him and listening to him on radio. Hey, I'm calling you about these 3 things, these 3 stories. The Washington guy, man, that's the guy that's my number one bad.
Okay.
And it's funny. This Lane Kiffin, this guy's a slime ball. He's always involved in this crap. Okay. The way that they can fix it is the way they fixed it in high school football. Michigan. You want to go from Notre Dame Prep to Catholic Central? Beautiful. You can go there, no problem. Costs you a year of eligibility. Can't play next year. That solves that problem. All right. The other thing too is,
well, Frank, real quick, I'll let you finish. Frank, I would say this: you're allowed 1 transfer for free. After that, you got to sit a year.
No, everybody should sit a year. There's that would stop all this movement. It's the movement's the problem, right, guys? It's all the movement.
Yeah, but
of
here's the
players.
thing. On the other side of it, schools shouldn't be able to just kick kids out. You paid them the money.
No.
Like this is where we're never going to get what we need until there's a union and a collectively bargained agreement where if I go to you, Frank, and I say, Frank, I'm going to sign you to a 2-year deal. You're stuck with me. I'm stuck with you. Otherwise, this just continues.
Contracts are year to year. They're not 2-year deals. They're 1-year deals. There's 2 of them. Second thing is, state of Washington is an at-will employment state, just like Michigan. An employer can fire somebody for no good reason. An employee can leave without giving any notice. This is part of the problem. So what you're saying is we need some kind of we need some kind of federal law that says, you guys,
well, there
this
you
is
go.
the way it's got to be done.
Because again, the fight has always been that they're student athletes, they're not employees. See, that's another fight that they'll lose.
Are they getting the 1099? Are they getting the 1099 at the end of the year for the
Buddy, I don't know what the hell they're getting at this point because
No.
They're an employee.
Frank, they are,
the
and
1099,
hopefully they're
they're employees.
saving money for taxes.
They're getting the 1099. They're an employee.
you know what, Frank? I want you to go to Congress, straighten all this out, get back to me. You've got all the
have Nick Saban run it. He's got the answers. He's already said a lot of this stuff on TV.
Well, if you want that, you got to get permission from Miss Terry because she ain't having it.
That's fine.
She ain't having that.
I'm telling you, Herb Street, and he could bring his dog. The vice president of Puppy Power.
Personal growth. Not doing that.
Well, come on.
Nope.
You left BG out in the cold, so
I was busy. Damn it. Tell them about your basement.
97.
Okay, then.